They brought us to this country as a labor force. We built a foundation and they hate us for it. They hate us for it. We built a foundation and they ain't pay us for it. They ain't pay us for it, but they gon' pay for it. Already prayed for it. Non-believers didn't pray for us. Non-believers didn't pray for us. We're black and we built a foundation. Stone by stone, generation to generation. Vultures said we had no culture. Them vultures got a Jay-Z poster. Them vultures got a lacy culture. Vultures eat what they didn't kill. Vultures sleep what they didn't build. They brought us to this country as a labor force. We built the foundation and they hate us for it. We built the foundation and they ain't pay us for it. They ain't pay for it, but they gon' pay for it. Already paid for it. Nobody prayed for it. Nobody didn't pray for us. Nobody didn't pray for us. We're black and we built a foundation. Stone by stone, generation to generation. Vultures said we had no culture. And vultures got a Jay-Z poster. Them vultures got a lacy poster.
Let's go, man.
Unless these benefits are going to, roughly defined foundational Black Americans, the descendants of American slaves. You've taken away the whole purpose of this. Make the point that Kamala isn't a foundational. These benefits are going to, roughly defined foundational Black Americans, the descendants of American slaves.
African Americans built this nation. You built this nation. You're just starting to get real credit for that. Okay, I don't know if you know that. You're just starting to you built the nation. We all built it. But you were such a massive part of it. Bigger than you were
Let him
credit
cook.
for. Does that make sense?
Let him cook now.
Which is actually quite interesting because I got a call from the Foundational Black American Society here in Florida who reminded me that Byron's mother is Jamaican. He is Panamanian, and they found it quite insulting, in their words, that he would try to claim victimhood of slavery without a single descendant of American slaves in his family.
I like those foundational guys.
They're so good.
Tariq Nasheed and all. I mean, I don't agree with everything, but they've got a perspective. If your family's been here 400 years, and of a lot of American slaves, our families have been here 400 years. I don't know. I think that gives. I'll listen to you. Like you've
100%.
got, you've got a point of view that is legitimate. I think.
Yeah. And they're unequivocally heritage Americans.
That's for sure.
100%.
I mean, they're definitely heritage Americans, if anyone is.
You have said that you resent the idea of being called an African American, that
Yes.
you are a Black American.
Yes.
Explain.
I think that when they call Black people who were born and raised for generations in this country, if you accept the handle of African American, that says that you don't accept being an American American. You don't accept being born in Chicago or New York or Detroit or wherever you were born. For generations your family's been here, built this country too. Sweat and tears and all that, fought in every war, okay? So this is my country here. So I don't want to be called African American. I'm an American American. My people have died and done everything for this country.
Do you
always gonna be known as a Black American. I can't call myself an African American because when they want to separate us, then they say we are African American. But remember this: when I'm competing in the Olympics, I didn't compete on the African American Olympic team. I competed on the American Olympic team. So don't separate me when you want to separate me.
I am not an African American, I'm an American. I am a Black American, I am definitely Black, and yes, my ancestors come from Africa. How long does a bloodline have to live in one land before they are considered a pure species of that land? Meaning, how long did my people have to be in America to say, hey, no, we're American, compared to some people who are English American, who are Irish American, who are German American from their ancestors, but they get to call themselves American. There's nothing wrong with being African American, but a true African American is someone that is from Africa and moved here, either first generation or second generation, and has a tie to that country that I do not have. One of the first census in Virginia that allowed for Black people to have a name was somebody from my family. So that means
Africans don't even fuck with us.
Wow.
Because they don't. We're not from the motherland. We're from America. So I'd rather say I'm a Black American. So I consider myself a Black American. I don't consider myself African American and shout that. Because Africans don't even fuck with us.
Wow.
Because they don't.
I don't mind the term African American. I don't want to be called African American.
Why is that?
I'm not African.
Very strong.
That how Afro get in front of my motherfucking race. I ain't never been to Afro-Caribbean. I never been to Africa. Afro or Africa. Never been there. I'm not from Africa. I'm born and raised in Goose, Florida. I was born in Goose, raised in Liberty City, in the Poker Bean Project. Ain't never went to Africa. Ain't thinking about going there. And I heard it's a beautiful place. Yeah. And I know it's the motherland, yes. But not my mother, not her mother, and not her mother's mother. That ain't their land.
Black History Month, we're highlighting foundational Black Americans whose ingenuity, innovations, and labor play a critical role in American culture and infrastructure. Next guest is working to ensure that foundational Black Americans' contributions are known. By author and creator of Foundational Black American Legacy, Teresa Allman. She joins me now. Teresa, hey, thank you so much for your time. But I was curious, what inspired you to make videos spotlighting foundational Black Americans?
Bruh.
I want to talk about this because there's this term that I know people are not going to like this, but I don't like the term FBA because I think it is the most separatist term coined back in 2019 by
Tariq Nasheed?
Tariq Nasheed. And Tariq Nasheed coined this term, and maybe he had good intent because it's like, hey, how do we separate when it comes to reparations and being able to say, hey, this belonged to the Black slaves that came to America and their descendants. And I get that. I get and understand that concept. But what it does, it furthers this idea of separation. Yeah. And I think back again to childhood and the stuff that even as an adult, like, I'm not African, I'm anything but African, right? I in my blood. I'm Creole. I'm anything but African. And so when you say foundationally Black American, it's like, yes, I can say I'm foundationally Black American and I am not you. I'm like, no. Because like my father used to tell me, I don't know what all these fuss is about. Yeah, I the same people. You guys are brothers. Yeah. And they're like, my dad said, y'all brother. Man, we ain't your brother. We ain't African booty scratchers. No, but we look alike. No. Yeah. All right, man. All right, cool.
Well, this I'm still working on Hidden Color 6. Ladies and gentlemen, and everybody can get involved with Hidden Color 6. Ladies and gentlemen, this is where we are with Hidden Color 6 right now, ladies and gentlemen. This is where we are. If you look at the screen, this is my screen. Hold on. People are trying to get on. I don't want them on yet. Right there, that's the screen, Hidden Color 6. We're at 61K. We've got 14 days to go, so we need everybody to go to Kickstarter or hiddencolor6.com. and get involved. We got to make that goal, ladies and gentlemen. We got to make that goal. We got a couple of weeks to make history, ladies and gentlemen. We got a couple of weeks to make history, ladies and gentlemen. All right, now, family, should I shout out some of the folks coming in the room? Let me shout out some of the people with the gifts coming in. We got
My fault, fam.
Jason.
My laptop is out of this effing mind, yo. I got a mouse. Yo, these laptops where like you can't use your finger anymore just to scroll and the track pad, whatever. It makes you do a bunch of stuff you did. Like, why did it just do that? Like, yeah, I'm just simply moving the mouse, my finger over here. Right? You made me do something that was not nothing I wanted to do. This is wild. Hey, yo, but I would love to hear Godfrey's response to that. So, damn, like, is that Godfrey's show? Because I know Godfrey had to set him straight. Let me see. I would love to see Godfrey. Let me see if I can pull up his show with that Nigerian tether. Okay, because I'm sure. I don't know if that was live. Let me see. Oh, I bought a new mic. Let me test it out. Let me see if I can hear myself. Show with that Nigerian tether. Okay. Hey, family, let me know if the microphone. I just bought a new microphone. This is the clip-on. I updated because when I had the microphone originally, the dope microphone that glows, I felt like these dining areas be kind of hating on me when they see the microphone. They know I'm podcasting and they would start blasting. And these are all Hispanics, by the way. All Hispanics. They would start to blast either the company, elevator music, or some of these establishments even play their own personal music. I never seen a McDonald's where you can play your own speaker. Like, I know for a fact because I worked at companies where I try to play my music. Matter of fact, I'm sorry, I've been at like my gym. Their excuse was that I can't play my own music. Hey, it's not regulated by the blah 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 blah. It got to be, the company. When I try to bring my own music to go to gym, like I had like a JBL speaker. Oh no. So, but now I'm paying to be here, and I can't do that. This white guy said, but in McDonald's, these people are playing their own music. That's not regulated. Oh, it's in Spanish. Like, who the hell know what they're saying? But they start to blast their music. This is why I want ICE to take as many illegal Hispanics as possible. Get the motherfuckers up out of this country, man. And I'm sure a lot of people got legal status. They see me with a microphone, they're chilling. I'm in there minding my business. I'm not loud. I'm in my own secluded area. They see that microphone, family, they start to blast either the elevator music itself or their personal music. This is every dining spot I ever been to where Hispanics were like management. Every last one. I'm talking about from Quick Check to McDonald's to Panera Bread to just name it. If they're in charge, they start to play that shit on purpose while I'm like, there's a deep seed hatred for us. And I'm not gonna let nobody convince me otherwise. I see for myself. And these Spanish folks don't even know each other, but they got one thing in common: sabotage FBAs. That's why they suck. So a lot of them suck. Sabotage, undermine, and cosplay. You dig? But let me try to find this Godfrey thing real quick. I want to get the whole thing. Damn, I could have sworn I was doing that just now. I don't know what just happened. All right. So I don't know what just happened. All right. So let me see. Why it look like Dr. Ruxpin came on? Oh, that ain't him. All right. So I don't see like when did the Nigerian come on? I don't see him. So I see Godfrey. Let me just type it in. Maybe they both were guests. Yeah, I don't see. Where's the original lie? I want to see. I want to hear Godfrey clap back to the NFL player. Hey, if somebody got that in the chat, put it in the chat. The original link. I can't find it, and I'm giving up.
A few moments later.
Okay, I gave up. I ain't got time.
Patty Cake. What's up, Patty Cake? Out of DC. Nate. Who else? Read the screen. Let everybody. He's clicked in with my brother Godfrey. Shout out to Godfrey. Godfrey's comedian who's of Nigerian descent. Godfrey's a good guy. Godfrey's my guy. And Godfrey does a podcast with, I don't know if it's Godfrey's podcast or if he's the guest on there, but the podcast, it's 154. I think that's the name of it. 154 Africa. And there is one gentleman on there. And they're not talking crazy, but, they said some concerning things. One of the hosts, he's a former NFL player, Akbar Bajabiamila. Bajabiamila, that's his last name. Yeah. Some people are saying Akbar has kind of been problematic for a minute. I don't know. But Akbar said something very interesting. He was like, he doesn't like the term FBA. He doesn't like Foundation of Black American. Now, keep in mind, this man is Nigerian. His parents are Nigerian. He went to Crenshaw, from what I understand. I think he played for the Raiders, I think. His parents are Nigerian, and he has an issue with Foundational Black American, just the term. All right, let me play this real quick. Let's go over this thing. All right. Let's do a little play.
All right,
real quick. Hold on.
All right, so hold
This
on.
is black as you get.
The whole segment. So I'm gonna play it from my end.
One people. We have, different struggles from different sides of the world, but all together we are united. So, I hope that this discussion really helps to kind of end that. Yeah. And in some way, maybe in our lifetime, like we were able to see and experience a black president like Barack Obama and the contributions for so many other black Americans that we know about. So
Obama's not a black American. He's not black. He was Kenyan and mixed with some European white. And it might have even been Eastern European. And America look at Eastern European as non-Anglo trash European. So if Obama's, matter of fact, let me look up Obama's mom so I could be correct. Hold on. Barack Obama. God damn. Mother. What the hell was she? Let's see if I can find that. Oh boy. All right, come on, AI, come on. I gotta know. So his birthplace was, I didn't ask that question. I don't want to waste the AI chat and AI shit for this, man. His mother, okay, his mother, Stanley Ann Dunham, was from Kansas. It's like, okay, his mother was white American. I don't really say much, whatever. Okay, she's white American. She could have assimilated from a European country. I'm not gonna speculate. Let's go.
So many black immigrants who've made contributions. There is enough to go around everywhere for us to be together.
Contributions. Okay, see, that's cap. Okay, what you mean so many? Ain't but so many out here.
Bruh. Stop the cat.
So many? Hey, but when?
And nothing ever takes away from the idea that the black Americans who built the foundation and this horrible history in America, that nothing takes away the black foundation that built this country.
No doubt.
And so this conversation is to be additive. It's to be able to highlight that we are diverse in the way we are, in the way we think, in the way we are. The black card, gone away. This idea that there is only a monolith of being black should be gone away because we're so many. Just like we vary in height, in Collection, we're so many, so we should embrace. And so this is
his book on white crimes. And before slavery. And slavery is, we have to enslave them, otherwise they will kill themselves and everybody around them. After the Emancipation Proclamation, black person came up. Prior to that, think about it. It would be virtually impossible to call the enslaved up to pass.
Selling lazy. Who's gonna buy that guy? You dig? Common sense.
Sundown. It would be cognitively impossible to lay that on them.
Well, that's what, see, because my understanding of the history has been that slave owners utilized that mind trick to be able to say, hey, we need them to keep going. So if you're working 13, 15, 16, 17, 18 hours, y'all lazy. I'm going to keep saying and keep justifying that I need you to turn this thing over faster when you can only, so that then morphed into what we know, post, Reconstruction, where it turned into a way to then be able to control, obviously, the way we were and the way we produced. You know what I mean? So,
it's like the bootstrap thing. You guys got to pull yourself up. Bootstrap. I say,
I hate
first
that.
of all, black people have been pulling themselves up. Black Americans have towns that have been burned up because a white woman said she got raped. You got Lanier, the town of Lanier, which is there's 7 black towns that are drowned underwater.
And it's scary because people be dying at Lake Lanier all the time.
Black people on toxic. When you give, it's turned to criminals. And where's the white guy?
To live without, and you talk about the impact and what that means and how that, it's the first time you start to see things and your eyes become open. You know what I mean?
Thriving. Man, Rick James, college, and you think about
I think and I'd love to hear your thought on it, where Godfrey and where we sit, because it is this unique, I don't even know how to answer their own question. I think it's something that we experience is where, people say, you probably got this, where you're not American, you're African.
Yeah.
You're not African, you're American. Where were you born? Where were you born? If I tell somebody I'm from Christian, well, man, shut up, man, you African.
Right. Where you really from?
Then I go,
that's an African lie.
I'm African. Man, shut up. Where were you born?
You're American.
In LA. Man, you from
These dusty tethers are desperately trying to make us African. No, that's your shithole. You built that. Look at what you built and be proud of it. As we look at what we built in America and we're proud of it. We ain't African.
Crenshaw, shut up. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
What? And then to hear people go, well, you're not situated. I'm like, wait. You're not situated to speak on the FBA situation. I'm going, wait, how is my, I'm going, wait, I don't get it. I've only known America.
You're not foundational.
You're not foundational because your ancestors, you've not experienced. I'm like, wait, we the same age. Actually, I'm older than you.
But you're not foundational, you fucking tether, man. They're disrespectful. I'm getting tired of these bastards. That's why I start to make a clear distinction. Like, man, these Africans are 1,000 times worse than anybody from the Caribbean. These guys got a real hatred. But again, there's no love lost. They sold us. They are equal as the white supremacists. I don't see any difference between them and white supremacists.
I seen stuff in the 70s and 80s
before
or the 80s that
before you came around.
Before you come around, but
late to the party.
You're 27-year-old.
I've had that. I go, man. Or some Nigerian, young Nigerian. You're not Nigerian. I was Nigerian before you. I ate fufu before you.
Literally.
I know Agusi before you. Stupid. What's wrong with you? Don't come to me. I go, no, dummy. I'm before you. I'm 30 years Nigerian before you. First. I got the N-word before you. I got all that before you. Boy, talk about
hard R and
hard R.
And I use Barack Obama because I think that's one that many people they hold very, very sacred in America. I was just like, Barack Obama and I are no different. No different.
He's Kenyan.
His first generation. I'm first generation.
But Barack gets skin privilege. You don't get skin privilege.
Whoa.
We were just talking about colorism. So there's skin privilege, there's hair privilege. Barack Obama walks into a room And this is no shade.
No, I know. This is interesting. Yeah,
it's safe.
Y'all both are African. You are the same in that aspect. You're African. You're both not Black Americans. All right.
I just told you 70%. He is in fact. Yes, and she just happened to be light skin has who are about colorism here. Yes,
I don't think he's gonna say it.
Obama, maybe you and all the other haters.
Yeah, it's another clip then. My bad. It's another clip. It wasn't that one. Okay, it said FBA. I thought that was it. Oh my God. Yeah. Okay. I gotta pray to. All right. So whatever he said, they didn't make that. Yo. Okay. So whatever he said, they didn't make that the highlight. Like, there's no separate clip for that. So that's wild. I think that should have been in the clip. That was going to be trending. So now I got to play Tariq Nasheed shit. Then damn, I thought they. Wow.
For the culture. And I play for the Raiders. I don't know.
Okay, how's the audio? Can you guys hear that pretty good, by the way? Because sometimes when I do a audio thing on here, it's a little janky. Can y'all hear it pretty good, fam? Y'all good? We can hear it clear. Okay, got it. Just double checking. All right.
I play for the Raiders. I don't know how black you want me to get, brother.
So I'm going to talk about this because there's this term that and I know people are not going to like this, but I don't like the term FBA because I think it is the most separatist term coined back in 2019 by
Tariq Nasheed.
And Tariq Nasheed coined this term, and maybe he had good intent because it's like, hey, how do we separate when it comes to reparations and being able to say, hey, this belonged to the black slaves that came to America and their descendants. And I get that. I get and understand that concept, this idea of separation.
Really?
And I think back again to childhood and the stuff that even as an adult, like, I'm not African, I'm anything but African, right?
When Haitians say they're Haitian, nobody say, no, nigga, you're self-hating. You're actually African. Why are you calling yourself Haitian? Why are you calling yourself St. Croix? Why are you calling yourself Bohemian? Beijing? Why are you calling yourself Yoruba? You're African. Why are you calling yourself Shona tribe or Asante? You're African. Why are you calling yourself Eritrean? You're African. What is going on?
But y'all were the ones telling us we weren't African, we were Akatas. Yeah. I mean, come on now. People were telling us we were Akatas. People ring us.
Indian in my blood. I'm Creole.
Which many of us are, and many of us do have indigenous ancestry. That's real. That's traceable. It's kind of hard to trace back some of the African stuff, but I digress.
Anything but African. And so when you say foundationally Black American, it's like, yes, I can say I'm foundationally Black American, and I am not you. I'm like, no. Because like my father used to tell me, I don't know what all this fuss is about. They are the same people. You guys are brothers.
No, y'all parents weren't saying that now. No, y'all parents weren't saying that. Y'all parents was like, hey, stay away from the Akata. Stay away from those niggas. Oh, they weren't.
And they're like, my dad said, y'all brother. Man, we ain't your brother. We ain't African booty scratchers. No, but we look alike. No.
Yeah.
All right, man.
Okay. All right. Hey, man. Hey, bro. Now, hold on. No, that's... We heard all that Akata talk. We heard all that Akata talk now. No. Listen. Let's go deep. Listen. A lot of people like that, to be honest, the real reason they don't like the term foundational Black American, that destroys the whole generic Black hustle.
Right.
A lot of people are comfortable saying, oh, we're all just black, when that vagueness benefits them.
Mm-hmm.
The second we start saying foundational Black American, the vagueness disappears. Ain't no vagueness no more. Now lineage, history, and a specific group identity has to be acknowledged. That matters because a lot of people have been able to slide into places built by us and speak over us and then compete with us and then still claim equal ownership over the legacy of Black America. See, people have been just pillaging our damn legacy. When we say foundational Black American, that shuts all the bullshit down, all right? See, we done cleaned up a lot of stuff here. We're saying, no. We are specific people with a specific historic foundation in the United States. We ain't doing all that vague stuff no more. And it's vague when it's convenient. And let's be real, the term foundational Black American, it demands respect. And I talked about this before. When you use the term foundational Black American, the term, just saying it, commands respect. You understand? And you got to respect the people who you were taught to disrespect. For a long time, Black Americans, we were treated as the default punching bag of the Black world.
Right.
Everybody.
Peace, Buckhorse, $10 super chat. Somebody smack his ass. Thank you for the super chat. The Lineage Love is in the building officially. We got our first super chat.
Would mock our foundational Black American accents, mock our culture, mock our slang, mock our history, mock our struggle. Yet you still consume the music, the style, the politics, and you consume the influence. So the term foundational Black American, it interrupts that disrespect. It forces people to you now got to recognize that we're not some rootless generic mass. We are a distinct lineage with an actual foundation in building this country that everybody wants to run to. And once you just say the term, you're already admitting that there's something foundational there. And that bothers a lot of people who's used to casually diminishing Black Americans. You see? And a lot of people, they hear the word foundational Black American and they start panicking because it ends their ability to erase the specific Black American claim. See, when people say, why are you separating? Oh, you're separating. Oh, separating. Oh, it's separatists. All separate. Oh, there's a separation. What does that mean? What that means is, why are you naming yourself so clearly? I can't blur the lines no more.
Right.
Because the blurred lines benefit outsiders. Mm-hmm. Blurred lines let people come in and take credit for foundational Black American contributions.
Right. And that actually works the opposite for us, Foundation Black America. That works the opposite. I'll get into that later.
They can enter Black American spaces and then speak for us, speak for our political interests, and then repackage Black American culture as if it comes from some vague Blackness or some extended immigration, which is what that nigga Shabuzi tried to pull. Yeah, shout out to this award for country is going to be.
Hey, family, we got 84 people in the building. We only got 40 likes, so please like the building. Please like the video. Remember, FBAs, we are on code. And I got a song called No Disrespect in My House. So make me play it. Coming in, not liking the video, disrespecting an FBA house. And we know FBA rules, right? When you come into it, if you're truly FBA, you know goddamn well when you walk in the house with your shoes on, you better ask before you go further. Hey, should I take my shoes off? You in the FBA house, you better ask that question. If you proceed to go marching in, you're not FBA. Especially down south, you're not FBA. You better ask that question. Hey,
go for the immigrants.
Should I have my shoes on? Right. So FBAs, we don't disrespect each other's spaces, our house, our homes. This is my home. FBA News and Updates is my home. Not liking the videos is disrespect. Okay. I don't want to play the song. No disrespect my house. Now that song was for Tethers. It wasn't for my lineage. So let's go ahead and like the video as we enter in.
Built America. Have a good night. So yeah, we're stopping all that stuff. We're stopping all of that. We ain't letting all of these people come in and try to misrepresent us. We draw a big, bright line. And that don't mean hatred. We ain't said nothing about hate. We're getting clarity. And clarity makes appropriation harder. See, people talk this unity stuff, but they want unity that's downward. It's never upward unity. You know what that means? It's never upward unity. See, that's a hypocrisy there. See, all of that, we're all the same, talk directed at foundational Black Americans. These are the same people that will identify as Nigerian, Ghanaian, Jamaican, Haitian, Igbo, Yoruba, Fulani, all that stuff. When they're winning, they don't erase themselves. Let them get a win. They're going to let you know that's a damn Igbo win. That's a win for the damn Igbos. They're not going to erase themselves. They preserve their own distinctions. They celebrate them. They marry each other based on these damn tribal differences or tribal affiliations and all that stuff. They build institutions around them. They defend them. Now, when we as foundational Black Americans do the exact same thing, suddenly it's all division. Oh, it's division. So the real issue is not really separation. The real issue is that Black Americans are being told that we're the only group that's not allowed to have a protected identity. And we're saying, damn that. Damn that. And even saying the term foundational Black American, it shows that the pan-Black unity has always been one-sided. A lot of foundational Black Americans, we're told we got to embrace everybody, we got to defend everybody, we got to advocate for everybody, treat everybody as kin. That energy is not reciprocated. You understand? And in many spaces, foundational Black Americans, we're expected to be the emotional, political, cultural labor force for all of these different Black groups. While their own specific lineage claims are minimized. See, the term foundational Black American, it's threatening because it asks a simple question. If everybody gets to pursue group interests, why can't Black Americans do that? Who's of the soil? Shots fired! Shots fired! You see? And a lot of people really resent the term because it centers foundational Black Americans' unique historical claim in the United States. See, when you talk about foundational Black Americans, that points to the building of this country, slavery, Reconstruction, Jim Crow, cultural theft, all that stuff. And that established a historical continuity that can't be diluted by recent immigration narratives. And that matters because once you center that lineage, it's harder to sidestep Black Americans' claim to repair, for recognition, for representation. And a lot of people are uncomfortable because the term reminds everybody that foundational Black Americans, we're not just another immigrant subgroup. We are the foundational people in the making of the nation, ladies and gentlemen.
You dig?
That's very unique. And a lot of people simply have a problem with that. They try to disrespect that because you can't latch on to that. And when you say foundational Black American, ladies and gentlemen, that blocks easy transfer of American cultural credit. You see, that's another major reason. See, when something negative happened, people just want to say Black. When something innovative, or stylish, or politically influential, something profitable pop off, people start getting very specific about their national origin. Jamaican, African, Trinidadian, Afro-Latino, whatever suits them. But Black becomes the dumping ground for stigma. And we're saying, no, everybody, we're going to keep the same energy all across the board. If you're going to be Yoruba or Jamaican when you're winning, be Jamaican and Yoruba when your folks are pulling the damn scam. When you get caught up at the Leering Center, funneling money from the state, when you get caught up, don't run around hollering about you Black now like them Somalians did. They were the main ones telling us they weren't Black and they were this and we're not Black. We ain't Black at all. And then when they got caught up in the scams, Ilan Omar's running around here with a kufi on talking about why they doing Black women like this. Now you black? Hell no, 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 no. We ain't doing all that conditional ass blackness. No, now you want to walk out there with some chicken wings and be black. You done hid the injera bread because now you don't want that stigma of your scams to get on immigrants. And now y'all want to holler about black. Just like that Haitian lady. Remember that Haitian lady down in Florida got caught scamming? They caught her ass scamming. And she on the news. Oh, they see how they do black peoples? See, they be doing black folk dirty. They do the black woman thou art loosed. Why they doing the black woman like, oh, they become super duper black. No. No. Don't black it up now. Now that the indictments then came through, now you want to put it on black. Hell no. Be Haitian, because when she was running for office, she was hollering about Haiti, 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 Haiti. Yeah? So that's what it is. But listen, when we use the term, man, that foundational Black American, that makes it harder to use guilt and emotional manipulation against foundational Black Americans. You see, a lot of the responses to foundational Black American, it's not factual. People just start lying. They don't know what to do. It's moral theater. Why are you separating? Why can't we all be brothers? Why are you distancing yourself? So they try to guilt us, make us feel guilty for naming ourselves correctly. That's not hatred. Acknowledging who you truly are is not no damn hatred. Identifying lineage is not hostility. Everybody on the damn planet does it. For some reason, people lean on this emotional language because they ain't really got no real argument against group delineation. Yeah?
Nah, I ain't taking that.
And the thing is, man, they want us to be identity-less. They're comfortable with Black Americans only if we are culturally useful and politically undefined and emotionally available, but historically blurred. So we're breaking that pattern, ladies and gentlemen. And they got a problem with it. And what kills me, what chaps me, is people from Africa start telling us about the term foundational Black American being separatist. How many tribes do y'all have over there? Really? How many tribes do you got over there? Y'all not unified over there. You're not unified over there.
No.
At all. You're not unified. Them tribal groups are beefing with each other, bopping each other upside the damn head.
A few moments later.
You're not unified at all. See, the burden of unity always falls on us. We're supposed to be the glue that holds everybody together.
Not the cap.
Basically let people leech off of us and they can extrapolate resources and take them back to their splinter tribal groups. And we're saying, no, we're not doing that no more. What's up, Ebony Dean? Respect Ebony Dean. Yeah, we're not doing that no more. Even the Akbar guy, it was something else he said in the video. I wish I should have time coded it, where he said something to the effect, yes, we're all in this together. We're all the same.
What the hell?
People came and stole some of us here and snatched us from Africa. Okay, let's be real.
Family, don't fall for that. I was one of the first people to catch them on that. When they say we were kidnapped, took, stolen, I was one of the first people to in this community, in our spaces, to ever say, who did the stealing? Who did the kidnapping? Who did the taking? Because I knew that they low-key was trying to act like it was the white man. I was the first person to make them specify who did the kidnapping, the stealing, the taking, and damn near all of them said the white man.
Well, let's just be real. We got to be real with this narrative. Let's be real. And our sister Wani loves pointing this out. Shout out to Wani. We can stop with the narrative that the white tea supremacists went over there just hiding off in a tree with a net and snatched an unsuspecting African. Let's be real. Them Negroes was over there fully participating in the slave trade. They cut a deal. They had a deal with the white tea supremacists. They had a deal we're going to have to be real about that. We've been kind of skirting that and not letting them be responsible for that. Because the onus is on the white supremacists. Let's be very clear. Yeah.
Hold on. Before there was a Wani, there was an unbiased Ron. I've been saying this right here and taking clips. Listen to this.
Them to slavery as opposed to seeing it as, first of all, why do you believe the white man's history so much? I went to boarding school in Cameroon, and I learned that one of the tactics that they use to get Africans.
Yeah, family, those Cameroon Africans, they are in my list top 3 of the worst of Africa as far as hatred, vitriol, disdain for foundation Black Americans. Those Cameroon Africans are top 3.
In the slaves, in the ships, they stole them literally. They would what's the word? They would come to the chief.
They stole them. The white man stole us 15 million, and they would come to the chief. Where else? Well, look at the lie. Africans were just innocent. They didn't know what was going on. They was asleep.
And say, hey, we just need a couple of men to work for this X amount of time, and those men would never come back. I mean, there were so many different sneaky ways that they got people away. Do you think Africans were proud to?
Okay, so
I would have sold everybody.
I would like to say something as well.
Wait, hold on. Go ahead, Rashad.
You have the women of Dahomey. They were doing it. I think it was 75% of slaves that came through the transatlantic slave trade came straight through there. Matter of fact, they had, if I remember right, they had a tree. They used to have their slaves walk around called the tree of forgetfulness because they didn't want, when them slaves died over there, their spirits to come back and haunt them. They were brutal with their tactics, cutting jaws off, killing.
What are your sources? Where is this from?
Google.
She said, "What are your sources that Africans were involved in the transatlantic slave trade?"
Zora Neale Hurston is one of the greatest.
I have never heard that in my life.
Okay.
The effort of Black Americans, that it was because of come to America, and I disagree because Black Americans, just as my brother here, Ovie stated, they did not participate in my effort to come into America. The same experience they had, we have same experience. They were our brothers. They were kidnapped. We did not sell our brothers.
Family, they're claiming, this is the second African claiming that white people kidnapped us. Africans did not. He said it. He said, we did not sell you. Okay. This is their schooling over there, family. This is where the vitriol and disdain comes from.
We did not sell our brothers.
Now, if you believe you have an African friend, the litmus test is ask them to admit Africans sold us. If they do this right here, that ain't your friend. And if you continue to be friends with that person, you are a doc, a domestic off-code coon, okay? To befriend somebody who disrespects you.
They were kidnapped. We did not sell our brothers. We never sold them to anybody. We were kidnapped, and they were lied to. Their descendants were lied to that they were sold. No.
Number 2, none of us were there during the days of slavery. So whatever story they had taught us, we don't sold it, that your brother sold you. I wasn't there, you weren't there, so we don't even know what truth is. And even if it's the truth, how many years ago have they been? Some of you have forgiven the white man, but you refuse to forgive your so-called brothers who sold you to the white man.
How you are brothers if you sold us to the white man? That means you're our enemy. Okay, not our brother. You're our op. Obviously, we were enemy to you. That you chose us.
I don't believe that story because I wasn't there. Number 3.
Okay, so she doesn't believe the story because she wasn't there. Okay, you see what I'm saying? You see the type of hatred that we're dealing with? Yeah. So Tariq ain't lying, but before there was a Wani, there was a unbiased Ron.
All the smoke is for them, but yeah, we kind of been giving them a pass. The others, the assistants of the white supremacists, we've been giving them a pass for a long time. Yeah, it's that Kunta thing, just like in the movie Roots. Yeah, Kunta was sitting around. They think it was Kunta at the river fetching some.
Hey, SWL, peace. Peace to you. Without taking too much time, were you ever exposed to anybody, FBA, African, Caribbean, who try to claim that Africans were not did not participate in the slave trade or they minimized their participation?
But I can't say that I have. I've been seeing them online doing that, but I've never had one actually tell me that. But because I never really was dealing with Africans like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no. But I asked you about FBAs or even the Caribbean because, bro, FBAs. I just talked to a friend earlier on the phone. It got to a heated discussion. He also tried to minimize, damn near, exclude Africans as part of this slave trade. So it's not just, and of course he's Pan-African. It's not just Africans or Caribbeans. You have FBA Pan-Africans,
right,
who deny or minimize Africa's role in the slave trade.
Oh yeah. Definitely from these off-code FBA gonna do that. Yeah. I hear them doing it. They doing a lot of stuff online too. They're trying to protect Africans. Like I said, man, I believe that they think that they are the maids and the butlers for the diaspora. They just like pigeonholed, or it's like this brain situation that they got, that they're trying to protect people because they believe that, honestly, they believe that they're nothing without it. And that's why FBA is here, because these people really do believe, bro, that they have nothing without Africa, because they've been lied to and they've been cosplaying themselves. They've been cosplaying as Africans. So we have to rewire them. Yeah.
Yeah, cosplaying as Africans. That's deep. That's a fact. I never looked at it like that. But yeah, that's a fact though. They've been cosplaying.
Yeah, and it's destroying them. It's destroying them because a lot of times that their families told them that there wasn't for Africa. But of course, you remember during the 90s when that stuff came around, a whole lot of dashikis and the African medallions and things, and people were just buying it just to be buying it. It was like that was not a thing,
Right.
you know?
Yeah, because I found myself with an RBG African medallion. Now I just bought it because everybody had it. It wasn't like I had some type of connection. I just like it looked cool. Everybody else got one. I'm trying to look hip like everybody else. You know? I ain't think much into it. Just like when people start to, like, let's say white Jesus, like, where everybody started wearing like the medallion with the Jesus Caesar Borgia face on the medallion, like that was a hip hop, stylistic. Right. I never believed he was Jesus, but it was cool. So that's how, and like, if they got it twisted, that's how I looked at the African medallion, the RBG bullshit. I wore it because it was the style where I was in the East Coast, up in Jersey, but I never felt a connection to the African thing or the white Jesus. I knew that both was bullshit. It just was a stylist, a fashion statement.
Right. It was just like with hip hop. Like we create dances, we create dance moves, we do things with our family, and it was like a fad to a large degree. That what we were doing, what we've been doing, those Pan-Africans been trying to rehabilitate Africa for years. The United States been giving them all of that aid over and over and over again. Just made them into like welfare people across the pond. All of them, even the islands, they all like that. If you just research the money that the United States give them, it's like, it's outrageous, man. I mean, a lot of money that they get, they just blow it. They just put somebody up top.
Anytime you're giving money that you didn't earn, is not owed to you, that's why people should not let people listen. People, when you let somebody borrow your car, that's like a grave mistake. I don't care if it's your kid. When people get your stuff that they didn't earn and it's given to them, they'll never treat it like their own. I'm a case study.
Ever.
Okay, my car, I treat my car a whole different way than my mom. When she let me borrow her car, my brother, I kind of like do whatever in their car, but my car, shit. So I know for a fact, when you let somebody borrow your clothes, sneakers, laptop, phone, they will never treat it like it's their own. So these folks are allowed to borrow our identity, and that's why they slopify it. They do crime, scam, you know, they give it a horrible, nasty image because it ain't theirs.
That's right. Great analogy. Great analogy. Because they know it's not theirs. And if I could just jump on this real quick. Okay, we just had an election with you remember Carla Cunningham. I don't know if a lot of y'all knew her. She was the ADOS lady that was running down here in Charlotte.
She said, I'm ADOS.
Right. So okay, so sis, she lost. Okay, but we knew that. But what I want FBA to understand, and FBA News and Updates chat, I want y'all to really understand this. And they're looking at a lot of numbers right now. Those numbers, she lost 69% to 22%. Let me tell you something. That right there is a lot of people. They still rolled with her. The Democrats turned 100% against her. They tried to throw her out before she even ran. They got about 2 or 3 different people to run against her. They didn't give her no money. She only got funded by FBA. That was it, and she got 22%. I'm telling you right now, this is only the primary. This is only the primary. This is why they're trying to now flip on Jasmine Crockett. The Democratic Party is going to be putting that lady on TV. They're going to give her a lot of other gigs and stuff. Oh, she can become rich all over again because they understand what Jasmine Crockett is a loose cannon type lady. You know what I mean? She cosplaying all this sister girl act, but really what she's putting them in a bad position to where they gotta give her jobs and stuff like that right there is because they see what FBA is doing. Look, this was just a primary. You wait to the general election. If you think you don't have power, you better wake up. You better watch. This FBA thing is not a game. It's working hardcore. I guarantee you. She got 22% with no help from the Democratic Party. 20. Nowhere will you ever win. I don't care how many Latinos you got. I don't care how many Mexicans you got. I don't care how many. Look, we 43, 53 million strong. They tribal. First of all, like bruh say all the time, these folks are tribal. Don't like each other, bruh. Some of them are gonna vote with us. You gotta understand. We got a few riders. I call those the silent minority, right? These folks are maybe Caribbean. You may have some silent.
Before you go too far, I gotta switch over to my phone, so it's gonna be more difficult to manage. So let me just play this one out right here, so I can end these tabs because I can't carry these all to my phone because I gotta go pick up my son. So let me play the rest of this. Then I'm gonna switch to my phone, and I want to play a little something else. Hold on.
Water for the village, and then some Europeans came and threw a net on him.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not that. That's not what it is.
Shit, what the?
That's not what it is at all. Let's be very, very real. What's up, Nikki the God? I see you, beloved. What's up, Dr. Euclid?
Peace, brother. Peace.
Yeah, you in here. So you sounding like a Fed in the chat room. What are you talking about? You doing Fed?
Brother, are you the founder of the FBA?
You can't found a lineage. You sound like a Fed. You're talking like a Fed.
All right. Well,
okay.
now.
All right. So this is longer than I thought. Okay. So I'm gonna switch to my phone and play this. So give me a second, SL, because I got some stuff. I gotta finish this one. I never even watched this one, by the way. This episode, but I got some other stuff that I gotta play. So you got a lot of people coming at FBA from different angles. So they're all trying to do like some fake everybody against FBA attack. So you got the Hoteppers, Pan-Africans, you got Tethers, you got Caribbean folks, you got white supremacists. So they're trying to hit it from all angles. Like they're trying to act like we're Iran and they are the NATO. You did.
Incredible.
They're trying to attack us, but it's the reverse effect. We're not feeling none of those blows, but they're trying their hardest. All right. So people call my live. They respond just like Tariq Nasheed live. Like these guys they're no longer interested in the educational debate or even discussion or dialogue. They're calling in now to just troll.
Mm-hmm.
Just troll. At one point, family, they tried to debate us. They tried to have an educational conversation. They tried to present strong arguments against our delineation movement. Now, at this point, they threw that shit away. Like now they're just kamikaze into us.
Radicalized.
trying to survive. They just kamikazing into us. I'm just a sacrifice, cook me, whatever. I'm trying to destroy FBA. So this is where we're at right now. And that's why these people now are calling in Tariq Nasheed show, and they called in here, you seen them, just to troll, no longer for a conversation. The other day, had a couple tethers call in, you know, I'm trying to have a conversation. The guy called in and spoke about Malcolm X, right? And then I'm like, okay, what about him? And then he tried to introduce, yeah, but his father was a Garveyite. I'm like, okay, no, okay, I know what happened. So he called in and said Malcolm X was a Pan-African. I said Malcolm X was never a Pan-African. He said, no, he was. He started the AAOU, whatever bullshit. I said, bro, he was not Malcolm X when he did that bullshit. I said, he left Malcolm X when he left the Nation of Islam. I said, so let's be factually correct. No, ain't no nah. Okay, you called the right show. He was Malcolm X as a Nation of Islam member, as a follower of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. He was Malcolm X. When he left that, he was Malik El-Shabazz. He flopped.
Yep.
Okay, ain't nobody. He became irrelevant. The FBA glow was dim. That's a fact. His movement, he got nobody to follow his ass. And then he ran with John Henry Clark, that scammer, and they started this African bullshit, and that went absolutely nowhere. Nobody came behind that shit. He was no longer in the light. It was all about Dr. King at that point. At one point, they talked about both of them until he left that nation. He left that nation. It was all about Dr. King. Right? FBA Dr. King, all about him. So Malcolm X faded away. Dr. King never faded away. He was always in the limelight until he got assassinated. When Malcolm X got assassinated, he was already done. Okay, nobody's following him, no media, none of that bullshit. That's a fact. So the dude crashed out. So he said, yeah, but his father was a Garveyite. Okay, I ignored that. I'm like, okay, what does that mean? And Malcolm X, I don't mean Malcolm X was, he was a nation. I mean, he kept saying, Garvey. So of course, you say Garvey around me, I'm going to take the bait. I said, bro, speaking of Garvey, you know he scammed Black Americans, right? Now, all of a sudden, this guy kept mentioning Garveyites. Now, all of a sudden, I talk about that. He don't want to talk about Garvey no more. I said, bro, I ignored you a few times after you said Garvey. Now, I finally accept. I call your bluff. Let's talk about Garvey. Now he's dipping and dodging and running. So now, all of a sudden, he's never read about Garvey. And you can see Unc from the Amara Squad say the same shit. Now, this guy, these fake scholars, he said the same thing. I never researched Garvey. Stop fucking lying. How the hell you claim to be, in our spaces and you never researched Garvey? Right. Are you? But this is their way to benign and neglect and not be held accountable. So so the dude was like, I never read. I said, okay, well, Garvey scammed Black Americans. He sold stocks for a ship he never owned. Okay, it was called the Orion, right? Oh no, I can fact check that. So all right, fine. Let's do this. I said, hypothetically, I'll play your game. Hypothetically, if Marcus Garvey actually sold stocks to Black Americans for a ship he did not own, is he a scammer? This Negro came back and said, well, it depends on his intentions. I said, all right, let's assume his intentions were good. If I have good intentions and I sell Black Americans something I do not own, but I say I own it, am I scamming? He was like, yo, this is where they at, family. They threw their logic out the door. These guys are no longer trying to have a conversation. Now it's Operation Troll, 4T, shit, defame, all that stuff. They're no longer interested in dialogues. It's just Operation defamation. That's it. You did. We got to do Operation Cease and Desist. You did. All right. So, I got some guys. So now there's a guy called Smash Rockwell, some other clown, who got a video disrespecting FBAs, and I wrote him a comment. Now he's supposed to be a debater and all this tough shit that they always claim they are until they get called out. I'm like, yo, man, listen, and he knows who I am because we was in the same circles at some point. So I'm like, dude, yo, pull up, man. Let's talk about your video that you had smoked for FBA. Like, you know what I mean? You're a researcher, right? You thorough. All right, let's talk. Two thorough people. This dude ignoring me, family. This guy want no smoke at all. Y'all can write the guy, tell him to come over here. No smoke. The dude is So these guys ain't serious, man. Okay. So anyway, let me switch. Stay right there, SL. Let me switch to, because some point I'm gonna have you take over. You know, hold it down for a little bit. Let me just switch over real quick. And I'm gonna finish up on this video right here, the Tariq video, and then we're gonna go to a little bit of that Smash Rockwell guy. And at some point, I'm about to go on mute, and SL gonna just take over for a little bit. Okay, so give me a second. All right, so you guys should be able to hear me at this point. So let me take. I bought a new microphone, so I got it clipped. So you can't hear it right now. But I'm gonna plug it into my phone, and you. Oh shit! Damn, I'm charging my phone. All right, so you should be able to hear it, and it's. Oh shit. Oh boy. Give me a second. Then I'm gonna go ahead and play the video of some tethers. Hold on. I get the cord. Okay, I got the cord finally. All right. All right. Better. All right, so let me go on mute and show. Let me just share my screen. Wait, what the hell was that? Here are melanated immigrants dropping their culture. Okay, I got it. All right. Yeah, so now everybody's black. And when I'm trying to put the big brother Tariq Nasheed on, is that blackness is nothing you can claim and reject. Black American, black is a foundational Black American term only. It's not there for other melanated people to pick and choose. That option was never there. You can't change that. A leopard can a leopard change their spots? No. A leper is always a leper. So a Nigerian is always a Nigerian. They can't change their spots and become black. Haitians, Dominicans, Puerto Ricans, Brazilians, Jamaicans, Zimbabweans, Ghanaians. No. Senegalese, Congolese, Eritreans, Ethiopians. They cannot change the Egyptians. They can't change their spots and become black all of a sudden. Black American is a particular unique specific spot. And that's the foundation of Black Americans only. We're the only black people. We can't be Senegalese, we can't be Haitian, we can't be Jamaican, we can't be Dominican. We can't change our spots either. It's something you're born into. We chose black as our ethnonym. Haitians in 1804 chose Haiti as their ethnonym. And people chose their own shit. You got the different tribes, Nigerians, their nationality, and they have ethnicities, ethnical tribes. Hausa, Ogoni, they have Fulani, Igbo, Yoruba. Those are their ethnic tribes. That's their ethnic names. That's their ethnonyms. Nigeria is their Nigerian is their nationality. American is our nationality, but our ethnicity is called black. So don't let nobody say they're black. And I'm gonna share a video once they end their TikTok. Some tethers on TikTok right now. Still going on. I'm in your TikTok. So once they end their TikTok, I'm gonna show you the recap. I called in there, I cooked them a little bit, and I told them they were not black. They went crazy. Okay, so y'all gotta hear that. Stay long enough to hear that part. It was hilarious. They went crazy on me when they found out they were not black. When they found out they were not black. Oh, it was hilarious. All right. So let me switch to the video and go on mute. Switch to the video.
People that will identify as Nigerian, Ghanaian, Jamaican, Haitian, Igbo, Yoruba, Fulani, all that stuff. When they're winning, they don't erase themselves. Let them get a win. They're going to let you know that's a damn Igbo win. That's a win for the damn Igbos. They're not going to erase themselves. They preserve their own distinctions. They celebrate them. They marry each other based on these damn tribal differences or tribal affiliations and all that stuff. They build institutions around them. They defend them. Now, when we as foundational Black Americans do the exact same thing, suddenly it's all division. Oh, it's division, division. So the real issue is not really separation. The real issue is that Black Americans are being told to allow that identity. And we're saying, damn that. Damn that. And even saying the term foundational Black American is that and Black has always been one. Black Americans, we're told we gotta embrace everybody, we gotta defend everybody, we gotta advocate for everybody, treat everybody as kin. That energy is not reciprocated. You understand? And in many spaces, foundational Black Americans, we're expected to be the emotional, political, cultural labor force for all of these different Black groups, while their own specific lineage claims are minimized. See, the term foundational Black American, it's threatening because it asks a simple question. If everybody gets to pursue group interests, why can't Black Americans do that? Who's of the soil? You see? And a lot of people really resent the term because it centers foundational Black Americans' unique historical claim in the United States. See, when you talk about foundational Black Americans, that points to the building of this country, slavery, Reconstruction, Jim Crow, cultural theft, all that stuff. And that established a historical continuity that can't be diluted by recent immigration narratives. And that matters because once you center that lineage, it's harder to sidestep Black Americans' claim to repair, for recognition, for representation. And a lot of people are uncomfortable because the term reminds everybody that foundational Black Americans, we're not just another immigrant subgroup. We are the foundational people in the making of the nation, ladies and gentlemen. That's very unique. And a lot of people simply have a problem with that. They try to disrespect that because you can't latch on to that. And when you say foundational Black Americans, ladies and gentlemen, that blocks easy transfer of American cultural credit. You see, that's another major reason. See, when something negative happens, people just want to say Black. When something innovative, or stylish, or politically influential, something profitable pop off, people start getting very specific about their national origin. And they'll say Jamaican, African, Trinidadian, Afro-Latino, whatever suits them. But Black becomes the dumping ground for stigma. And we're saying, no, everybody, we're going to keep the same energy all across the board. If you're going to be Yoruba or Jamaican when you're winning, be Jamaican and Yoruba when your folks are pulling a damn scam. Yeah, when you get caught up at the Leering Center, funneling money from the state, when you get caught up, don't run around hollering about you Black now like them Somalians did. They were the main ones telling us they weren't Black and they were this and we're not Black. We ain't Black at all. And then when they got caught up in the scams, Ilan Omar's running around here with a kufi on talking about why they doing Black women like this. Now you Black? Hell no. We ain't doing all that conditional ass Blackness. No, now you want to walk out there with some chicken wings and
Hey, brother, who just called in? If you want, you can talk now if you want.
Talking about me, bro? What? Somebody just called me?
No, a brother who just called in.
Okay.
Okay, so you got a couple people who just called in. Okay. Yeah, so let me. Hey, brother, who just called in? If you want. Hold on. That's me.
Can you hear me?
Feedback. Yeah, my fault. That's me with the feedback. All right. So what you got to first do is pause your YouTube video.
Yeah, so
You gotta pause your YouTube.
that's me.
Hey, Teflon Sean, that's you.
Yo, what up? What up, man?
You gotta mute. You gotta mute your YouTube.
Mute. Okay, hold up.
YouTube S Stowe. Okay. A STDW. What the fuck? STWO. You gotta mute your YouTube, my guy. God damn. Okay. He still got it there. Nah, hey, Teflon, that's you.
Can you hear me?
That's me?
Yeah, you
I
gotta
don't know
mute.
what I'm
You gotta
doing.
mute your YouTube. Yeah, the YouTube you were watching me on your phone or computer. You gotta mute that.
Damn.
Okay, so however you was watching me, that gotta be muted.
All right, where do I mute it at?
How are you watching me?
On the phone.
Right. Go to your phone, YouTube, go back to that and mute it. Or just pause it. Just pause it.
Switch to progressive. You can save hundreds.
All right. Look, hey yo, both of y'all gotta do that. I gotta mute you guys. You gotta mute how you were watching me. Go or pause it. On a computer, mute it. If you did it on a phone or tablet, pause it. So it don't play. It's playing me back. It's reverbing. All right. So first, STWO called in first. Okay. Are you there?
Are you talking to me now?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm a foundational Black American. I've been following your channel for a while. I'm very familiar with the conscious community.
All right. Yes.
And Sinetta and Uncle Cat and Jonathan Owens. I'm very familiar with all of that.
Right. Smash right. Yeah.
And I understand what you're saying about we're the only people who are Black people when you look at the spectrum of the diaspora. I understand exactly what you're saying.
Okay.
But my question is, I was thumbing through YouTube the other day because I was looking for another channel about this young lady that talked about the sixth region.
Yeah. The African Union, right.
There's other information that's come out in the last couple of months about this push that the African Union is doing as far as trying to make this connection to America, especially Black America, when it comes to that $1.45 trillion that we produce. Yeah.
Right.
So I think that the push to be African American is to associate with that.
Oh, that's a great connection right there.
But
yeah,
what I wanted you to do, because I know you do research, I would like for you to check out these two videos. If you put it in a search engine for YouTube, and if you put in the Sixth Union, it's going to bring you a channel that says something about New Africa News or New Africa something. And there was this Black guy that I remember he was at one of those Tavis Smiley Black America Report meetings that he used to have or still has at the beginning of January.
Right. Yeah.
So it was, I don't know, it's the guy that he looks white, but he's Black.
Okay.
But he looks
white.
Wait.
You say Black, what country is he from?
He's from America.
Oh, like a foundational Black American?
He's a foundational Black American. But he looks like a white man.
Yeah, that's cool. Okay. I was at Starbucks and a guy walked in there, foundation Black American I knew from high schools, it looked like Blake Griffin, right? Yes. Some of us look like, okay, go ahead.
he looks like that guy that was in the 1970s. He was a senator in New York, and he used to say that's cool, baby. I don't remember his name right at the moment.
What
but
about the
that's
Rockman
how
Newman show?
white he looks.
Like that? Like the Rockman Newman show? That guy?
Yes, but even more.
Okay.
But yeah.
Oh shit.
But at any
He might be
rate,
white then.
when I saw him on the panel talking to the people from this 6th Union African get-together thing, this is more than just, to me, in my opinion, this is more than just affirming who we are. The reason why they're pushing this we're African, is not to necessarily change our name. They're not really interested in that. They're interested in the money. And the money that may or may not come by reparations, or how I hope it comes and all that kind of stuff. But they are trying to capture that, utilize that, and kind of loop it in between the U.S. and Africa. But we already know that these politicians and businessmen, they're scooping the money from the top. And so that's how I see it. But I would appreciate it if you could kind of do an investigation and see what you think.
All right, so look, there's a Zoom. So you're on Zoom. There's a chat right there. You could put it for everybody. Put both YouTube links right there. I'll check it out.
Okay, it's going to take me a minute because my tech stuff is all over. I'm on my watch talking to you, so I'm trying to find my headphones so I can get back on my computer. So I can do it, but it'll take me a minute.
Yeah, you got time because I'm driving. I'm picking up my son, so I can't even look at anything right now. I'm just hearing you. I know I'm going to forget the name because people, we having conversation.
No problem. If you're going to be on for a while, I will
I am.
look back.
I'll be here for a while. Okay, I'll be on for a while.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Bye.
All right, bye. Teflon Sean. Teflon Sean, you there? Your microphone's not working. Hello. SL, you want to speak to that as we just heard from the sister?
What she just said?
Until Teflon get ready.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, it's a good thing because, like I was saying earlier, we are paying attention to everything. This stuff about the 6th region and about Africa trying to, coddle us into everything. It's everywhere. We see this stuff. We are combating this. We'll combat this everywhere. So, she's concerned. That's good. She put it in the chat and we go look it up. But like the chat is already all over this, and it just goes to show just how much we are on code. And we're gonna stay on code, and we're gonna continue to push these narratives. I know when I are in different spaces, I always tell them, I say, yo, if you really want to know something, I say, man, go to FBA News, go to FBA, go to Unbiased Ron, go to some of the other places, because now we have so much information out there now that we that are not as learned or studied in this, we can mention our brothers, and we can now mention our sisters and stuff like that right there, and we can just continue to talk the way we do, because that's what you call clearing, what they say that pushing people out of the lane. We're getting them out of this lane. We just saw a football player on this is a NFL player talking about he don't like it, and he's talking to Godfrey. So of course they know who we are. Like they say, they don't like it. They're calling something divisive, and they're trying to explain something to people that's been for 40 years talking about, oh, well, you're not older than me. That just goes to show right there. These people have that's why when you hear people talk like that, how could these people ever create anything? When you're telling somebody that's been here 400 years that you 32 and he 32, so how would you know? These people are not black, because black people don't talk like that. Our people been here this long. You're gonna tell me you come from Africa or the Caribbean. Now you're gonna try to cross somebody up because they 30 years old and they got a grandmother and great grandmother and so we got a strong sense of who we are now. Our politicians, they know it too. Jasmine Crockett, she understands now. She's not gonna do anything about it. They're only gonna just put on another platform. But that sister that came on talking about the sixth region, she's all over it. She's concerned. She's telling you what we need. That's what we're doing. That's how we're connecting. We are reaching out. Our ancestors are reaching out to us. It's just like a domino effect. They can't stop this because we can't stop it. There's nothing we can do about this. These people come over here to study us. They're getting degrees talking about us. They're getting degrees talking about Martin Luther King like we ain't got millions of Martin Luther Kings. That's what's wrong with them. They always want to ride a particular trend. See, they ride a trend, we create trends. That's why they jump on and jump off. That's why they can quit. That's why they split their vote. They're not black. And they can't stand hearing that. We're not black as a color. They keep on trying to talk about, well, if the police stop us both, then they're not going to know we're black. Yeah, they could if you tell them. How about you just tell them who you are? If the police stop you and say, well, are you Jamaican? He's not going to ask you that. Why don't you just tell him? Tell him who you really
once
are.
the police, he ain't got to tell him. Once the police hear him talk, hey, officer, what is the problem? Oh, right in there. FBA. All you got to do is talk. And, they purposely throw that accent out there on purpose. So he knows they're not foundational. Because they know these guys who want to be us, they know that they're looking for us. They're not looking for them. So they will speak with a strong accent they never spoke with their entire cosplaying life, just so the police officers will be easy.
And then if the cop talked to him long enough, he ended up being Black American. And look, the cops know this too, especially up top. They very, very good at this in this supremacist game. These people don't understand. Language is one of the most effective tools.
But SL, which one of them don't got a flag in their car? So that's like dumb to say they don't know it. Yes, they can look in your car and see the flag. They know that's not us. Okay. Right. So like we got to stop lying. They all of them got their flags in their car. Every last one of them.
Yeah. Trying to rehabilitate that coward nature. And that right there is what they're struggling with. They look at their grandmother or they look at their father and their aunties, and their aunties telling them never forget where you come from. And then at the same time they crossing, they got their brains and their wires crossed because they're out here acting like us, and then they go home and they're eating some strange food.
Hey, SL, let me just say for the record, Teflon Sean, he hung up just now. Ain't nobody, you said go ahead and talk. He didn't talk. Maybe his audio's janky, but nobody threw him off. He did not speak ever. Like he never said a word. So I want people to know that nobody threw him off. He didn't say a word. But the link is there for anybody to join and build with us. Okay, SL.
No doubt. Join the party. Join the conversation with our lineage and find out how it feels for you, because that's what's happening all over the world. Right now we got a lot of things happening in the world, and you see exactly how we're playing it. You don't move like this unless you're in a lineage. We're the only ones that everybody is concerned about. And like I said, just look around what's going on in this world. We see what's happening and what they want us to do. The same thing they were doing when they was grabbing folks. The same thing they was doing when they was talking about Medicaid about to get cut. The same thing they was done when they was saying they was going to come after us too. How you black and you trying to tell us to move? These people are not confused. These people are very, very jealous. They are very, very entitled. We have spoiled them very, very bad. And what happens when you spoil something? You got to start taking away things. It's called delineation. They feel like that's war. Nah, we know what war is. You see it, what's happening in the world. And you see what we're not concerned about, because this is our land. We've been in every possible war there is. What do you think about the red tail? Those are the Tuskegee Airmen. We already know what this is. We got many family members that's in the military right now. And you don't see us running around talking about like the rest of these people are talking about what's happening in the world. We are very, very serious about this delineation thing. This is important to us. We're going to do this regardless of the circumstances. We feel great about it. And they feel terrified about it. You got people online laughing at Jasmine Crockett. You got Brad laughing at her. You got Yingling laughing at her. You got Spanish people laughing at her. And she just, now they're trying to give her a job because they want to keep her on this particular plantation. We don't ride with no plantation, whether it be on the left or the right. We thinking for ourselves. We thinking for our children. We thinking for what we have to do next. That's why the sister called on here about the 6th region, because she's concerned. That's a concern of ours. You notice ain't nobody else concerned about it. You don't see a Jamaican talking about, what about the 6th region? You don't hear a Spanish dude talking about 6th region. You don't hear nobody but us. Because we're saying we don't like it. They're being quiet. It's called the silent minority. They're very, very scared of their families over there and in those overseas and in those islands. They keep trying to rehabilitate them, but they're concerned with us so much that they're just watching their islands just be taken over by gangs, taken over by, man, my goodness, man. Just look what China's doing to Africa, but they're worried about us. I mean, my goodness, look, you feel what I'm saying, bro? I mean, China and Russia, the way they treat their women over there. I mean, the women over there are just basically just throwing themselves at any. Have you seen the
crazy?
Way? Yeah, bro.
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, they love the white tea, man. They love the Russians. I'm gonna show some clips on that on Lineage TV. The reason why I have been on Lineage TV because my phone, I finally fixed my phone screen. My phone screen was done. If y'all remember a while ago, I disclosed to y'all that I was coming home when it was snowing and it fell out my pocket. And when my headset disconnected, like they didn't shovel. For some reason out here, like they take their time to shovel the sidewalk. So you can't go on the sidewalk when it snows out here. When it's like snows, you in the street because that's the only thing that get plowed. So when my phone fell out of my pocket, fell out into the street and snow covered it. So by the time my phone disconnected from it, I realized, hey, it's not my pocket. I went back and I picked it up. Well, I had to, I knew it was around here somewhere because the Bluetooth signal, it caught signal again. So once I brushed the snow off, I see my phone. It was like that fast. These fucking illegals rolled over. I mean, snowing. These illegals don't get. They never go in the house. By the way, tornado, hurricane, end of the world. They're going somewhere. Like, yo, yeah. If anybody, if you're in the South or whatever, you ain't running illegals. Yo, these guys are always out. And look, by the way, I see why nobody wants to get rid of them, Republicans or Democrats, really. You know why? Because they spend the money. Yo, they are. I can't be mad at them. They stay in McDonald's. They stay in Dunkin' Donuts. So I'm like, no wonder they fighting for these cameras out here dying for these. They spend money like I remember one time SL in Thanksgiving, like because I played chess, so we were playing chess at Dunkin' Donuts, bro. Thanksgiving, when we about to check out, FBA is gonna check out and get the food. These guys came in to get their Thanksgiving in Dunkin' Donuts, bro.
What?
So yes, they got their Thanksgiving in Dunkin' Donuts.
Thanksgiving.
Yep. So I'm like, no wonder why the white tea man he's like, nah.
Oh,
well, yeah, I get it, because they patronize these places more than we ever will, bro.
Yeah.
And like, of course, it's processed garbage food, and guess what? And that's why they the most obese people. They're unofficially documented, so it looks like we are. But if they was to document these people, they are #1 obese. They all look like Barney Rubble. You dig? But let me finish the video, all right? Because I haven't even watched it myself, and then we will get to cooking. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. I only stopped the video because I thought the sister came in. She was going in, but I wanted Teflon Sean. That name sounded familiar. I wanted him to tell us what was on his mind. So the links in the chat for anybody. I don't want the panel to be too goofy. So if anybody join, you know what I mean, make it, say what you got to say, then land your plane and hop off the panel. Don't stick like glue because it gets chaotic. But I really want people who disagree with FBA talking points. I don't care what you call yourself. If you disagree with anything FBA says, it could be Tariq Nasheed, it could be Jason Black, it could be Dan Sperling, it could be Afro Elite, it could be Alpha Network. I'm defending everybody. Okay, I'm defending anybody. If you got a problem with Yvette, Tone, call in. I'm defending the entire lineage tonight. You dig? So That's on code. And I ain't defending no Charleston White type. I ain't doing that. But anybody that's on code, I'm defending them. Call in if you got any issues with anything we're saying politically, socially, all that. Call in. Okay, hit that link and call in. Let me share the screen. Let me finish this video, and then we're going to that queen. Hey, SL, that queen. You check out my Queen of Zinga live?
I was hearing you earlier about her, but I'm gonna check it out. I know a little bit about it. I was hearing about that. I was glad you put that out there. I'm glad because a lot of people don't know that about her.
But check this out though. How about like right now I'm playing a Tariq Nasheed video that I never watched before. How about when I was like doing a resting period, like a commercial time, where I had to do something. I played Tariq Nasheed. Check out you guys would say Majora Spirit, Ancestors, whatever. I say FBA Glow. Bro, what is the chances when I played Tariq Nasheed video, he's talking about Queen Nzinga? Bro, I was floored. I just could not believe we were on the same wavelength like that. I had no idea that video I was playing, he was talking about, it was new. He just dropped it that day. So a lot of times I don't get a chance to watch it because I be preparing my video for what I'm gonna do. You feel me? So I kind of miss some of his current lives. That's why I play him my live, because sometimes he be on topic with me. If he's not, I don't play it. I watch it in my own personal time. But if his topic is my topic, I'm gonna play it. So it turns out this topic right here was my topic. This Nigerian tether. So hold on one second. And yeah, that's another thing. And that's why you guys been doing a great job. I ain't gonna lie. You guys been doing a great job gatekeeping black, telling these tethers they're not black.
Absolutely.
Okay. Because you know how I know? Because they've been complaining. They've been going on platforms like Tariq Nasheed and other platforms, TikTok, complaining about FBA saying they ain't black. So that's why I know we're doing a good job of telling them they ain't black. And I told you guys, I said, because Tariq Nasheed, he thought delineation hurts him the most. I said, nah, I figured out gatekeeping black hurts him the most. So when this tether finally ended TikTok stream, family, you don't want to miss it. I'm going to replay it on my channel. And I called in, I rebutted all what they were saying about us, right? I don't want to spoil it. But then they started cutting me off. I said, wait a minute. When you were talking, I disagreed with everything you said, but I let you finish. I said, see, this is why we can't rock with y'all Africans, because you think you just can cut us off when you feel like it. You got disrespect for us. I disagree with everything you said, but I let you finish. I go in, you cut me off, and the minute you disagree. So then the host came in, the African Cameroon host came in, cut me off. So at that point, I knew I had to just get to the point real fast. So I said, all right, well, let me just close out, land my plane. I landed my plane with, y'all titled this thing Black Immigrants. I said, I don't know what a black immigrant is, never heard of it. I said, I heard of African immigrants, I heard of Caribbean immigrants. What the hell's a black immigrant? I said, that's a contradiction. Black is the foundation of Black Americans, and immigrant people are foreign to the country. They didn't build, they're not foundational. I said, so you can't be a foundational immigrant, because black means foundational. That's our word. An immigrant is people who come here from another country. So I said, you can't be a foundational, like black is synonymous with foundational. You can't be, black is synonymous with ethnogenesis in America. Black is synonymous with everything we got going on. Black is synonymous with that, right? That's our lineage. Our lineage is black. The name of it is black. We chose that name, right? That's our ethnonym, okay? Not a race. White folks made up race 40 years, 50 years after we said we were black. White folks came with the OMB 40, 50 years later saying black is a race to help tether on, to start confusion and tether on these people to our ethnicity. So Dr. John Henry Clark talks about that. Professor Prophet Elder Smalls talk about that. And a lot of people talk about the difference between a race and an ethnicity. Ethnicities are across the world. They're global. A race is something made up by white Americans. Nobody goes by race outside of America, by the way, family. African Union, they use POAD, people of African descent. They don't say black at all to represent no diaspora or nobody from Africa. They say people of African descent. So race is a made up nothing burger from white people in America only. Let's get that very clear. But we don't call ourselves black. As a race, we call ourselves black as an ethnicity back in the 60s. We were the only black people. Malcolm X was a black Muslim. Okay, Malcolm X said the God is a black God. Everything was bliggity, blackity, blackity, black, and black ain't no damn color. So even Dr. John Henrik Clarke and Jesse Jackson got that wrong. We didn't look at black as a color, skin tone, because what is the color of a black Wall Street? SL. What's the color of black Reconstruction? What is color of black banks? Okay, so black was never a color. So you got people like Jesse Jackson and John Henrik Clarke later on start shucking and jiving along with Kwame Ture, and they start to pretend like black was a color choice. Never was, because you can't have a black crime. How the hell crime is a color? Black on black crime. Okay, that's something that they try to reduce it to. No, black is an ethnicity of a particular people who has ties and lineage aligned to U.S. chattel slavery. We're the only black people. Nobody else is black. Everybody is a nationality for their country. Like Nigeria is a nationality, and Yoruba people is their ethnicity. That's their tribe. Zimbabwean is their nationality. Shona people is their ethnicity tribe. Ghanaian is their nationality, and Asante people is their tribe. Eritrean, Congo, all that shit the same. And guess what? Guess what? SL.
I'm listening, bro.
The only time the nationality is equivalent or used as an ethnonym is when they do not have a melting pot of division. For example, in Nigeria, they have over probably 1,000 tribes over there. So they cannot deny the nationality cannot be the ethnonym because they divide it, right? But Jamaica and Haiti and Dominican Republic, they're not tribal. So that's why their nationalities works as their ethnonym as well. See that? Our nationality is American, right? All right, but that's not American is not an ethnicity. It's a nationality only. So that's why you have Italian, white, blah blah blah. We're Black Americans. Black is our ethnicity. It's not a color. It's not describing nobody. Because Prince, the artist, as the artist formerly known as Prince, he ain't black at all. Okay, dark skin, color wise, but he's black. So make sense of that. I need y'all to make sense of reducing us saying black is a color, right? Black people are dark people. To explain how Prince, the artist, how is he black? So that kills that argument right there. Our blackness had nothing to do with color, had everything to do with our experience, our unique ethnogenesis, and our ties to U.S. chattel slavery. So we're the only black people keep gatekeeping it and keep telling these tethers without disrespect. Hey, with all due respect, you're not black. Okay, you're wait, what country you from? Nigerian. You're Nigerian. Hey, be proud of that. I'm not Nigerian. Am I Nigerian? No. Okay, but if I say I was Nigerian, like, how would that make you feel? I'm just lying, saying I'm Nigerian. Like, would you trust me, my character, integrity? No. Okay, cool. Well, likewise, saying you're black, I can't rock with you because you're lying.
Absolutely.
Okay, so that's how we doing it. Keep gatekeeping, and this is spreading. This is spreading, and I love it. 1 second. Let me share the video. And again, call in if you think you're black and you're not foundational, or if you are foundational and you think black ties to everybody else, call in. I'm the guy who you want to talk to. Okay, I don't think nobody does this better than me. Nobody. When I say nobody, means capital N, all caps. Nobody argues this better than me. This is my SHIT. Don't call in Tariq. Don't call in Jason Black. This is my talking point, and I defend it. You think other folks are black? That's non-foundational. Call in and explain. Okay. Oh,
hit that link.
Yep. Many have tried, and they all came up short. Every non-FBA who called in that thought they were black, when they got done with me, without arguing, they left knowing they were not black. Because I had them explain how are they black, and they couldn't. And even FBAs can't even explain how non-FBAs are black. They can't, because they gotta say race. Oh, how they look. Exactly. We don't define black on how we look. Because again, Prince wouldn't be black. All right. Hold on. Share my screen and let's get cooking.
Sir.
Just a second here, and here we go. We click that audio. Let me not get tricked. Audio. Okay, audio's good. We're good.
Black. You done hid the injera bread because now you don't want that stigma of your scams to get on immigrants. And now y'all want to holler about black. Just like that Haitian lady. Remember that Haitian lady down in Florida got caught scamming? They caught her ass scamming. And she on the news. Oh, they see how they do black peoples? See, they be doing black folk dirty. They do the black woman thou art loosed. Why they doing the black woman like, oh, they become super duper black. No. Don't black it up now. Now that the indictments then came through, now you want to put it on black. Hell no. Be Haitian, because when she was running for office, she was hollering about Haiti, 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 Haiti. Yeah? So that's what it is. But listen, when we use the term, man, that foundational Black American, that makes it harder to use guilt and emotional manipulation against foundational Black Americans. You see, a lot of the responses to foundational Black American, it's not.
And so I can't see the chat because I'm using my phone, so I'm sharing my screen. But if you're looking at the chat, let me know any comments stand out or any super chats, and I'll read it off.
Factual. People just start lying. They don't know what to do. It's moral theater. Why are you?
Or anybody in there hating, you dig, that act like they want to smoke, encourage them to click that link.
Man, the chat is all over them folks.
Yeah, so now, listen, before you start, I mean, unless they're clearly trolling, yeah, get them up out of here. But if they're like disagreeing, don't be quick to delete them. Ask them to click call in first. Now, if they don't call in, now they're at your mercy. You know, give them the opportunity to call in first. Okay, if they got objection, they have to call in, or they got to stay quiet, right? But you're not allowed to object. It ain't no you ain't got no you ain't got no constitutional rights over here. Okay, we only have rights for FBAs. That's it. Self-acknowledging FBAs, not even Pan-African FBAs. Only self-acknowledging FBAs we got rights for. You don't have no rights in this chat. So if you disagree with me, you gotta call in. If you don't call in, you at my chat mercy. They can do whatever they want with you.
Be brothers, why are you distancing yourself? So they try to guilt us, make us feel guilty for naming ourselves correctly. That's not hatred. Acknowledging who you truly are is not no damn hatred. Identifying lineage is not hostility. Everybody on the damn planet does it. For some reason, people lean on this emotional language because they ain't really got no real argument against group delineation. Yeah? Man. And the thing is, man.
1 second. I'm looking, yeah, I would love for Rod Digger to be my co-host. Yeah, because ever since Lord Jamar turned her off with that hating on FBA reparations, she like been off social media. And I try to track her down. It's been a little difficult. So if anybody can get in touch with her, hey, try to link us up because I would love for her. And she ain't gotta, you know, talk like I talk. She could be like, you dig, like what's the new woman, the sister that's on the Breakfast Club? She could be like her. She could be neutral and let me be messy. You dig? Or like Corey Holcomb. He's messy, but the little Spanish chick, she ain't messy. You dig? So you know, she ain't gotta be messy. Like let me do all that. And she can be the voice of reason. Good cop, bad cop.
They want us to be identity-less. They're comfortable with Black Americans only if we are culturally useful and politically undefined.
I thought Amber was a great co-host, but she crashed out for Drake. And you know, once we said Drake was an FBA, she threw away the whole lineage. Like, what the hell FBA? Drake King FBA? It's like, yo, y'all gotta stop, man. Listen, hey, SL, I can think a woman looks pretty, and I can think she's FBA. And guess what? If she's not FBA, that don't mean she's still pretty. Like, you know what I mean? FBA ain't the only pretty people in the world. There's pretty people in other ethnic groups. Dude, you can still be with us.
Right.
Damn. You can still like Drake as a Canadian. It's okay. He ain't FBA though, but yeah. And look, you can argue he's FBA. It's okay. Like some people love like controversy. That sells. So you could be the person that the whole chat cooks, and then you defend yourself. All right, but like, cause she sent me a whole debate, like a whole argument how Drake is FBA, and I read it, and I was like, hey, this doesn't intimidate me. I say, listen, because this is new to you. This ain't a new. Revenue tried to argue this. He argued this on Tweet Nasheed first, and he argued it over here. So Revenue argued it also that Drake is FBA. You dig? And when he talked about it, I wasn't sure, to be honest. Somebody calling in. Let me stop the video. Somebody calling in. Let me invite him more. But I wasn't sure, so I said, let me think about this. See, what I'm not gonna do, family, is give y'all a random emotional answer. I kind of like thought about. I said, you know what? Let me look more into that Drake stuff. And then I looked into it. Oh hell no, he's not FBA at all. Like I'm 10 toes, 20 fingers and toes all together. But somebody's calling in real fast, family. Let me see who this is. Hopefully it's somebody with questions about FBA. Okay, they disappeared. They hit the link and then bounce. Yo, what's up with these dudes? Wait, SL, I'm gonna make you I'm gonna make you co-host. Right. So I ain't gotta keep stopping the video. All right. So I made you co-host. So when these folks click, like don't invite them on immediately, just tell me their name first, because I don't want the right now. I'm not. Well, Revenue could call in because I want to get on him. But Tether Dream, Jamaican Dream, nah, I'm good. It's a couple guys that I'm just tethered out. It's like I'm all cried out. I'm all tethered out. Like some guys, I'm just tethered out on. I'm like, yo, it's yeah, dude, it's nothing, man. Like I'd rather talk to myself than talk to you. And Jamaican Dream is one of them. It's like, dude, I'm good.
Yeah.
Like, you're too much of a liar, dude. I'm good.
Emotionally available, but
I made you co-host.
blurred.
Gotcha.
So we're breaking that pattern, ladies and gentlemen. And they got a problem with it. And what kills me, what chaps.
And the chick, the woman, the sister earlier, STWO, yo, that was a tongue twister for me, man. I cannot say STWO at all. Oh my God, yo, that confused my brain. But if she can get in touch with Smash Rockwell, okay, if you're listening, don't even let him know it's me. Just say, hey, I know a guy who's FBA, and I want you to, link up with him. Because once they know it's me, SL, these cowards flee. Like I told you guys, I like Dr. Maya, I know her personally, like not like in real life, but we had phone calls. Like I was in there, I was part of their groups. So I know all those guys. I know I've been on three-way. I got her phone, she got mine. We've been on three-way calls several times. Okay, so we all know who we are and we all know what we can do, right? And they all know about me and my research game. That's why all of them normally just avoid me. Like Dr. Ruxpin, he called in. Remember he called in? He talked, yeah, he was arguing with you guys. He really ain't. And then when I was trying to press him, everybody talked over me and I couldn't get him. But I was trying to get him on the African American as a dual usage, but the everybody won't let me get it in, and he got saved. But he attacked Ja. But when it's me to get him, the panel saved him. That's why I don't want a large panel no more. I was really pissed off at that, and he'll probably never call back in. He like I got away with that. So, but most of those people know how I do. Again, I was research guy when he debated on Saturday TV at the Autumn Ballroom where Malcolm X got assassinated. I was there in person with Zion Lex was there, Divine Prospect, Street Media TV was there, Roy Bay was there, a lot of Captain Zariak, Rasun was there. I was there. And I was there as Unc's research guy by myself. Garfield was there, he was part of us. Asar was part of us. And Dr. Mayat was supposed to come, but she didn't end up coming. But she was part of us. But I was their research guy. So SL, that's how much they value me. I was the research guy. Wow. So not just the debater. Yeah, I was the guy who heard the opposition argument, and I had to debunk it and give it. So when it's hour ago, they have a strong rebuttal, and yes, I did that. I gave them rebuttals. They were just cooking them. So that's how much they value me as a researcher. That's why they will not call in. All these weirdos that be running their mouth, bumping their gums to FBA, they'll tell you straight up, I ain't calling over there. Smash won't call in. You dig? I'm very cool with Ngozi. If y'all heard, he called in before. We both cooked on Garvey together with Chief X. So a lot of these guys, Team Osiris, a lot of you guys know exactly who I am, and they know how I do. I'm unbiased. Anybody can get it. You on the opposite side is blinders. I'm demon time. I don't spare nobody. Okay. Once you're in the opposition of me, I forgot we're friends. I'm cooking. I don't do that. So I would never sell out my lineage because I'm dating a Nigerian, I'm dating a Jamaican. You know, if I choose to date like that, I'll be dating like that, but I won't be against the lineage like how some people do. Now, I don't, that's not a preference, but I'm saying if I ever did, I wouldn't sell out the lineage because of who I'm dating, like some FBAs do. Or they have a best friend. Man, I could never have a best friend who is anti-FBA. That can never happen. Like we can never be, you know what I mean? It could never. It's like that's why I can't have a white friend. I just can't. I tried before. I just can't because I realized they're just not honest. And this is before and the whole FBA existed. But I would talk about racism, and all of them that I ever met, the so-called good ones to the racists, they all minimize racism. All of them. They'll say, "Hey man, it's been too long." And don't you dare say reparations. Like that was my litmus test. This is before a SL. This is before a FBA. I was researching reparations. I had books on it, but I didn't know about all this. So I had in Cobra books that didn't know. You did. I had reparations books in Cobra, didn't know. So family, yeah, I don't know that. Like I have. That's why I know their talking points. I know what they argue. Dr. Raven Winbush. I had that book. Reparations. I had that. And I didn't know it was some race-based bullshit because there was nothing better. There was no ADOS at this point. So I know this stuff. So I know when I hear ADOS and when they picked apart these weirdos, I realize, oh, it's right. This did say that. It did. Oh, yeah. Oh, so damn, the whole time they were lying? And then you find out they were purposely lying to sabotage reparations. Like they all knew it could never be race-based. And they still push for, and they all still push for race. Yo, listen, bro, you cannot do a race-based reparations claim. The Japanese, let's talk about that. The Japanese people, to get reparations, they had something was pushed called the Civil Liberties Act of 1988. Okay, that was pushed for the Japanese internment from World War II around 1940, 50, 1940s, when they were rounded up in internment camps and displaced in America. Okay, so 40 years later, people felt like, they should get repaired. So activists push, most likely Karens push, and they came up with the Civil Liberties Act of 1988. That act is not Japanese. SL, what is Japanese race? Do you know they race America?
Japanese American?
Asian.
Right, Asian.
Asian. But they can't get reparations as Asians. So the Civil Liberties Act is an act for Japanese people, not their race. Japanese family is an ethnonym of an ethnic group of Japanese people. See how that works?
Do you see sis in the chat room in the room? Wait,
who's that? Sis STWO?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. You go let her in.
Okay. I think there's two of them. I just have them both. I don't know who the other one is.
Hey,
we got people in.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Go to the yes.
So I put the two links in the chat, and the guy's name is George Frazier. And George Frazier, apparently he's connected to some, like there are organizations who are representing Black people in government.
Okay.
And I know that we are the grassroots, but there are organizations who are still on the governmental level representing us as African Americans and who are participating in this funding. And this is one of the people, but it's several different organizations who are above just the grassroots that are already what's the word I want to use? Petitioning the government and petitioning the government with Africa. But anyway, I just wanted to know what you thought.
Okay, I'll check it out later once the live ends. Because it sounds like
Okay,
a
cool
lengthy
beans.
video. Okay.
Well, it's two, and it touches on how they even came up with the sixth region. One of them does, and the other one talks about their plans. But okay, go ahead. Talk to you later.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. So Japanese people came by ethnicity, not a race. Racially, they're Asian in this country, right? So they had to pass the Civil Liberties Act for Japanese people. And guess what? To get reparations, those people had to prove first they came from Japanese lineage, right? And then secondly, they had to prove that they were displaced or put in internment camp. And guess what? Japanese people were all around, European countries, not just America. And guess what? They were displacing other European countries and internment camps, other European countries, because they're warring with they didn't want sleeper. So basically, they didn't want sleeper cells, right? So, but guess what? Those Japanese people who were displaced and put internment camps in other countries, they could not seek harms claims in America. They had to deal with those countries. You see, Caribbean people, you got to deal. So it's not just you guys. They made the Japanese and other countries deal with those governments, French, somewhere in Europe, whatever. They had to deal with those people, those governments. They couldn't come to America. Only the ones in America. Right. So that's how that worked. And they got 20 grand a piece in 1988. Right. But it was not a racial based claim. So the fact that the OMB allowed immigrants, African immigrants, Caribbean immigrants, call themselves Black and African American and use it as a race, that by default disqualify us as Black Americans. If you want to call yourself African American, it disqualifies you too, because that's a race now. So you're disqualified once you come to the table as Black or African American. That's why this is why, family, Yvette and Tone Talk said, okay, then we're ADOS. It was a strategy. They could not say Black American. They could not say African American. Even if they liked the word African American, they couldn't use it. It was done. It was a racial term. Can't use it. So, but in Cobra was using African American, and they were out. So they argued just a loss every time. So that's why ADOS came about. They had, because race, if anybody could come to the country as Black or African American from Africa or Caribbean, then now the payout goes to people who are not injured. And you know how insurance works. They're not going to pay somebody who wasn't injured. Okay, you just can't say how I was in that car that got into an accident. That's a lie. You were not in there, right? And the police report doesn't identify you, or don't document you. You're not in the car, right? It's over. Take that up with the police department. The insurance company ain't paying. So, but that, family, that was the finesse. So that's why ADOS came about. ADOS came about to be a term for us to collect and have our harm addressed. It just turned out that the acronym actually went viral. So they started to call us ADOS as an ethnonym. So it just stuck. And then Tariq came with FBA, and that's how all of that happened. The average tether cannot tell you that. The average Pan-African cannot tell you that. They have no idea. They're just jumping into something they're calling diaspora wars. They have no idea what they're talking about. Wow. So when they talk to somebody like me who knows how it all started, you see it's a one-sided conversation. So now, nobody else called in?
I thought we had two in there, but I guess not.
All right, so let me play the video.
Me is people from Africa start telling us about the term foundational Black American being separatists. How many tribes do y'all have over there? Really? How many tribes do you got over there? Y'all not unified over there? You're not unified over there at all. You're not unified. Them tribal groups are beefing with each other, bopping each other upside the damn head. You're not unified at all. See, the burden of unity always falls on us. We're supposed to be the glue that holds everybody together, but we basically let people leech off of us and they can extrapolate resources and take them back to their splintered tribal groups. And we're saying, no, we're not doing that no more. What's up, Ebony Dean? Respect Ebony Dean. Yeah, we're not doing that no more. Even the Akbar guy, it was something else he said in the video. I wish I should have time coded it, where he said something to the effect, yes, we're all in this together. We're all the same. You know, the white people came and stole some of us here and snatched us from Africa. Okay, let's be real. Well, let's just be real. We got to be real with this narrative. Let's be real. And our sister Wani loves pointing this out. Shout out to Wani. We can stop with the narrative that the white tea supremacists went over there, just snatching, just hiding off in a tree with a net and snatched an unsuspecting African. Let's be real. Them Negroes was over there fully participating in the slave trade. They cut a deal.
So now that's what we're talking about with Queen Nzinga. So Queen Nzinga was a queen in Africa, I think Angola, somewhere over there. And she made a deal with the Dutch. Okay, she goes to kidnap Africans, not the Dutch. So when I spoke to Unc, who people say is an agent, I said, Unc, you keep using the word kidnapping. Now, family, when you talk to anybody who refer to slavery in Africa, right, the slave trade, where we were sold to white people, if they refer to as we were took, kidnapped, or stolen, most likely they're Pan-African. And you got to immediately ask, what do you mean by kidnap? Who did that? Who took? Who stole? And I guarantee they're going to say white. Unc said the Dutch, the Portuguese. He was lying.
You got to call her, bro.
It was what's the name?
Name is Refuse. Said Mr. Know-It-All. Enter the chat. Refuse.
Yeah, put him in.
Sorry.
Put him in. Accept him in.
Here it is.
Let's get it.
Mr. Refuse. Hey, Mr. Bell.
I think he's trying to get his mic. You gotta mute in the background, Refuse. Mute in the background, please. Your background is playing back the video. Let's get it. Refuse. You gotta mute your YouTube from your phone. Just go back to your YouTube and just press pause. I keep saying mute like you're on a computer, but if you're on a phone, just pause it. God damn. Are you there, Refuse? Is he there? Okay, well, when you're ready, just introduce yourself. I'm gonna finish what I was saying. So I hear his microphone moving.
You hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you. You loud as hell. Yeah, I hear you. Yes, sir.
You hear me now?
What's going on, brother?
Not much, man. FBA all day. What's going on with you?
Man, we just dialoguing with the family. Yes, sir.
Right.
What's on your mind?
Man, I'm just tired of tethers trying to steal our identity. That's our biggest problem with them.
Oh yeah.
Like identity. Like if you got a name before you come to America, keep your name. If you are not
that's simple.
If you're Igbo, keep Igbo. Don't call yourself Black American when you get to America. You know what I'm saying? That's a big it with us. And we can't understand it as Black Americans because even if I move to Nigeria for 10 years and my children are born, I'm still going to tell them they are Black Americans, foundation of Black Americans. I'm not going to tell them they are Igbo. So we don't understand why these people are doing this to us. Like, dude, call yourself Yoruba, call yourself Zulu, Call yourself whatever, but don't call yourself a name that people already have and a people have already claimed. Even African American, don't call yourself that, because that's a people already.
Yeah.
That's just like us waking up, Black Americans waking up tomorrow and saying, okay, we're going to be Igbo Americans. And then the people in Africa going to be like, man, what the hell are y'all talking about?
Bro, they're
You
going to
know what
clown the
I'm
hell out of
saying?
us, bro. They're going to clown the hell out of us.
They're going to clown the hell out of us. And so don't come over here and then once you get off the plane, say I'm African American. No, you're not. You're still Igbo. You're still Yoruba. You're still Zulu. Don't do us like that, bruh. That's all we asking for. Don't try to erase us. Don't do that. If you're going to do an Essence Fest, just cancel Essence Fest and call it Zulu Fest. Don't take our stuff.
African Fest.
African Fest. Yeah. Don't do us like that. That's all we asking for. And if they can do that, we can unite. But don't call yourself us.
And guess what? And we might even pull up. You call it the African Fest. Guess what? We might even pull up to see what's going on.
We might pull up, spend our money. If they willing to put themselves out there like that, we will come and support. And we're not gonna bring and we're not gonna bring jambalaya when we show up. We're not gonna bring fried chicken and macaroni and cheese when we show up. You get what I'm saying? We're gonna come and eat your egusi and your fufu when we show up, but don't do us like that. Don't come on, man.
Yeah. And I agree 100%. And that's all I'm asking too. Like, hey, man, you're Igbo. Remember, you guys are proud of your Igbo culture. Remember that, your language and your flag. Okay. When you come to America, you're no longer proud. Remember, you tell us that we don't have a culture. You tell us that we're lost. So why would you want to be part of the lost tribe and the people without culture? See, there's a catch to that, because these guys, they really believe we don't have culture, and they really believe Black Americans are lost. So nobody with proudness and with a culture want to be lost, identified as lost people. And people
You know what I got from it. You know what I got from it. I got this from it. It's not the ones that don't know our history and our culture that hate us. It's the ones that do know our history and culture that hate us. Because once they learn our history and our culture and our fight, they look back at their self and they see that they are nothing compared to what we did. You get what I'm saying?
Compete.
So
they can't compete.
It's not the ones, forget the ones that don't know us. Those are the ones that love us. The ones who come over here and learn us, learn our history, those are the ones that hate us, because once they look at us and they say, damn, and then they look at themselves and look at their ancestors, they say, oh my God, either we gotta co-opt these people or we gotta downplay what they did.
Right.
Because there's no way we can compare. So don't when you look at like, oh, we gotta learn each other culture. Oh hell no. Because once they learn us, that's when they hate us. You need to be trying to reach the one. You need to be trying to reach the ones that don't know us. Those the ones that love us.
I agree. Now look, why my thing is this. Why you come to my country voluntarily? Fine. That's your right. Right. If America allows you in legally, that's your legal right to get here. Why the F I gotta learn your culture? I don't want to. I'm still learning the culture we got. Every day I learn something new. Like, for example, Tariq Nasheed had a debate with a guy who was dismissing Europeans, I think Portuguese Europeans, calling Native Americans Negro. I never knew that. Right. I thought he was wrong. Like the caller. I looked it up. It's there. So I'm like, oh shit. So my thing is, our history in this country is so vast that I'm learning new stuff. So I don't got time to be learning about somebody else when I'm still learning about myself.
Listen. In our HBCUs, we need to cancel the African studies and we need to put American studies. We need to put American studies instead. We don't need to learn nothing. We need to learn American studies in our HBCUs. But the government, they would give you unlimited money to study African studies in HBCUs. If you say we want to start an African studies course, they'll give you whatever kind of money you want. But if you say we want to start Black American or indigenous, you can even say I want to start a Native American study at the college. Man, they might shut the college down.
Yeah. Ain't that crazy? And you look, I thought that was false. When Tariq Nasheed said that, say we're talking about COINTEL. Like when he said COINTEL was promoting African studies in what you're saying in these spaces, right? I thought hell no. I Googled that shit, ChatGPT. Yes, they did. Mm-hmm. They were promoting it and supporting it and financially backing African studies, and they got the nerve to associate us with. Are you serious?
They don't want us to study American history. They will not let us do that for nothing, bro. Man, if you come out and say we want to change the African studies to American history, and we just want to focus on America from the the Mississippi mound builders to before that, we want to study the Lucia woman. We want all this in our HBCUs. Bruh, they will pull all funding. But as soon as you say, I want to study African studies, I want to study the Zulus, I want to study Mansa Musa, bro, they'll give you millions and millions and millions of dollars.
Yeah, that's a fact. And I'm thinking, have anybody did a finesse? Like, hey, call it, let's say, like some fake African term, but teach foundation Black American history. I wonder if anybody ever tried that before.
Bro, I'm telling you, the biggest threat we got is tell the teachers in our HBCU. We can accept tell the students, but we cannot accept tell the teachers. Cause you remember when
oh my God, they the worst.
What's the dude name? Alon. His name Alon. He said that tell the teacher said he only passed 5 or 6 students. No matter what they do, he only gonna pass 5 or 6. And he work at an HBCU. So if all the students pass, he's still only gonna pass 5 or 6 just to show that he's a tough teacher. But he's an African at an HBCU, only passing 5 or 6 students. Come on, bro. We can't have nothing like that at our HBCUs. We can't have no tether administrators. We can't have no tether the board of directors. We can't, because for the last 60 years they showed us that they are against us. So how can they teach us? You can't teach me if you done showed us all this. So up until this day, we haven't did nothing to get them out of our HBCUs. But as of today, we got to start removing them. And even if they don't get removed, they got to have an oversight board over them. They got to have somebody watching them. They got to have some secret students in the class that's always recording you, waiting on you to do something that's anti-Black American. Because at this point, we can't trust nobody.
Hey, you know what? You just gave me an idea. We need a foundation Black American version of the USDA, a regulatory body, a FBA type of foundation Black American organization that watches over foreigners, immigrants, that teaches over FBAs.
Not even that. Anything that's close to us, even if it's a corner store in our community, it watches over them too.
Well, see, but now but the locals can do that. The locals can govern themselves. Like the Nation of Islam did. Nation of Islam had the Black Panthers. Like they took it upon themselves.
You're talking about an HBCU organization,
right? But you said bodegas though. You said, so that's a little different. So when it comes to bodegas, it could be the locals that can do that. Yeah, but HBCU, I responded to that. I said, yeah, we need our version of the FCC, the FDA, USDA, a Foundation Black organization, that's what you're saying, that sits above these institutions like that to make sure that FBAs are treated correctly.
Yeah, I understand exactly what you're saying. Exactly, that's what we need. We need that at our HBCUs. We need that on the CBC. We need that at the NC. We need that at the NAACP. We need an oversight because we have been infiltrated. We gotta have a oversight because we have been. You gotta admit we have been infiltrated, right?
Yeah, of course. That's why we're delineating
By hostile forces. So we need an oversight. We gotta have an oversight because if we don't, they're gonna just imagine if a hostile tether is the president of Alabama State University. You get what I'm saying? We don't see the little things they're doing, but we got a hostile tether at the top of our institution. We can't have that.
Yeah,
we gotta have.
So we need we need Foundation Black American students and even like employees. So like I said, we need
Not even
like our
students.
own
We gotta
Black
have
caucus.
teachers,
Hold on. Hey, brother, hold on. You talk.
Okay, go ahead.
I was quiet. My turn. You be quiet. Okay. So what I'm saying is, what you're giving me is ideas, and now I'm spinning it off to something different that I think is important. So I'm saying that when it comes, what we need is like a Black caucus of FBAs, where students can report or employees can report foul play, not just from African and Caribbean tethers, but Latinos, right? Who's abusive or for example, in New Jersey, we got a lot of Hispanic tethers working at McDonald's who's very disrespectful in there. Starbucks, listen, I don't know what this dog did to me today. I tried to go to Panera Bread this morning, real quick before my day gets started to do some research and get some coffee. It was closed. I'm like, how the hell you close at this hour? So I went to Starbucks. I got in, and like the finesse was, hey, the coffee machine's down because they know we want something. Hey, I got some espresso for you, and we could put hot water. Like, I don't know what she's talking about. I'm just thinking, I trust her. Like, all right, it must be something close to coffee. Man, that thing tastes exactly like she said it's gonna taste. Espresso and hot water. So I'm like, this is not even good. I mean, I want this. So she's trying to ring me up again. I said, I need you ringing me up. No, I want to swap this out. Oh yeah, whatever she did after that, man. She gave me. I said, just give me hot chocolate. No, you want to try this mocha? No, I want to try nothing else. You doing? Just give me hot chocolate. I know how that's supposed to taste. So she give me a hot chocolate, man. I drink that shit, bro. It didn't even finish my belly before my stomach started bubbling. I'm like, what the fuck? So now Starbucks, if y'all don't know, bathrooms are usually the worse than a damn high school, worse than a damn gym. They are hard. White people nasty as hell in that bathroom. So I dread to go in there for anything, wash hands, anything, because you never know what you're gonna see in it. So, but my stomach's and then I realized it's early. I'm the first one. I'm the only person down. I could go in there. Now I'll never sit, of course. Man, oh my God, I never came out basically. So I'm like, what the fuck she put in my damn hot chocolate? See, shit like that need to be reported, but the story doesn't end. So I'm like, damn. I mean, every time I thought I was done, I had to go back. Okay, I'm done now. Nope, go back. I'm done now. Nope, go back. Over and over and over and over. So I'm like, what the fuck? So long story short, I packed up. I said, okay, I got to get home and get dressed and take a shower. I got this evil spirits over here. So I damn near ain't make it home, man. My stomach started rumbling again on the way home, bro. I could not believe it. Like, what the fuck did she put in my coffee? I mean, my hot chocolate. This filthy, shit like that need to be reported to an FBA body to say, hey, can you check this shit out right here? Can you check out what these tethers, what she could have possibly check the cameras? God damn. Can you check the camera and see what she could have possibly put
check
in?
This out.
Look,
check this out.
What the
your story you just told, tether teacher or do the same thing to your child's grade at a HBCU.
Now, hey, bro, listen. What's your name?
Mr. Know-it-all.
Okay, Mr. Know-it-all. I got you. I agree. All right. So you gotta keep repeating it. I agree. The teachers need to be monitored. We're on one accord with that. The teachers need to be monitored. They have total access to our kids. So we are on one accord right there. So you got no argument. I'm agreeing and I'm moving the conversation forward now. So we agree there. So no need to keep going back to that. We agree. Right? Now, I'm going forward. I'm moving the conversation along. And that's why I came up with that. So that thought, I spawned something off of that. I grew an extra branch off that vine. Okay, you gave the vine, I provided an extra, or you had a branch on the vine, I developed another branch on the vine. Now, thank you very much. Is there anything else you'd like to say? If not, I'm gonna finish playing the video.
Yeah, I would like to say something, but go ahead, play the video, bro. Play the video, bro.
All right. Well, now I have a bunch of videos to play, so just go ahead and say what you're gonna say, because you got to drop down. I got a bunch of videos. Okay, but
You
go ahead,
can drop
brother.
me down, bro. Play the videos, bro. Drop me down. Play the video, bro. I love your show.
All right, well, thank you very much, and I appreciate you, bro. And like I said, you gave a great thought. You made me think of something, and I'm a really rest on that thought. And thank you for that. But I can't drop you down because I'm actually driving. But
I drop myself down, bro. I drop myself down, bro. I love your show. Just keep the show going.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, and thanks for calling in.
All right, FBA all day.
Yes, sir.
They had a deal with the white supremacists. They had a deal.
Okay, so back to this. So Tariq is pointing out that a lot of tethers will make you believe that the white man came to Africa. Now listen, SL, white. I was talking to Chad Smith earlier. Pan-Africans and tethers. They say we hate Africans, right? That's what they say.
Right.
We defend Africans more than Africans will ever. Okay. Tariq Nasheed made documentaries bigging up Africans, bigging up Haitians. Look, I studied the trade slave, right? The slave trade. I said Africans were not pushovers. White folks did not ever look. This is my claim from my research. White folks never went to Africa doing nothing without Africans agreeing. Without Africans agreeing, nothing got done. They always went there and had Africans to comply. They never went in there and just said, get out the way. I got this. Never. Okay? So we're saying Africans had some fight in them where they respected that and they knew that it was like they're going to die if they go in there and try that shit. So they tried it with Shaka Zulu. Me and Chad Smith went over that. They tried it with the Zulu Nation. They went in there disrespecting the British, the Africans acting like they just a bunch of guerrillas, and they got slaughtered and embarrassed. Because every time Europe lose to a non-European, they're embarrassed because they believe they're so superior. So they got embarrassed. When Italians lost to Ethiopia, they were embarrassed. And when Russia lost to Japan, they were embarrassed. Okay, so because again, they're supposed to be the superior race, they can't lose to non-Europeans. So this is embarrassing defeat that they take. That's why they never will forget, and they will get their lit back in the most horrendous way ever. Hiroshima and I mean, just go ahead. Anyway, so Shaka Zulu messed them up. Okay, so what I'm saying is, when white folks go to Africa, even the slave trade, they didn't go there and kidnap nobody. They tried in the 1400s. They got beat up. Africans beat the living dirt off them. Like literally, white folks dusty as fuck. They beat the living dirt off them. Africans won't say that. Africans pretend white folks went over there and beat up a billion Africans. And so when they tell the story, listen, family, what I'm saying is when Africans tell the story, they make it seem like Africans are punks. A handful of Europeans, and literally hundreds of Europeans can go to Africa and rule over billions. That's their story. They went over there, kidnapped 12 to 15 million under the nose of billions of Africans. So Africans are that stupid and don't know their surroundings, don't know white tea over there kidnapping people. They don't 12 million, 15 million. Africans are dumb, docile, stupid. That's how they teach it, right? We say no. White tea man went over there in the 1400s, got beat up by Africans, came back 200 years later with their checkbook, like, yo, how much? That's what happened. So we tell the truth. No, Africans were not a pushover. They actually kicked the white team man ass. They tell it differently. They say, no, the white team man went over there and said, Africans, I'm going to steal all these people. Y'all better not do nothing. Y'all punks. That's how they teach it. So let's go.
Let's be real. And our sister Wani loves pointing this out. Shout out to Wani. We can stop with the narrative that the white tea supremacists went over there just snatching, just hiding off in a tree with the net and snatched an unsuspecting African. Let's be real.
The net.
Negroes was over there fully participating in the slave trade. They cut a deal.
Right, there you go.
They had a deal with the white tea supremacists. They had a deal. We're going to have to be real about that. We've been kind of skirting that and not letting them be responsible for that. Because the onus is on the white tea supremacists. Let's be very clear. Yeah, all the smoke is for them. But yeah, we kind of been giving them a pass. The others, the assistants of the white tea supremacists, we've been giving them a pass for a long time. Yeah, it's that Kunta thing, just like in the movie Roots. Yeah, there's Kunta was sitting around. They think it was Kunta at the river fetching some water for the village, and then some Europeans came and threw a net on him. Yeah? So it's not that, that's not what it is. That's not what it is at all. Let's be very, very real. What's up, Nikki the God? I see you, beloved. What's up, DR Euclid?
Yeah, that's exactly how Pan-Africans and Tethers teach it. That white tea man went over and cast a net over Africans like they do salmon, and some fell out the net, but a lot stayed in the net, and they said, I got him. Gotcha, bitch. They brought him to America. Stop.
Peace, brother, peace.
Yeah, you in his son. You sounding like a Fed in the chat room. What are you talking about? You're doing Fed.
But are you the founder of the FBA?
You can't found a lineage. You sound like a Fed. You're talking like a Fed.
All right. Well, not the lineage.
Where's your lineage? Where's your lineage from?
Where's my lineage? Where would you say the lineage is? When you say me,
brother, stop babbling and answer the question because you're trying to be.
Hey, dude, education is showing. Family, you listen. Smart people could play dumb, but you cannot play smart. This guy education is all over the display. Everybody could see that this dude is a fool.
Witty, and you sound slow, so you're not as witty as you think.
So not American.
Where's your family from? Where's your family from, sir?
What family? You talking about ancestors? You talking about mother and father? Who?
Your family, sir, because you got on a Pan-African flag in this thing. Where's your family?
It's not Pan-African, brother. It's not Pan-African. That's not Pan-African. Pan-African wouldn't have a flag that would.
Okay, then it must be Pan-Arab then. One of them.
Red, black, and green colors. Red, black, and green are Pan-African colors.
Pan-Arab.
You saying Pan in front of it though? Are you still red?
Okay, you're doing prison babble. This is okay. So you've been in prison. Okay.
I have not been in prison.
Okay, why are you doing
like
prison
Conscious
babble? You
Lee?
sound like a dude who's been in jail, just babbling.
Hey, look. Conscious Lee tried to give us some fake rundown. He said he got 2 masters. This dude said he'd been touring the country as a debater for 13 years, and he was a debates coach. Then he gets on his panel and debate FBAs sounding like this guy. And he convinced his audience that, he sounds good. Now, family, I'm not a guy who's a fool. Like, I know there's some Pan-Africans that could debate better than others, right? Where I got to really, do my thing to beat them up. Like Dr. Ruxpin probably ain't no pushover. You got Dr. Mayat probably get some pushback. You feel me? Like, they're not dumb. You dig? They're not going to make stupid arguments where I could just run over them and look like a superior. No, like, they're going to have clever pushback, witty arguments, witty rebuttals, and they're going to push us to the max, push us to the limit, right? But also we can hear their education on their tongue. So when they say I'm a doctor, I believe it because I can hear like doctor type shit coming out your mouth. Information where you put together sentences. I'm paying attention to your vocabulary. I can see it. Consciously, stop. That dude got his education in prison. That dude sounds, that dude, if he has a master's degree, I will openly apologize. But also, it would have a dichotomy effect. I will openly apologize for defaming him if I'm wrong, and then I will because I'm a guy who's pro college, pro education. If he has a degree too, and sounds like that, I'm gonna say college ain't shit. Okay,
well,
I'm a pro. Huh?
I think he does have one. I think he does have one. I think he went to a HBCU, but it doesn't matter once they accept Pan-Africanism.
Wait, hold on. No. It ain't about that, because you got a lot of people who accept Pan-Africanism and they sound like they're educated. Okay, I need confirmation on this guy. I don't want no I got one and we all believe it, because Dr. Ben ain't got one and neither does John Henry Clark. And they're called doctors, right? And they act like they had one. They lied at one point. So
that's right.
and you got Dr. York. You got a lot of Dr. Seuss. You got a lot of doctors out here with no.
Yeah, it is. Ain't
it? So I'm gonna need this guy to source up, because I do. And and I'm gonna even take a step back. If this guy got any degree, I'm gonna double down and say it was online. There's no way he was in the classroom. No way. I've never met a college graduate that sounded as dumb as him in my life. I never even heard one. Usually when people say they got a college degree, you could kind of sense it. Matter of fact, sometimes you know it before they even say it. Because the way they putting together certain words and thoughts, you can hear, okay, yeah, this person is definitely educated. Like, I could tell academics was educated before I even knew he was educated. I could tell. Like, it's just some shit that goes without saying. Okay, but he would be the first guy that I ever heard speak and sound like a fool that had a college education. And then, like I said, then I'm a now be on the other side of college education. I'm gonna say, okay, that shit ain't nothing, because it's supposed to do something to you. You're supposed to reflect the education. This guy reflects prison babble consciously. So I'm gonna need to see that, and then I will stop saying what I'm saying, and I'm gonna just be anti fucking college after that. Because I believe.
Yeah, somebody in the chat, V4 Benja said he has a master's, but like you said, we need to
and
see
what?
It.
And what? And what? I mean, it may be true, but I want to know.
Let me see. Ronnie has a master's.
Yeah. And look, and also,
He's joking.
Huh? Okay, I'm about to say because what's the master's in? Gym? Like lunch?
It looked like he said master's, a degree from Haiti. Oh boy.
Right. Okay. Now that would make sense.
He said Ron, he has a master's from one of those tether pay for degree schools.
Oh yeah, I got it. The finesse degrees. Okay.
One in the chat.
Yeah, because that'll make sense. Because I'm telling you, man, like he'll be the first person I ever came across that has an education, and it doesn't sound like it. It sounds like he straight went to prison and got his education there. He'll be because I hear his debates. I played his shit on my live play too. The dude is a fool. He misrepresent. He said he misquoted he misquoted President Trump, the enemy within. There was a context to quote Trump's enemy within statement, and he was talking about his political opponents, the liberals and whatever Republicans who was against him, right, giving them pushback. He was talking about those people. Consciously pretended like he was talking about financially Black Americans. He made that up, and the person he was debating didn't see. It was a young guy, a young FBA. He ain't the most experienced, seasoned person, so he didn't know how to. He's taking consciously words as though they're true. Like he's taking them for granted. Like people don't know, bro. When you're debating a tether, you can't believe nothing they're saying. You have to question. Tethers lie. You have to fact. You have to you have to tell them to source it up, or you do it for them. You cannot believe them. They're liars.
Got somebody backing you up in the chat. Got somebody else backing you up in the chat. Iceman3641 says he got one of them United Negro College funds from Professor Oswald Bates.
I know it. I know it's no way you sound that stupid and uneducated, and you got a college degree, man. It's not. I've never heard. I can even tell somebody with 3 years of college that didn't even finish 2 years. I can tell because there's a pattern, and vocabulary is the pattern. The minute you start to like take your schooling seriously, your grammar reflects it. You don't like, you could tell somebody who's like selling drugs and everything shit, you could tell by the way they talk. You know, yep, I believe you was. That's why Tariq Nasheed said you were in prison, bro. There's a conversation you had. Why do you think Malcolm X went to the dictionary and studied? Because he didn't want to sound like that. That's why. Because he knew if he just talked normally, the prison would come out. Hey, you see what I'm saying, son? Yeah, my boy, yo, check me out, my guy. Hey, yo, ain't that like Lord Jamar? That's Lord Jamar. Now look at Lord Jamar from Godfrey. There's a big difference. And I'm not like, trying to get on nobody. I'm just showing you like you could tell there's a difference.
Absolutely.
Like, come on. All right. So, and then you got autodidacts. Like you got John Clark and Ben Johannes, whatever his name is. They are autodidacts. So they went back and taught themselves. So like that's considered, education as well. Okay, let me go. And look, the center, the Saint the Center. You know about him?
No, I don't.
Okay, very articulate. So when he says he went to college, it's believable. I don't even gotta say prove it. It's believable. You can hear it when he speaks. So if he's lying, shit, he can still talk well. So it still works. All right, let's go. Let's play.
Dang, I can't ask you the questions. You want to
I'll need to find out who I'm talking to because you sound like a Fed in the chat.
I'm indigenous, brother. I'm an indigenous person to this world, to this land itself. You can't put me.
Shit.
You can't put me on no continent. You can't just say.
Okay, you're a tether. That's tether talk. You're a tether.
Right. He's from the Arawak Nation.
Immigrate here from. You're a tether. That's tether talk.
Okay, so first of all, I got family from Africa that originate from Africa. I have family in Americas, and I probably got family out.
You just babbling, dude. This is again. That's Fed shit. That's just Fed. Yo,
you saying
they send Feds around just to babble nonsensical.
Nah,
that's Fed. That's what Feds do. They send sock puppet accounts.
Brother,
they send Feds in these places. You're in my space, sir. You're fedding out in my space.
Your division.
I ain't dividing nothing. I'm on my own.
He said your division, not dividing.
Hear me. They're not going to your Fed page. I'm on my channel talking.
You are a
you're on my page fedding out, sir. Just babbling. You have not made a lick of sense.
No.
And by the way, who the hell calls, if he's a Fed, who calls in a Fed page to tell them they're Feds? like, hey, like, you look, let me dial 911. Hello? Y'all the cops. Y'all Popo, y'all 12. They're like, okay. Yeah. I'm just telling you who you are. Okay.
Wow.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, yo, if you believe somebody is cosplaying as a rider or activist, right? In our lineage, and you believe they're Fed, like how I believe certain people who I expose, right? I don't call them, hey, you a Fed. I showed their actions. I showed them always calling us African American, always calling Africans black, justifying Queen Nzinga, flip flopping. One day, Dr. Ancient Mama Mayat. One day she's Freeman. Next day then she say, hey, we gotta throw away African American. The next day she's African American. It's like, what just happened right there? You think that's but I don't even gotta call them Fed. I show you how they're double agents. You decide for yourselves what are they. I just show, look, Now, when I was getting on Professor Smalls, what I do with him? I show all the sides. I said, look at this shit. You dig? When I saw it, when I exposed Lord Jamar, what I do? You know, I showed y'all, Professor Griff. What I said, I don't gotta tell you, I show you. And I say, yo, family, y'all rocking with this? I'll leave it to y'all. You dig? I showed y'all Anton Daniels 9 months ago. Not recently, what he did with Corey Holcomb. I showed him, I exposed him 9 months ago. Yo, this dude is a scammer. He ain't right. I was way ahead exposing him. You did, because some of us can see, like, again, I'm great with patterns. I can see the inconsistency. Like they're not, you know, when you know somebody not real, when they're not consistent. By the way, SL, I can't ever befriend anybody who I can't predict. If I can't predict what you would do in certain situations, I can't rock with you. I don't like unpredictable people. Like, I got to be able to say, okay, if we get pulled over, SL, and look, I can accept your bad behavior. Cause at least I still could predict you. Okay, all right, he about to wild out on the car. Let me just calm him down. You feel me? But if I don't know who you're gonna be, that bipolar shit, I'm good. I cannot hang around you. I can't. I gotta be able to know what you possibly gonna do in a given situation.
Undependable.
Right. Can't do it. Can't do it. And like, I don't like it. I can't trust people like that. So when the people I'm naming, I'm seeing the one way standing 10 on this, and then they hang around other people and they're against that all of a sudden, and then they're in the middle. And it's like, yo, yo, just say you're against it. Stop cosplaying because you want to be in Hidden Colors. Like, you know what I mean? Like you're, I mean, that's a tether. A tether. Look, this is Dr. Maya she's a FBA tether, the reverse. She's in our spaces just so Tariq she can broadcast her image so she can sell that bullshit DVD and sell some books. You dig? So she's gonna calm her FBA hate down until the DVD is released. Now it's out now. Okay, fuck. And then now, okay, I'm gonna go at that. That's all she did. Right. I've been calling her. I've been calling her out. That's another one I've been calling out.
When I saw her in the clips, but I was like, oh boy, she got on that. Okay.
Yep. Big mistake. Because I'm telling you, you're gonna see her. Look, she's gonna get louder and louder, especially when Hidden Colors, like, you know, where everybody get it and it dies down. That's when because look at her views. Like, she don't get views. And for a name like her, with all the exposure she got on Sonetta and all these big channels, to have views like that, she failed. So these guys can't live with that. They gotta do something wow. They gotta be against FBA, against Tariq to get the other attention that they wish they had but can never get. So let me be wild and do something dumb so I can get attention on me, and hopefully it stay around. But it never stays around. It comes and it goes. Because that people just want to see what you said, but they're not really supporters.
All right.
So, like, Conscious Lee is a failure. Conscious Lee, yo, his IG, my man got 800,000 followers. Okay. Now, y'all don't know what that means. When you have 800,000 followers, when you drop videos on TikTok, each video should be at like 20, 30K.
Easy. There
should be no 1K, 5K, none of that stuff. He's on YouTube. This dude, we're doing the same numbers on YouTube. I think sometimes I got him beat. I got 5,000 subscribers. He got gazillion. And we're doing the same numbers on YouTube.
That's a failure, just like you said.
Yeah. Oh yeah. 100% failure.
Absolutely.
So they can't live with that. So I gotta do something wild to get my name out there. So that's why they crash out. Oh, I'm gonna debate FBAs. So he debate FBAs and look like a fool, but pretend he's winning. Like, he's trying to convince his audience. So now look what he does that's so disrespectful. He'll give he loves going first. So he'll go first and try to pretend that when he goes first, your round gotta be wasted on addressing his points. It's like, yo, that's not how a debate goes. Now, this is a guy who debated for 13 years across the country, and he's a debate coach. Bro, what the fuck you mean I gotta respond to you? Bro, a debate is you give your opening, I give my opening. You give your argument. I give my argument. Then there's a rebuttal round. Stupid. Like, this guy thought I waste my time defending, or rebutting him, where I never get to say my argument. Like, no, what do you think this is? So I never get to. No, you're gonna hear my argument. Well, that is not gonna work. You're gonna hear my argument. So yes, that's not how it works. But he thought he thought that's how it worked, where you got to waste your round responding to the bullshit that he said. And this is a guy who lied and say he's just so experienced as a debater. Anyway, let's go.
You've not made a lick of sense. You're in here babbling like you've been sipping on lean or something, and you ain't said nothing that made sense, sir.
If Malcolm X was alive right now, it would be me working with the brother and not you.
You too mushmouth. You're not going to work with Malcolm X. You too mushmouth. You can't even form a cognitive sentence.
So you don't think Malcolm X understand who the so-called mushmouth brother is?
Yeah, you're a mushmouth. Malcolm wouldn't work with you because you talk in circles and you can't get to the point. And Malcolm would see you were probably a Fed, so he wouldn't work with you.
Man, look, brother, I think you a Fed, man. I mean, you coming at me.
Projection. That's
you
called
coming
a projection.
at me. And that's called a projection. Me, I know you can't be a leader.
I'm not. Who said I was? I never said I was.
Oh yeah, okay.
When did I say it? That's fair talk. See, that's more fair talk.
Just know,
that's
brother,
fair talk. That's fair talk.
Straight
that's fair talk. That's fair talk. I ain't never said that. That's something that a Fed would say, right?
I am the Black Messiah, brother. That's all I came to let you really know is
the Black Messiah of what?
The Black.
Yeah, family. These guys are losing their brain cells over us delineating, yo. They are losing their mind that they can no longer tether. Like, and you know what? You know what's funny? That they act like because we're delineating. Yeah, do you know, like, white supremacy? It's going to be a delayed reaction. Like, they're not going to lose their benefits right away. They're going to have welfare for a little bit longer. You feel me? Like, they're going to have the little DI higher. They're a little bit longer before it gets stripped away. They act like because we're delineating today that they lose everything tomorrow. So that's why that's why they're crashing out like this. Like, no, you're gonna, it's gonna take a little while for white supremacy to catch. They're catching on, but before they totally catch on, no, you're gonna have some more years with resources that was for us that you're gonna be able to take advantage of, bro. You good? Like, relax, bro. Relax. You good right now,
brother. The Black Messiah, the one who's supposed to come back, the one who's supposed to come back and save the so-called race, humanity. Ethnic group.
So you're the Black Messiah. You're here to save humanity, right?
Overall, yes. After I save my people, yes, sir.
Okay. How's it working so far?
It's doing terrible, man. You got what you starting up. You know what I'm saying?
I ain't started up a damn thing. I'm acknowledging our damn long-lasting lineage that's foundational to this nation. So we've already been here, and I'm recognizing that and putting respect on it. I'm not mush-mouthing all over the place, sir.
So you say nation, brother. You say nation. So were your ancestors or your family that you originated from, were they American?
Yes, we're foundational Black Americans, sir. My family built the United States. Yours immigrated here.
Nah, but see how you want to divide? I love that, though.
What the hell you mean divide? What the hell does that have to do with dividing? Telling a fact? How is a fact dividing?
So are you saying the ones
how is a fact dividing? That's
not a fact.
Well, okay, well, where's the lie? Who built this country? Who built this country? Who built this country then?
Can I just say black folks?
No, who? What black folks? No, not all black people.
Right, that's true, but why?
Okay, see, that's the part where I'm gonna need Tariq. That's you to get on code on. It's like, dude, Tariq, you got to stop it. Like, there's no such thing as all black people, right? There's just FBAs, and there's Africans, and there's Caribbean people, and there's Brazilians, there's Puerto Ricans, there's Haitians, there's white tea man, there's Japanese. You know what I mean? It's okay. Everybody's their own thing. You cannot be black African. Look, SL. How does this sound? Okay, Nigerians, right?
Yeah.
So according to today, aren't they black Nigerians?
Say again now?
According to today's standard, right? World standards, aren't Nigerians considered black?
I thought they was considered Nigerians.
No, I'm saying world standards,
Okay,
like
world
how
they
white
probably
man.
think they
Yeah,
black. Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Okay, so watch this. They're black. Are they Nigerian?
They're Nigerian.
Right. Okay, that's two. Are they African?
They're African.
And then they're from their tribe, right? Yoruba. So
Yeah.
these motherfuckers are.
Jeez.
So they're 4 different things. Like, god damn. Straight hybrid, straight leprechaun, fucking Freddy Krueger, Jason Voorhees, Candyman.
Candyman. Oh man.
Yo, so you mean tell me that these guys are black African?
Frankenstein.
Yo, yeah. So they're black African Nigerian. Wait, God, black African Nigerian Igbo and whatever else I said earlier. Like God, yo, that's a lot of things. We're just black.
Wow. Yep.
We're just black. These motherfuckers 1,000 things. Like, yo, what they're trying to do is cover all bases. Like these FBA niggas, they're one of these things. So we're gonna claim all of them.
Right.
And they're African American. You forgot about that one. They're African American. So what these family, what they did was they claimed everything because they knew that we got to come under one of them. So they said to be safe, let's just be every fucking thing. And when these FBAs claim one of these things, that's us too, nigga. That's us too.
Damn,
God damn.
That dude sound like Frankenstein though. Like got an arm from here, eye from over here. Like he's
that's 100% Frankenstein.
No matter white he came and just named them anything. Now they're just like, yeah, we're everything.
Right. Frankenstein type shit, yeah.
Yeah.
Yo, y'all FBAs are one of these, and we just gonna be all of them just to be safe.
No wonder they worry about us delineating. They think we're gonna start pulling off their arms, their leg, their head. Somebody gonna take their snatch their ear off.
Well, that's exactly what happened because we said, hey, we're none of that. So we didn't snatch it off. They took it off. He said, yo, guess what? We're none of those things. We are FBA. So they started to take it off. Like, god damn. Damn, it's over. Let's take off the leg, the ear.
Potato head, Mr. Potato Head.
Mr. Potato Head.
The operation game. The operation game. We just take whatever you want to make them today. Whatever. They ready for us. Anything we are, they are.
Yeah, so that's why we like, all right, well, I dare you say you're foundational. So then they start to say that, and they start to say that through the Arawak Indians. They start to backdoor saying they're the indigenous people through the Arawak Nation. Like these guys are crazy, yo. Crazy people.
Why would you say, oh, someone that came from Africa and got put into slavery?
Who built this country, sir?
My people. People.
No, not your people. Cause no, you're a tether. Who built this country?
I don't know what a tether is.
Who built this country?
My ancestors, brother.
Not yours. No, not yours.
Where's your lineage come from then?
Here.
We're not talking about America. I'm talking about.
Yeah, I am. That's what I'm talking about, sir. America.
My
lineage goes to the beginning of this United States.
What did your people call themselves?
It don't matter. We're foundational Black Americans.
You ain't got the facts then. Yeah. You ain't got the facts then.
Yes, I do. Man. I do have the facts.
The fact is my family
built this country from the beginning.
Yeah, y'all think I got patience? Hell no. Tariq got patience, yeah. Who's that, SL?
Okay. Nita Thug entered the waiting room. His name is Nita Thug.
Okay, we'll bring him in. Yeah, bring him in.
Nita Thug.
Bring him in. They might have some good conversation for us. It might be FBA because the last few were FBA.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Nita Thug, you in the house? What's happening?
What's up with you, man?
You know, man, we hanging out tonight, Friday night. We ain't got nothing better else to do but to, talk to the lineage.
That's what's up, bro. Y'all FBA, right?
Of course.
That's what's up, bro.
Yes, sir. You FBA?
Yeah, bro. I can't. You can't get no more FBA than me, bro. Like straight lineage, bro.
All right, welcome to the family. All right, so what's on your mind that you know, because you're speaking to your family, because most of my audience are just like, we rarely get tethers. So we normally, you know, my audience is normally like, I got a unique audience. They're mainly FBA.
Yeah. I mean, I have different. I have people on my team that work with me that are like in Africa, like actually there. They're different than the ones that are here. Cause the one here is just pretty much just brainwashed, right?
Right.
Yeah. So
And you know what? Yeah, the last guy said that. The last guy, what was his name? SL. He said that. He said the same thing. He said there's some Africans who rock with us. He said, but the ones that come over here are the filtered bunch, which the hyper selected is the proper terminology.
His name was Mr. Know-It-All.
Yeah, Mr. Know-It-All said that.
I mean, it's no different than they just got the same screening process they have for us, right? They know who they let get to certain heights within their civilization, right? They know what kind of nigga you are, even if you for your people. They know what this nigga not gonna go that far, right? So he's safe, you know. So they know who they letting over.
Yeah, right. True. Yep. That's a fair point. So so now those people are from Africa, right?
Yeah.
And then you got some people from the Caribbean, right? So, and we have no problems with, you know, them minding their business or riding with us. You know, it's their choice. They can ride with us or they can mind their business. Either action is fine with me. But what I don't like is, you know, what I'm saying is they should be proud to be who they are and where they're from. I don't like when they miraculously become black. That's my problem. It's like, no, you're not black. You just said you were African, right? Yeah, so be a proud African. I'm a proud black. Black and African are not interchangeable. Anybody can Google that right now. These are not interchangeable words at all. So that's my thing. I'm cool if they cool, if they agree to just be themselves and stay Caribbean, stay African, and leave that black word alone. How you feel about that?
Totally true, cause like we respect their culture, but then we have this come out as you are culture, you know what I'm saying? Like the church back in the day. But we can't just let everybody come in around you, because a lot of people that infiltrated our organization back during the civil rights era were immigrants, right? Because it was hard to get an FBA to go against Martin Luther King or Malcolm X. They were immigrants and people that were sabotaging them or whatever. But it's like, just like you say, it's like a get in the car or don't, like boys in the hood. You gonna get in, you ain't, nigga. You know what I'm saying? But I do think we do need to keep the ones that are cool. We do need to keep lines of communication. We shouldn't burn the bridge totally, right? I ain't gonna say I'm Pan-African, but I think that if we build, we need to get back into manufacturing. So how would that look like, right? We can go to countries like Nigeria and build manufactured plants a lot cheaper there, right? You can buy a mansion for like $4,000 in fucking Nigeria, right? So we were to say, just take for instance deodorant or something. We have a deodorant plant in Africa, right? But then we ship our products back here to America, right? So we need to kind of build like a supply chain for ourselves, because a lot of the power the white man have over us is his supply chain, right? Like, we should fight against a white man. Well, all thing he gotta do is stop sending water to your fucking region, right? And then you're gonna just be thirsty. Right. How you gonna eat?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So you have to create our supply chains to take care of our people and just slowly pull ourselves out of the white man civilization. So if we're gonna do this, what's the term they're using for it? The delineation.
Delineate. Yeah.
We need to do it from the white American culture as well. If we need to operate like the Chinese and like the Indians do within America.
Okay, so look what I'm gonna say to that. So delineate doesn't mean you can't do business with people. It's a simple term that's saying we're not the same as other immigrants we're not the same as immigrants that come to the country. See, because America has diluted enough where they successfully blended us in with immigrants. So much so, immigrants think they're us and they think we're them. They think we're immigrants. That's why they could say, hey, ICE will get you too. ICE gonna get y'all too. They are saying that because they think we're immigrants, because we've been diluted. So all we're saying, okay, this got to stop. Because if they're saying that, I'm sure some white T man is saying that too, and then we don't even want to play that game. So we're saying, all right, let's stop that right now. No, we're not immigrants. I know immigrants call themselves black, but they shouldn't. We call ourselves black. I know they call themselves African American. They shouldn't. We call ourselves African American. So it's looking like we're one and the same, and they could be deported. So it looks like, hey, black Americans can be deported. Look, Shaka just got deported. You see how that works? It's looking like, so now that fear factor amongst foundational people could be like, oh shit, Shaka got deported. Wasn't he black American? Yeah. See, but they don't understand that was some made up term to have them tether on to our ethnicity. That was a race category. So we're saying, hey, we're getting ahead of it and saying, hey, we're not. So all that means, bro, to delineate, that's an action to say, hey, we're not immigrants. And if you're not an immigrant, that means you were here before that. And we're black, so we're foundational. White people are not foundational. Yeah. So we're saying we're not immigrants. White folks saying they're not immigrants, but the difference is we're foundational and they're not. And they try to be foundational. They failed miserably. They ate each other, they starved, and they fought each other and killed each other. They couldn't even get along to get the Spanish wanted, the French wanted, the English wanted. They just killed each other over and over and over. Yeah. Okay, that's what happened. So we're foundational. That's all that means to delineate. We're saying we're not immigrants. We're foundational blacks, and we were harmed, and this harm need to be addressed. Now that has nothing to do with we cannot do business with Puerto Ricans, whites, Zimbabweans, Russians, whoever. The door's open for everybody. We are in the business world. Go ahead.
Yeah, they still invited to the barbecue, but don't bring barbecue chicken. You bring the jerk chicken, right? We right. know. don't give up your culture. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah, it's just like they're gonna have to respect our group. Cause like I said, I look at it like this: like if your ancestors didn't fight in the Civil War, like you're really not American in a sense, right? Because our ancestors really it wouldn't be no America for slavery, and we built the country. Two, when during the Civil War, the Union was losing, right? And if we hadn't joined, our ancestors hadn't joined 100,000 brave men and fought the Confederacy and kicked their fucking ass, right? Yeah. And kept this nation together, then it wouldn't have been no United States.
All right, so now here's the only problem. So are you familiar with Juneteenth?
Yes, sir.
Right. So now they learned lastly that they were slave resort, right?
Yes.
Now they didn't fight in the Civil War, right?
No.
But they're still foundational, right?
What do you think?
Yeah, because the foundation happened before the Civil War. The Civil War is 1863. The foundation was built in 1600s, guy. that was done 200 years.
As far as slavery go, but I meant fighting to keep this country together. Like it wouldn't have been no.
Not everybody can't. Yeah, but you're not. No, you can't use that. You can't use that. Everybody can't do Listen, you need.
Everybody's gonna go to war, bro.
Look,
everybody.
Yeah. You need people to maintain a country. So this was Britain's problem. Britain was fighting against Hitler, World War II, so much so that they couldn't keep their country together. So they had to invite the Windrush ship, a bunch of Caribbeans over there, to help the country stay afloat, because they shipped too many people off fighting. The country is falling apart. The women couldn't keep it intact. So no, you need people home to keep the economy going. If everybody's at war, the economy fails. Nothing's being sold, nothing's being bought, and there's no more money to do anything further. So you won the battle but lost the war. So that means they're happy. Yeah, you kick their ass, but look, you're broken all together, and that's what war does to certain countries. War for certain countries, like they expend everything where they might have held you off, but look at them as a result afterwards. Niggas broke and poor third world dirt countries.
In other words, what I'm saying is, did us as a people shed blood for this country to exist.
Of course, like we as a collective, like again, all of us didn't do what
I
George.
understand all of us didn't fight in that war, right? I'm not saying, oh, if you didn't fight in the war, if you don't have an ancestor that actually fought in the Civil War, that you not a foundation's best friend. I just mean that we bled and
I
fought
got
in
you. Right.
wars to keep this country. This country wouldn't exist if it weren't for us. Other way, if it
Of
weren't for
course,
our ancestors' blood, this country wouldn't exist.
Yes. So in other words, the South would have seceded if we had not joined the war. Right.
Basically,
Yeah.
that's basically what I was saying.
I agree.
So to say, people are under the assumption that white people just felt sorry for us and they're like, oh yeah, we should free this. That wasn't what it was, bro. Like we literally fought for our freedom. We don't give ourselves credit for fighting for our freedom. Like you would still be at the back of the bus unless you fought for it.
Right. And look, and that's what needs to be taught in these classes, not that Pan-African bullshit.
Exactly.
That right there.
So so how do you feel about Pan-African? I always say that wrong, but you know what I'm saying.
Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism is a waste, in my mind, a waste of time. Okay, in my mind. Okay, so now that's my answer. What is your answer about Pan-Africanism?
I think that if we look at the data, then you might be right.
Right. Now look. I'm not saying. Now look. So now look what I'm not saying. I'm not saying somebody can't go try. You know what I mean? Because what I don't do is stop somebody from doing what's on their heart. I said this one live before. Like I don't give money to homeless men, like grown-ups. Now, if it's a kid, you dig somewhere, I got him. But an adult, especially a man, I'm good. I'm good.
Well, we need to approach it differently. We need to approach it in a capitalistic way. So we should look at it like, okay, maybe we should just build businesses there and then employ the Africans.
But listen. Yeah. But why would I do that? I'm just saying me. Why would I do that when Black Americans are unemployed here? Why am I looking past my lineage to employ Africans when I should be employing Black Americans first?
Well, I'm saying, looking at a capitalistic point of view, right? They had the natural resources, so one, you were first mine the natural resources. Then
no, what I'm saying, what? Look, you saying they got natural resources. Well, what I'm saying is, what do I need from Africa that I don't already have here?
The natural resources. So you
name one.
The same company
name
that
one.
you have. I'm just saying.
I'm saying. Look. You're coming from the standpoint that we're all business owners. We're not. And like that's a farce. Most people in 2026 going further, they're going to work for companies. You just said build a company and employ people, right? So those people that want to be employed are going to be your own people. Everybody ain't meant to be a business owner, boss. There's a lot of stress in that. I own a business. There's a lot of stress in that. It's a lot of you gotta everything's your fault. You gotta advertise, promote. Everybody can't do that.
Yeah, I understand that. But what I'm saying is, let's say for instance you have a corporation based there, but you can also have the same corporation based here, where you have employees that are African, you have employees that are American, and that makes the chain. And natural resources, refining them and then shipping them to America, or maybe even manufacturing and shipping them to America, and we sell them and we making money. Then you got money across the board. See, the thing is, we look at things in the
brother.
I just want to say one thing. We look at things in a visualistic way, but we got to start practicing group economics, right? We all donate or get together and donate to some dumbass shit.
I got you. Hold on. Because you didn't address what I said. Okay. Why can't I just work for Verizon, work for Apple, and just support FBA businesses and just live a great life and save money, invest? Why do a fraction of my life got to be for another people? Yeah, everybody's not a philanthropist, man. Everybody just wanted hey, look, we have so many relatives that's probably not doing well. I refuse to look past a friend or relative that possibly need a job or some type of assistance to go help somebody that I don't know at all. I'm not that bad of a relative. I'm not that bad of a friend. I'm going to look at my own first and foremost. First, now when everybody's taken care of and I got some extra in me to do something for somebody else and it's on my heart, then I'll do it. There's a song called Just Die My Heart. You dig? But I'm saying if that's what you want to do, go do it. Nobody's saying don't do it. If you believe that you should be, if you're a philanthropist and you feel like you should go ahead and assist one of these, these African nations, go, you know what I mean? If you feel like that's your calling, go do it. That's your call of duty, go do it. Nobody's saying you shouldn't do it.
Can I ask you a question? Why do you think that China is there?
China's there because China's trying to be a superpower. They're trying to be bigger than America. So now they're playing catch up. They're behind America. So they're playing catch up with resources and all that type of stuff. But China is a nation. China controls China is a China is a nation where it's just Chinese people for the most part. It's like damn near 90% just Chinese. That's a big difference than America. See, America is in a unique position. America is a melting pot. So like we're different than like Denmark or one of these European nations where so what I'm trying to say is it's easy to be a socialist society when you're the same people. Like that socialism, that type of stuff work when you're the same people. You're not gonna ever find a socialist society where it's a melting pot because there's no incentive to help each other. You feel me? So that's why it'll never work.
So do you think okay, we're delineating, right? But maybe we should start viewing ourselves as a nation within a nation. That as a group of FBAs, right? If we FBA,
we already do that.
We already do that, right? We need to act like that economically too.
But we gotta start with ourselves though. Yeah, but we gotta start with ourselves though. Like we gotta. Okay, Black Wall Street. You ever heard of Black Wall Street?
Yeah. They're even trying to build a new one.
Okay, so how many Africans participated in Black Wall Street?
No, be honest with you, bro.
Right. So you see how again, I'm not saying you should do it. I'm just saying that we can be very successful without ever lifting a finger to help somebody else out.
I totally agree with you. You saying you need to fix your roof on your house before you go try to help your neighbor fix their roof.
But what I'm saying is they're not our neighbor for one. But what I'm saying is like we don't need to go there at all if we don't want to. Like there's no obligation, like there's no cape on our back to say, hey, go. No, like we can come and go as we please. We can help who we want. That's on us. You feel me?
But what I'm saying is, sooner or later, the white man is not going to need us or our labor or need our black ass for the
planet. Hey, bro, that's that fear mongering.
There's not fear mongering.
We don't do that. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, bro.
Okay, I'll respect your time.
Listen. Okay, listen. That is, I'm gonna say that's that black nationalist Pan-Africanist talk. We said the white man want this, white man want that. That ain't the way, man.
Well, I'm gonna rephrase a different way. Do you think that sooner or later that the robots be doing all the labor in America?
Oh, I want to mute by mistake. Hey, look, so robots are going to do what they do, right? You got robots now, right, in different forms, like already Like, you know, I remember when they had the self-service things like that. That's you could say that's a robot, and you can't really say robot, just say AI, right? Because robot makes like that's some like 1990 type way of thought. When we thought robot, we never fathomed like AI. You dig? Like so now, yeah, but AI, yes, AI gonna do what it do, but this we're not worried about that, right? We're not worried about that. And there's nothing. Look, if there's robots, guess what? They're gonna do the shit that you trying to do in Africa, and they're gonna say, nah, the robots, they got it. They're cheaper. Hey, SL, who's that trying to get in?
Yeah, they went off as soon as I about to let them in. They must have backed. I wish they come back though. Whoever you were trying to get in, try again.
So, in other words, if robots, if they no longer lead our labor, right? I'm not trying to free them or anything like that, but if they don't need our labor in the future, then we have a surplus of labor, and then we living in a nation that counting on it like us. So then what happens?
Hey, bro. I'm not a pessimist like that. My thing is, just give me my money and you do what you want, robots. Just give me my shmoney. You want robots? Go get them. Just get my fucking money first. All right. That's my answer to that. Give me my money and get all the robots you want. Cause I'm damn sure working for you. I got my own money. Matter of fact, I'm buying robots.
You gonna buy a robot, bro? I'm gonna buy a robot, goddamn. But I'm gonna be talking my robot crazy as hell, bro.
Yeah. Give me my money. I'm gonna buy my own robots.
I'm gonna be the worst slave mouse. That robot probably gonna kill my ass, bro.
Some people probably gonna be dating their robot.
They will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Hey, I didn't mean to press that. Hey, can I pause it? I can't even pause it.
Cultivated a culture of resistance on this
land. I can't even pause the damn video.
Since we've encountered European domination.
My God.
Nothing was really popping in Europe
you did
until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
All right. My video started playing. You know how it is. I fixed my screen today. You know how it is. Like, it's never gonna be brand new. I fixed the screen, but it's like fixed with quotations. Like, okay. Yeah, but the robot stuff, get my money and I'm gonna invest in robots too. So I will see them at the top. That's my answer to that.
For real, bro. I'm gonna name my robot Toby, bro.
Damn. Nah, not me. I'm gonna name my robot Biden, Trump, Obama, Kamala, Reagan, Ford, Henry Ford.
Oh,
yeah.
Hey,
Truman.
We're gonna find people dating their robot next, bro.
And guess what? Hey, man, maybe that he keep his sanity. He won't crash out, and you know, what I mean, tear up a school or a store where I'm at. So
no,
I
if
would
a
rather
robot
be.
take my bitch, I'm gonna be mad, bro. I ain't gonna sense me lying, bro. I'm gonna be upset, bro.
Yeah, but okay. So to answer all that, because I want to finish the video, I got some videos to play. Yeah, so I'm again. Thank you very much, bro. I think that was a great call. I think people. Guess what? Some people feel like you. By the way, like, because we're not a monolith. So some people feel like that is a concern, and that's something they think about as often they could think about it. For me, I'm not there. You know, that's not where I'm at in life, and I'm somewhere else. But that doesn't mean that where I'm at is more important than where you're at. That's why, look, you go handle the robots. And I go handle FBA social life. You dig? That's your task, the robots.
So
and I go do the other FBA shit.
What's up, bro?
We gonna cover all bases.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so let me go ahead and play the rest of this video because I want to get on. I want to get on Smash Rockwell. I definitely want to get on him. So let me finish this video first, and then I'm gonna get on this guy because this guy been running his goddamn mouth, and this dude accepts no challenges. That dude dodges all smoke. Let me finish this video first. Tariq this and that. He's going at the retarded kid. Oh gosh, I gotta share my screen. I'm bugging. Give me a second. Let me rewind it back some. Oh my God. Yeah, did anybody? Okay, so I think he's still collecting. I think he's still doing like the little thing for hidden colors. Yeah, he's still doing the thing for it. The donations.
Yeah, he still do. Yeah, still got it.
Okay.
Yeah, 61 now.
Yeah. He's at what?
61,000.
Okay. Yeah. You don't know how mad I am that woman, Dr. Maya's in there. Oh my! Yeah, I'm gonna skip past her part.
When I saw her,
oh my God. Oh my God.
You might change her
back in the day.
Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, back in the day, I used to make videos and I used to like stuff like that. Not like necessarily stuff like that, but I used to make videos and like a corny part, I will crop it out. You dig? And it'll be the DVD without that part. And yeah, I'm like, hey, that's for me, but other folks be feeling the same way. Like, yeah, man, let me get a copy of that one. And that mine would be what I heard crazy ass talking.
Yeah. Getting her on there, like getting Fat Joe on there saying one thing, then go on there and say 50-50.
Exactly. Yeah. I don't want nothing with her ass running her big ass mouth. All right. Let me get to my screen if you don't mind.
We got FBA MC. What's that? CJ30 was asking you, yo, Ron, what about Amazing Lucas?
Yeah, why that name sound familiar? Amazing Lucas. Wait, that's that light skinned dude.
I want to say that is. Yeah.
I did something. I did a video on him. Like I think
yeah,
ain't he like a coon, something like that?
Yeah, he be going off. He's more like a Pan-African. He just.
Oh yeah. I had definitely cooked him before.
Yeah, you did.
That nigga Jewish.
Yeah. He did some stupid. Yeah, guys like that. Yeah, I did him. He did a dumbass FBA thing, and he never went back to that. I think he left that alone after that. You know, a lot of people dip their toe there, and then they get burnt off. Then they're like, all right, let me fall back.
Yeah,
but I believe
I used to do it panel, but I ain't know them niggas like that. And I said, man, these a bunch of motherfucking coon ass tellers. I just got down, blocked all their ass. They left.
Yeah, those guys be So guys like that, I did a video on them only because he came at FBA. So when people do that, I'm pretty much going to get you. But if they just leave that alone, yeah, he's a coon. Because I remember he was critiquing FBA. His research, his rebuttals was garbage. Like they parrot the same talking point, straight 100% garbage. No merit, nothing, and I wasted my time reacting. It was like, dude, like he said nothing different. I only did it because he had a name and a following. So I said, let me just do it because of that, just so we look his name up. This debunk video will be attached to it, and that's the only reason why I haven't like paid him any mind. It did. Oh shit. Yeah, that's the only reason I paid him any mind. But the dude should not be on nobody's radar. He's a like a mulatto type of coon. I can't stand those mixed dudes, man. It's just like they all go full tether. Those dual allegiance dudes, man. It's kind of hard to get one sterile. Who's that?
Can't stand no beige ass coon nigga, bro. Beige ass nigga. Beige coon ass nigga.
We got Suburban Swerve. Just hit the chat room.
Okay.
Just hit Suburban Swerve.
All right, so let brother drop off. Let him, so not too many people on here, because it'll get chaotic. All right, so brother, if you drop down, that's okay. We're gonna let Suburban Swerve cop in. You can always come back up. All right, brother. Where you go?
Suburban Swerving. Are you there?
Wait. So the other brother got dropped first. So because I only want a total of 3 at a time. Because it gets too confusing. when it's more than 3. So the brother got to drop. Did he drop yet? Did the brother drop yet? Is it still 3 or is it 4?
I only see me and you right now. How do I see the other one?
Okay. All right. It should be in the participant. I'm trying to still share my screen. My screen had frozen. That's why I couldn't share it. Shit. It had frozen. All right. Yeah, but a good call in. A lot of FBAs called in. Wasn't the normal tether marathon. Folks calling in. All right. Let me just get to that weirdo guy, Jonathan. Hold on. Let me get to that video. Yeah, so Godfrey, like every time I give Godfrey credit, he does some suspect stuff, bro. Every time I give this guy credit, he does something where I'm like, every time I give Godfrey credit, he does something like that. He does something weird. Every time I give this guy credit.
I know, every time. He like Dr.
I'm
Maya.
like, damn. Yeah, it's like, yeah, I cannot get this guy credit at all. Every time I give him credit, he does some slick stuff. So he lets a Nigerian guy go in there and go in on FBA with little to no pushback.
Yep. He brings tethers up on his show almost every night. So some of them are on cold, then they start talking too long, and then they start talking about FBA and the delineation. It always upsets them. We sit there and listen to him. Because he already know what the talking points. He know what FBA is all about. But I guess he just want to keep those Africans happy, because they come on there and start like, hey, if it wasn't for this, we would be better. It's like, you don't have to listen to them say that. You straighten them before they came on. But for some reason, just like you said, it's like they're retarded. It's like we have to be really, really nice to Africans because they're retarded. And it's like, well, we can't be like really nice to them because they're retarded. It's like we got schools for that. They need to go back to school. We can't help any people that they so fragile that they can actually call us names at the same time. You know what I mean? It's like they got these vicious things to say about us, but then when they come on his show, what they want to do is talk nice, then always using these backhand even slurs for us on it. It's like they do anything they can to try to get him to say, hey, we're trying to get along with them. And it's like, man, we're not trying to get along with you. We're trying to let y'all know that this is our land. We don't supposed to be like explaining things to y'all. That's why we got so much content on YouTube now that we're not respecting what they say. And that's why they're crashing out, because look, bro, you putting out so much content. So many people are getting that. All of us are going around spreading it with all our people that when we see them come on now, it's just like, man, we don't want to hear what you got to say. So Godfrey is feeling that.
Yeah.
He's feeling it. That's why he letting them talk. He's like, yeah, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I think I got that guy, Lucas. I got almost everybody. The only person I ain't really get like that, and which I supposed to got him, the only person I really trying to find time, just other stuff was popping up, is that Frank's the new guy. I didn't do a whole. I got my stuff together, but I was supposed to do a whole rebuttal on his But the reason why I didn't do it because I was making sure I had the full video, because I wasn't sure if the Daily Podcast had uploaded the whole thing. Because I know that they were at one point they made it their Patreon. I paid for that. I watched it, but when they uploaded it, I didn't believe it was the same thing as what I paid for. I felt like they cropped out a lot. They kept it. That's okay. I felt like what they sold people, like what you paid for, I felt like that was the whole thing. And when they uploaded what they uploaded, it was not the whole thing, like
so
bits and pieces of.
You think they put it on like their Patreon?
No, I did. I know they did because I paid for it. I'm saying when they listen, what I'm saying. I'm saying the Patreon, I believe, is the whole thing. When they upload it for free later, I believe that was not the whole thing.
Gotcha. Right.
So that's why I never did nothing on that, because I felt like it's not the whole thing, and I want the whole thing. So I was waiting until they upload the whole thing.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So now I found Smash Rockwell, Jonathan Owen, this weirdo. I found his thing. Now he's a mushmouth dude that goes around babbling, smoking cigars in front of his little cult followers, talking tough, like he's a researcher, all this type of stuff. Don't ever take call-ins. You dig? If they do, their calls are filtered. Not like me, where I just blindly by, hey, let them in. I'll just find out right then and there. They know I am. They're never calling over here, and they all against FBA. All these like Egyptian guys, the Hoteppers, somehow here go to Frankenstein. Hoteppers are also Pan-Africans, and they're also Black nationalists. It's like when you're one, you're all of these things.
Right.
I don't know how that works. But yeah, when they won, they're all of them. So they're Pan-Africans, Hoteppers, and they're Black nationalists.
Tethersteins.
Right. Yeah, that's a good word right there. These Tethersteins. Yo, when you see Dr. Ruxpin videos, bro, the dude be having an Africa flag, the whole continent. And yo, listen, these guys. Yeah, I don't know if y'all know, but Egypt is North Africa. Like that's up there with like the Moroccan, Libyan, Gaddafi that guy. They don't look nothing like the people who they say they are. Yeah, the people who they want us to be. It's like, hold on. Wait, I just thought about it. Why are we Africans? Why we just can't be Egyptians? Next time they call me, African, I'm gonna say I'm Egyptian.
Right.
Yo, because what they really are saying, family, they're really saying that you are West African. When they call you African, they're not calling you Eritrean. They're not calling you South African. They're not calling you North African. They're calling you West Africans.
No.
So next time they say I'm African, nigga, I'm gonna say, hey man, I know I'm Egyptian. I'm North African. Yeah, and watch they go crazy. And for the first time, they're gonna act like Egyptian Africans are different from the other Western ones. Watch, I'm telling you, these guys, they move the goalposts. They want to corner us so badly, man. Yeah, but they want us to be West African. The minute we say, okay, I'll be African, I'm Ethiopian. They be like, no, you're not, nigga. Yeah. All right, well, just say that. Stop playing the game and say you believe we're West African. Because that dude got that unk flying around. It's like, dude, why? And the reason why they got the unk family is because these guys are trying to pick the best part of Africa. Now, who they really say they are? They say they're the West Africans. The West Africans had nothing to do with Egypt. So I'm like, so why is that unk there? And like, you'll get a different answer for all of them. Why the unk is there? It's like, yo, so what the unk got to do with West African? Like, why not have like a West African tool? Why not have bushmeat right there, or a rat right there? Like that you got an unk for?
A rat.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Or a hyena.
Right. What's the unk there for? All those guys are default like Hoteppers. Like, yo, what? Can you be more diverse? All right. So I'm playing my screen. Watch this. This is the guy. It's a bunch of Pan-Africans, right? Hoteppers, Black nationalists. Who's going to disrespect? I mean, FBA. Look, we don't have a problem with guys questioning why we're delineating, why we're doing this, why we're doing that. We like that because it gives us the opportunity to answer the questions, right? We want to answer the questions, right? So the confusion is dispersed. We don't want confusion. We want to clear the confusion.
Right.
So look at this question right here. And of course, they're bad faith questions. Look at this one.
Rounded people up in the camps in America.
Yeah, right there.
Okay, can you hear the audio? I want to make sure before I go further. Can you hear
low.
the audio?
It's a little low.
Yeah, but that's not me though.
It's the video.
Yeah, that's the video. That's the video. I'm sorry, family, but y'all gotta try to turn y'all thing up as loud as you can. That is not me.
San Francisco. Yeah. Now look, how did the Japanese start acting? Did they say, "Oh, we foundational"?
Okay, so he's talking about reparations. So he's saying when the Japanese got, let me back it up so you guys can hear the context. So now this is a disrespectful comment, but this is what they do. So let me back up so you hear the full context.
I was thinking that you are in the war.
So
people got different ways they look at this.
Mm-hmm.
So it's
yeah,
black
I can
people
understand,
will
but
be like,
so I said I prefaced it with if you don't understand that.
But I'm saying, yeah, they don't have to. They can tell you if you don't understand that you're not in a war.
But Smash, the whole legal argument has nothing to do with the name of the group, because if you listen to Reggie, he explains that the shoot down reparation.
Okay, now he said, listen to Reggie. Now they believe this Reggie guy is an expert in reparations, right? Like a guy who's a pseudo lawyer, like the guy who's the guy who's lying. Like the guy ain't a lawyer at all, but he claims that he was a paralegal. Like, dude, stop it! Like, yo, these guys be everything. These Frankensteins, these TETHERs. Yeah, this guy is a paralegal. Freaking tether. Yo, this guy is a paralegal. He wrote this, wrote that. I mean, family, they are authors, self-pub. They're everything. Everything. It's like, damn, nigga, like, what are you not? All right. So now he said, if you listen to Brother Reggie, and I debunk, first of all, Brother Reggie's Black City Plan. Now notice that he don't call the African City Plan. I told you, family, when they pick and choose, but they're very selective. They're very careful on when they choose black, when they say African American, because the family, they know that they cannot ever say African nothing when they're addressing black people nationally, because we don't resonate. ASL. Here's the finesse. They know that if they call something African nationally, that we don't associate with ourselves. We automatically think, yeah, it's for Africans. So that's why they all say black when they're speaking to us. When they want to point something out, they'll say Black City Plan. They'll say black this, black that. When they want all of our attention, they'll call it black, right? But they'll call us African though. They'll say, all right, Black City Plan for Africans. Like, wait a minute. Shouldn't the Black City Plan be for black people? Why is it for Africans? So that's part of the confusion and finesse right there. All right. So he's referencing Reggie, who's wrong as hell with reparations. A fool, actually.
Based on people not having proof that.
Hold on, because we went to a different conversation. James was talking about not trying to trip off what dude.
Now he said James. His name is Pan-African James. If y'all know who James is, y'all know he was on this show. We took turns on James. I got him. Lex Vortex got him, and Ex Architect. We ruined him, yo. Damn. Yo, we ruined Pan-African James, yo. Oh my God, we had a great time cooking on him. That was so funny.
Got choked out in the subway. What you talking about?
No, I was saying that the argument of reparations, us getting them or not, is not necessarily based on the name of the group. Because if you listen to Reggie talk about it, he's saying they're shooting down these cases based on you not having direct proof that your ancestor was a slave.
Yeah, that's just nonsense, and I don't think that happened like that.
Right, like even this Pan-African knew that was stupid. Like, but look at the guy talking. The guy talking is clearly an immigrant. But Reggie said you don't have proof of your lineage. Hey yo, but let's say if that's true. Why the fuck you talk about that like you're happy?
Right.
Like what? Yeah. Like what if we asked for reparations and we could not prove our lineage? Why is that like a joke? Like, why is that the aha moment?
You can tethers, yo.
So let me have you. y'all can tell me I'm wrong, but when they gave out reparations for Hiroshima and Nagasaki or what have you, or whatever, no, that wasn't for it. They gave it out for the rounded people up in the camps in America.
Yeah, right there in San Francisco.
Yeah, now look, how did the Japanese start acting? Did they say, "Oh, we foundational Black Japanese or whatever, and we need to get the reparations"?
Shit, that's my fault. I mean, I went to this fucking tether. Damn, yo, I did not mean to do that. Damn it. Okay.
Hiroshima and Nagasaki or what have you, or whatever. No, that wasn't for it. They gave it out for the rounded people up in the camps in America.
Yeah, right there in San Francisco.
Yeah, now look, how did the Japanese start acting? Did they say, "Oh, we foundational Black Japanese or whatever, and we need to get the reparations, and our people who is in Japan trying to fly over here now shouldn't get none of that"? Or how did they?
It was based on you. It was based
real
on
quick,
many of
I will put the.
Okay, so family, this is a fool. That piece of shit is a fool. He said that the Japanese say, "Hey, we're the Black Japanese." You dummy. Japan acts as an ethnonym acts as an ethnonym. Their race is Asian. So if somebody on their behalf was asking for compensation based on the Asianness, yes, a bunch of Japanese would step out and say, ho, no, this is not for all Asians. When you say Asian, that includes Chinese, that includes Philippines, Hawaiians, and guess what? East Indians. Okay, so now guess what? Now the money's not unlimited. The money dries out. When they pay a certain amount of people, it's over. So why would Japanese sit back and let the dollars go to people who are of the race but not of the ethnonym? And guess what? And it's just not the ethnonym. You got to prove that you were in an internment camp in America or displaced. So what he said was dumb. They already using their ethnonym, you dumb fool. We can't use our ethnonym. It was hijacked and now it's a racial term. So Black is an ethnonym, Black is a race. African American is an ethnonym, African American is a race. You cannot get reparations from a race-based claim. Now, this is a fool. This is why they dodged me. That's why they dodged me. That's a fool. So we had to be clever enough to say, okay, we can't use Black or African American because those are races. Races includes everybody that's not of your lineage. Like I said, Chinese people are Asian. Hawaiians are Asian. You got Filipinos are Asian, and so are East Indians. They're all Asians, but they're not Japanese. So Japanese wouldn't stand for that. They said it's for us only. All right. So no, they already was getting reparations under their ethnonym. Stupid. That's why they didn't have to delineate and say we're Japan or Japanese. Okay, but like I said, had they said this is for Asians, but it really was for Japanese, they would have then delineated. So, okay, it's for us. You can't use Asian because first of all, we can't get it then because you can't use a racial category for one, and two, it ain't for all Asians, right? But again, when you listen to a fool. Right. So now these people be laughing like they know what they're talking about. See, FBAs are unnecessary. So it's like, okay, hey guys, so what should we do? Should we just continue to fail? Making the same mistake over and over and over? So keep calling ourselves Black and African, and every time we say that, it gets struck down because it's also a race. So we should just keep doing that. So we shouldn't be smart and change the language where it's exclusive and non-racial, and it's just talking to the harm class. That idea is shot down. It's laughed about. It's joked about, right?
Well, not really a joke anymore because it's being recognized.
No. What I'm saying is, FBA is. But I'm saying like these guys were joking on FBA. Like they're saying that's some clown stuff. It's unnecessary.
That's what I'm saying. That it ain't funny no more for them. It ain't funny no more.
Right.
Now they put some respect on it. Now they understand.
All right. Yeah. So now these guys, they talk. Keep in mind, they talk among themselves, and they never invite people. And that's why sometimes you'll see me share an audio clip of me calling in, and I just shut the whole thing down because that's what they do. Like they really don't want no opposition. They want to just defame, talk trash, and have jokes and giggles, but they're not serious. Like they don't really believe what they're saying. That's why they don't invite nobody who represents like our talking points over there to say, nah, we're not doing the Japanese people, and what we're doing is actually the same thing. Japanese. That's why I ask. I'll say, hey, guy, is you just said Japanese. Is that their ethnonym or their nationality or their race? He wouldn't know. I guarantee he wouldn't know. It's like, okay, brother. Then I can say, hey, can you get reparations just on your nationality? He wouldn't know. What about your race? He wouldn't know. So who's that right there?
Yeah. I'm gonna let him in.
So
Corbin coming back.
Okay, you can let him in. But again, I everybody coming at the time playing the video. So these are fools that talk about reparations, but really don't have an interest in talking to us about reparations. They'll talk about it. So you had the guy Ross Son that came on here and was bringing me all these Pan-African people who argue for reparations. And then when I looked them up, I'm like, bro, that's not the same. So he was referencing the new Republic of Africa, right? NRA. And he like, see, it was already done before and it was struck down. See, so it's not gonna work because they argue what you argue. And he was like, dead ass. They argue what you argue. Oh, hyper ADHD kicking in. They argue what you argue, and it was struck down. The court struck it down. The court said you can't do it like that. So I'm like, yo, there's no way. I said, bro, there's no way they was arguing ethnonym. I said they had to be arguing race or some crazy stuff. No, they were not. They was arguing like you. I said, bro, no, ADOS is a unique argument by itself. That argument never happened before in America, like the lineage-based thing. No, it did. It did. I look it up. These guys were arguing using the Japanese Act. If you look them up, the NRA, they were using the Civil Liberties Act of 1988. So that means that they had to prove that they had Japanese lineage to even be taken seriously. You feel me? Like they had to prove they had Japanese. How dumb is that? Now these guys also were but the guy who's arguing this, the dude, he calls himself Rob Bourne. He my son now. He was born. He's born. Now he's my son. He's grown up. He's my son. His name Ross Son. So he also didn't know that these same people were asking for $400 billion. Now, and this is 1968. And Umar even referenced them, as I highlighted when he was doing his little corny spill on that show with Dafa. Oh man, Pan-Africans were the first to do reparations. And he's talking about the same group. Now, these people had demanded $400 billion in 1969. Family, that was America's entire economy.
Incredible.
That's every last dollar. So obviously these guys, they just threw up a random number that sounded good to them. We want 400 billion. America, like, you want, so we just gonna crumble afterward. You did. So right. That also, they was asking for not just 400 billion, they were also asking for 5 states. Mississippi, Alabama, like, they dead ass. So you want all the money and you want the 5 southern states? Like, yo, you sound like the damn Confederates. Like, like you trying to secede from the damn nation? The fuck? And they said that they were not Black Americans. They were a sovereign people, and they were Africans spelled with a K. Wow. That was their claim. We're not American citizens. We are African nationals of so-and-so plebiscite Babel, and we got our own government, our own army. Like, that's how they were coming.
I saw that clip too. I know exactly what you're talking about. I saw that. I saw them arguing that. They had about 3 panels, about a couple of days doing that.
Yeah. So now the guy they proposed that to us as like, see, they've been doing it before you.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, we looking like, yo, are you Are you really comparing like that? That was told. But again, these are but again, that proved our point. It's like, yo, y'all are doing it wrong. You are sabotaging it for us. You're arguing reparations, you're losing, and you're watering down the claim where the courts are not taking it seriously anymore. So they look like, oh boy, another weird group coming to pitch this bullshit. That's how they taking us.
Right.
Because they keep coming with this foolishness. So, all right, so now these guys thought they got one with this Japanese stuff. Wait, let me who said you hopped on who said hopped on Swerving? Let me see what Swerving got to say. And then I'm gonna play the video. Go ahead, Swerving.
What's going on, y'all? What's up, Ron?
Yeah, you know, chilling, man. What's going on, brother?
You cooking, man. You cooking today, boy.
Hey, man. just getting active, man. I'm doing my civil duty.
Yeah, man. Check it out, though. This, the one thing I was listening to you and I say, wow. But it's very interesting because like the more they come after, the more these people keep coming after our argument, the more they dismantle Pan-Africanism. So right. I say that to say this, like, okay, so there were some key points in the whole doctrine or dichotomy of Pan-Africanism, right? And that was Africans were global people. But right. what they keep doing is they are, and Unk does this a lot, they are conflating African and Negroid. So
okay,
Negroid is a phenotype. That doesn't necessarily mean Africa.
Right.
And so they're doing what the racist paleontologists and anthropologists did. They're rolling right along with that narrative. But they were the ones that dismantled that narrative. They were the ones that told you, they were the ones that told you and introduced the fact that Africans so-called sailed the globe and populated all these different places.
Right. Yeah.
So now when they come over here, they're using anthropological terms and anthropological how can you say this? Anthropological just framework that they work so hard to dismantle. When they do that, they're going against the Henry Clarks and the Dr. Benz, because what they're saying is that, hey, you only got over here via the slave trade. There's no other way you could be a Negroid phenotypically if you're not from Africa. So therefore, the only way you got here was through the slave trade. You wouldn't be here. We're not a family. We got dropped off on the boat. All of these different sayings that they spew out. And they're abandoning their own fucking doctrine to try to tether and prove us to be liars.
Right. Yeah. They pick and choose what. Okay, one time they're A against B, then depending upon who they're debating, now they're B against A, right? And that is definitely how they do. Yep. They like Unk.
He's the biggest perpetrator of that. He's the biggest perpetrator of that.
Look, Black African power, right? He was saying that for the longest. Then he comes back and say, nah, race is a social construct. Race is made up. Ain't no such thing as race. So when he debates something and he's getting cooked, he's getting cooked, and the person using that black against him, now all of a sudden, no, you can't use black. That's a racial construct. It doesn't. White man made it up. Wait a minute, but you were saying Black African power for 1,000 goddamn years, and you,
right.
So now that it's cooking you, oh, black is made up racial construct, can't use it. Okay, fine. So what I do is I use that against him because him and Slow Mayat, they played John Henry Clark video where he talks about racist social. They got it from him. Racist social construct. The white man made it up. I mean, like he went a little too crazy. He went too radical on it. But let's go with it. He said the white man made it up.
Right. I know what video you're talking about too. Right.
Right. Now, I don't know why they think that video works for them over me. Okay, so he pointed out racist social construct. The white man made it up. It's all about ethnicities. So I'm like, whoa, that's what we're saying. We're saying, okay, so he's dismissing black. Wait, he's dismissing racial terms completely. He's saying it's made up. This white man thing is pseudo. So I'm like, well, then you're conceding that no immigrant could be black or African. And they'll say how? Because how are they black and African American? Racially, right? Not ethnically. Okay. So if race doesn't exist, made up shit for the white man, and these guys are only black and African American through race, then they're not black and African American at all. So you're agreeing with me now. The only black people are us because we're that ethnically, not racially. So that's something that they didn't get their brain wrapped around yet. And also what you said earlier with the I'm gonna cook one of them with their double standard. Look, I'm gonna point out, you probably wasn't present when I said this. When they pick and choose the double-sided, because they'll argue Negro, right? They'll say the white man said we're Negro, and Negro means black. And I'm like, okay, you sure? Yeah, Negro means black because it means that in Spanish. I got it, but just because something means something, and a word means something, doesn't mean that was the definition. That was the definition they put on it. What did they mean when they called us Negro? Were they saying we're black, or were they saying that they have another definition to it? Now, that's called pigeonhole them, because whatever answer they get doesn't matter. They're done. Because when I watched Three Nasheed the other day, man, they're in trouble. Yeah, if that's their definition, they're done. They're done. They're done.
Yeah,
I'm going
to
hook.
Yeah, and then once again, they keep. So what they want to do is they want to use esoterical terms literally, and then they want to use literal terms esoterically. So like,
right.
We gotta. Y'all keep saying black is an esoterical term when it comes to Africa. It's not a. There is, like you said, there is not a people that called themselves black. They were given that term by other people. So if there is no racial construct, everybody's black, fool. Because it wasn't no white person to even begin with. So where do you even get a chance to create a duality if it don't even exist? They had no reason to call themselves that.
So here's the thing. So now here's the other thing. When now the word black, that's even debatable, because are they call themselves black or dark?
They were calling themselves black, referring to the dark pigment of the ink in the pineal gland. That had color of your skin.
No. Okay, so what's the difference between black and dark? So a dark skinned person and a black skinned person. What's the difference?
I mean, you can, like that's what I'm saying too, bro. Like,
all right,
yeah, exactly. So where does hot and cold start?
So now,
exactly.
Right. So now, what I'm saying is this. So I'm going away. I disagree with what you're saying. I'm saying, which I know historically, they never call themselves by their color. They always call themselves by their tribes, their kingdoms, their countries, or something like that. They never call themselves black. That was something that the Arabs called them and Europeans called them later. So these people they call themselves Cushites.
Right.
Yeah, that's called it. Right. That's what they call themselves. The Arabs looked at them and said, "You're Sudanese. You're Bilal al-Sudan." Right.
Exactly.
They classified us with color. We need to classify them. Like the Arabs, they basically just like a camel fart.
Hold on.
You know what I'm saying? And white people is like a pig that ate mayonnaise and farted. You know what I'm saying?
Bro,
Oh, my bad, bro.
Now I got you. But listen, now, I don't want to call nobody nothing. I want everybody to call themselves what they are. See, I don't want to do what they're doing to us. No,
Exactly.
everybody
Right.
got the right to name themselves. Whatever you
Right.
think you are, call yourself that. But we know we're foundational, so we're calling ourselves foundational Black Americans, or ADOS, whatever term you want to use. But that's our right to self-identify, right?
Yeah.
So that's all I'm saying. So hold on. So these people were called dark. That's what I say. We're saying black because that's the cherry pick word we want to use. But
Well, they
black
used to call us more. The term was more.
Nah. Hold on. Yeah, but if you do that, you can go there. But then it goes back to what more mean. So when you go ahead and study these languages, if you ask AI or ask people, they look at dark people the same as black people. These are interchangeable descriptions. So, but people want to only use black. The same thing when it comes to describing FBAs. Like we're called African American and we're calling black, but they want to only call us African American. So people are only using the favorable term for their agenda. Now I know that when people call you a color, you're dark, light, dark and light. Not always black and white. Hey, he's light, not white, because nobody's actually black. You could put the color of black to any person that won't like him. But guess what?
Right.
You're still darker than that, but you're still darker than that person. So if you compare me to a lily white guy with no melanin, I'm darker than him. I'm not blacker. Neither one of us black. I'm darker. I'm not blacker. Black is a particular color, so it's red, so it's yellow, so it's green. All right. And nobody looks like any of those things, but we are shades of dark and light. Okay, just like yellow. Like what's like, is the Asian really yellow? No, yellow is like the damn sun. This guy ain't like that. So these terms we're picking and choosing how we want to define them and use them because we have a narrative behind why we're using that shit. And I'm here to say no. If you ask AI, that word can easily be translated as only dark and nothing to do with black. So there's no way to say it's black, and that's why I said I'd reject that. Now, because nobody's actually black. If you're describing yourself, why would you name a color you're not? There's brown, there's dark brown, there's all these clay colors. Why would you say a color you're not? And there's no white person. Like white folks don't call themselves white because they're white. And also black, I know this too, because I study, again, I'm in the Bible, I study this stuff. Black was always seen as a taboo thing. So in the Bible, black was synonymous with crying.
With evil, darkness, right.
Sadness, lamenting, right?
Yeah.
So you were dark when you were lamenting, right? So it was that, and like you said, evil, things like that. And that's how the world seen black and white. They seen it like that, symbolic as representing good, bad, ugly. That's why Dr. King, when he gave his speech about he's black and beautiful, he said black is synonymous with evil. See, I know this stuff. I know it was nothing to do with how you look. It was also esoteric, symbolic of something ugly, sad, not pretty, not happy. You dig? The losing side. That's what Dr. King said. Yeah, black was this, black ball. See, that's why we do that. So where's the color there? Black ball, black this, black that, all negative terms to describe an event that's not favorable, right? It's looked down upon. So black was used in many different ways, right? So now I know this. I know that the Portuguese, for a fact, were not calling anybody Negro because they were dark skinned. So through Tariq Nasheed, I went and did some fact checking, and I was like, oh shit, they actually had their own meaning for this stuff, what it meant to them. Okay, I actually played them a lot. So when I go cook somebody later on, I'm gonna show the hypocrisy, how they're gonna stand on it means black until I show the same word describing somebody else. And I'm gonna say, does it mean black here too? And they're gonna say no. They're gonna say no. So I'm gonna say, so it doesn't mean black.
So do you feel like we should start referring to ourselves using that word?
No, because we redefined it. When we say we're black, it has nothing to do with a color, has nothing to do with grief, blackball. When we see people have the right to redefine words. That's why we have slang. Like we say, hey, that's cool. It don't mean it's cooling off or getting cold. We cool is like, it's wavy. So Black Americans, we have a living language. We're the only people with a living ethnogenesis. It keeps going. We have a living culture and a living language. It keeps evolving, and that it's never stagnant. It's never stopping. So you got the Arab people who have traditions, who have dances, and it never changes. I taught hella East Indians, over 1,000 East Indian kids. They have the same traditional dances. They never change year by year by year. Carnival, same dances. Black Americans, our dances change. Our dances change every year.
Yeah,
that dance is different.
Right,
so
bro.
yeah.
Right.
So we have a living language. Our language changes. We have a living culture. We have living culture, living language, living culture. It changes.
Hey.
So if you think you know us, you don't, because use that word next year.
Hey Ron, you want to hear some crazy shit?
Go ahead.
And you're right, because like and I'm gonna say this gonna piss some Pan-African off, but when you really look at our culture and how we evolve, we're actually the closest thing to what they say a Kimite is, because like you said, our language is constantly evolving. We speak in allegories. Because everything that all of, if you talk about AVE, how much shit in there, we say one word, but it means something totally different.
Exactly. Yep. And guess what?
Because when you talk about Negro, that's an alchemical term for the black sun. That's a eclipse, the Negrito.
Oh yeah, you're right.
So
really.
So when you start, so that's what I'm saying, bro. Like these people are they're conflating esoterics with exoteric. They're mixing this shit up, and the people, and what they fail to realize is that it works for people who don't understand the sciences. But we were brought up in this shit, Ryan. Like I know, y'all motherfuckers. The argument it's infallible.
Yeah, and you know what?
It's infallible.
When I was cooking Unc on Queen Nzinga, I was playing his words with his debate. He tried to call in like before the video even got started. I'm like, who does that? So you don't even want to speak. You know why? Because he was trying to get ahead and do damage control, and try to soften me up so I don't play it, or try to give a disclaimer. Oh nah, see, we cleared that up. No, bro, you left this video public. You should have made it private. You left it public, so I'm gonna publicly react to it. Right? I don't need your permission.
That was good.
I don't need your permission. Your whole so now this ain't no FBA argument. This is your own cult team that you came up with. This is your cult that you came up with, and they're all saying the leader is wrong. And the leader said, "Man, screw all y'all. I'm right." Yeah, if that's not a cult, nothing is.
Word.
That's a cult. The leader said, "I hear all y'all. Y'all all have sound arguments. I can't rebut nothing, but I'm still right, and I'm leaving. Bye." And they all like bitches, like, yo, you leaving? Oh man, like, see, to them it was all about convincing him. It ain't about what they know. Like what they know ain't good enough. They got to convince this guy the leader. It's like hell. And when I was with them, same thing. But I said, man, hell no. I know. I got to convince your crazy ass, because the same thing with me. I would have arguments with this guy, and he don't want to listen because he's stuck in what he's stuck in. Right at the moment, and no information is gonna change his mind, bro. No article, nothing. When he's stuck at something, he can't see it. It's over. I just can't see it, and I ain't moving. I've been there, done that with him. It takes and then when he finally come around, he won't give you the credit for the why he finally came around. Like he'll just talk. He'll pretend to the public as though he already knew it. He's like, damn, I don't get no. I don't get no. You know, because he's scientific literate. He's scientific literate now, but I recall he was on the wrong side, and I had to straighten him out with because he was arguing a virus was a living thing, and I was like, nah, viruses aren't living, and they aren't dead. They're like in between. You didn't know that. He argued me.
Did you? I want what? Throw this at him one time. Ask him about the Black Adam in South Carolina.
The Black Adam.
How that's possible. They found
the Black Adam.
There's a Black Adam theory. And they
Like,
tried to
I
say
never
that.
heard of that.
Okay, so Black Adam is supposed to be a mitochondrial link to. No, not it's a Y chromosomal link to. Who Adam? I guess it's H1B1, but it's the original H1B1.
Yeah, I think I heard something like that, but I'm not familiar with the details though. But I think I definitely heard something about that. Yeah.
And they have found a link to where there's a direct ancestor that they found in South Carolina. They try to say it was through the slave trade how he got here. But it shows that his chain link is older than those that would have came from Africa. So it's more like they came from here.
Right. So yeah, so they're gonna always, because again they have an agenda, so they're gonna always spin that to be somehow they were dropped off. Like that right there, like you're never gonna convince them. I talked to Chief X. I played the video. It was Chief X, Sheffer, and another retarded guy. All three of them straight retarded, and they were trying to pin me on black. Yeah. So you and I try to caution him. I say, bro, he said, black people, you believe this, that? I said, bro, before I answer that question, I don't believe everybody's black. I was trying to let him know, like, my stance. I don't believe there's somebody black outside the foundation. He wouldn't let me, I couldn't get it out. Answer the question. Bro, I'm trying to. So the question, so I said, no. So you ain't black? Yeah, I'm black. So now he's confused. You playing games. I tried to let you know I'm black, they're not.
Right.
You wouldn't let me. Right. You would, but he wouldn't even let me answer. And he never did. I said, bro, I'm trying to give you some information. The people you're calling black, they're not black. They're Brazilian. They have ethnonyms. They have nationalities. Why are you calling them me? Call them what they are. Why? Okay. Let's play real simple geography. Point to who you're talking about. Okay, that's Brazil, right? So the people of Brazil are called what? Brazilian. Okay, let's call them that. Why do you have to call them black? Let's just call them Brazilian. Oh, you playing mind games. So I want to call them what they are. You don't want to, and I'm playing mind games.
And I'm the one playing mind games. Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey man, but it's white supremacy, because white supremacy will tell you some shit, lie to you, and in your face is like, well, that's not true.
Hey, bro.
And they're like, oh, yes, it is, because I said so.
Hey, bro, I told them this. I got videos, man, because it's all coming to my channel, bro, all the time. Brother Reggie, all of them. I told them this. I said, bro, you guys are, I called them blackologists. I made that word up. Well, no, I'm sorry. No, they said it. Okay, I'm like Jesse Jackson. I didn't make it up. I popularized it. Right. They said it, but I always said it. I called them blackologists. I said, yo, yeah. And when I say blackologists, again, at that time, I'm using black as like African. I'm saying you guys look at something, you automatically say Africans did it. Like, so you're doing the opposite of white people. Africans, African. So when I say blackologists, because at that time I was believing we're all black. So, but that's how I use it. I use it like interchangeable with African. Like you're sitting here looking at history, you're revising it. You're going back and you're Africanizing stuff rather than white folks whitewashing stuff. You're doing the same exact thing in reverse. You're making everything African. And as you can see, look where we're at now. They're making us African now. So I was spot on. But I called them blackologists. They used to get mad at me way back then. I called them blackologists when I was with them. I said, yo, yeah, bro, y'all overly blaming white folks and y'all like taking the blame off Africans, man. I said, yo, that's blackology. That's exactly how it said. Y'all over blaming white people and y'all under blaming Africans.
That's heavy. That's heavy. That's heavy. That's heavy. And like I said, man, you would have had to study that shit in depth to be able to pick this shit apart, man. The average people are lost because a lot of people this is their first introduction to any of this type of information. So it's hard for them to see the forest from the trees, man.
Then they come over here and that's why they want to marry our women and stuff, bro. And then they tell their women don't mess with us. No, don't marry no African American. But then you gonna come here and marry our women, give them $5,000, stay in the country, something like that.
Oh yeah, well Trump passed the law, man, and they're actually going back like 5-10 years on marriages. Yeah, like
Really?
yeah, Trump made it where federal time. Like yeah, he upped the penalty. Like it ain't just your citizens revoked and no. He said Fed time, 5 years, both of y'all.
I'm gonna drop,
Oprah?
Ron.
All right, thank you for
I ain't gonna
calling
point no
in.
finger. I ain't gonna point no finger, but we all know what time it is, bro.
Yeah, so anybody who married an illegal person for citizenship, they are reviewing those. They're getting y'all together, and if they don't see photos of y'all always together at trips, if y'all have too many photos by yourselves, oh my God, I feel sorry for you.
He going back 10 years, you say?
Yes, they are. They're going back.
Oh wow.
They review all that, yeah, and they're looking at your IG accounts. If you're taking photos on vacation or so and so, and that husband ain't with you often, that wife ain't with you when you going bowling, all the little man to man shit you doing, that wife ain't there with you, yeah.
Boy, it finna be a lot of stud keisers get arrested, bro.
It might be some Fed cases. It might be some Fed time, right? It might be some Fed time around the corner from you guys, man.
Nah, bro.
Stud Keisha's married. He's
Yeah, bro, because then,
yeah.
culturally, like, why wouldn't you want to mix with us if you in our land, right? Oh, don't fool with them,
Right.
don't fool with them. Because, I never had a problem with it. Like, if I knew if somebody in my family brought home, like, an African guy, I never thought twice about it. But to
Hey, bro,
them, it's an
none of us.
absolute no-no, huh?
Hey, bro, right now, I got relatives dating Africans, bro. I never said one thing to them. Like, yo. So that whole divisive, xenophobic, I never said one. These are immediate relatives. I never said one thing about them and their African girl. Not one thing. I never said one thing. I never was like, yo, check this out, yo. Nope. I stay out of their business.
I mean, it would
Because
have been
I'm not
cool
their
because we
leader.
could have learned each other culture. That would have been the right way to build a bridge because we didn't have to go down the path we went down, right? Where we at now with each other. Because like y'all want to isolate yourself from us, y'all want to sabotage what we doing basically out of
See,
jealousy. A lot of it stem from jealousy.
Hey, bro, my only problem is this. There's no bridge to build. Like, for example, FBAs could vouch for FBAs. Like for example, if I like in my region, if I don't know IG, y'all can check my IG, go there and check my IG, how I bigged up other people who this is way before FBA, other people who I thought were black. I'm not even sure right now if they're black or a tether, but these are people who I thought was me. I didn't even care. I bigged up their restaurants, right? I was one of the first people who bought from them at their kitchen in their house. Then they got big. They had to get a restaurant. I'm bigging them up. I had my sister go. I had people. I'm on IG bigging them up. You feel me? So what I'm saying is that's how FBAs get down. FBAs, we can big something up. Like remember the Patti LaBelle pie? The sweet potato pie that everybody was black people were bigging up, saying, "Oh, it's the sweet potato pie." Are you familiar with that commercials and stuff with Patti LaBelle's sweet potato pie? Are you familiar with that? No. All right. Well, there was a wave. It went national, where this zesty guy was he did a reaction to Patti LaBelle's sweet potato pie, like he was capping, but he was like, "Oh, this is so delicious! Oh my God, the best I've eaten in my life." So when he said that, everybody wanted to taste that pie. And then I think she came out and did some promo. So she had one of the most sold out pies at that time. Everybody trying to get to that pie. Okay. It turned out it was bullshit. It wasn't that good. But what I'm saying is that's what we do, bro. We can vouch for something and people get behind it. I'm saying they don't do that. So we can build a bridge where, yo, this guy, like we say, yo, Godfrey, cool sometimes. And right. And sometimes we might give him a pass and maybe consider him being cool. But that's what I'm saying. Like we do that. They don't do that with each other. So we can build a bridge for us to get access to them and they benefit from, but they never do that backwards. They never vouch for a Foundation Black American thing where there's a bridge for them to get access to us. You get it? So we build bridges to them for them always, where they take advantage of our assistance, our help. But they have never built a bridge for themselves to get access to us, to get something that we got going on. Never. And you even said earlier, building schools and this, building schools that, hey, ho. A lot of these tethers over here say they're well off. They got money. They got homes. They got more than us. Well, shit. Start building business for us then. We're the unemployed. Like these guys, they all pretend they all kings of Samunda and they got big homes and they got wealth. It's like, well, okay. Well, a lot of us don't. So what's up? Why build businesses in America? For Foundation Black America. See, it's always one-sided. That's why I'm good with that. Pan-African, that's why I say Pan-Africanism is bullshit, because it's one-sided. It's all about helping Africans, and it's never about how do FBAs benefit for us helping out them. And nobody ever gives a valid answer of how do we benefit directly and immediately, because they benefit immediately and directly. How do we?
They kind of have a bravado of like we owe them or something for some reason. I guess because we from Africa, we really owe you shit because y'all niggas have sold us into slavery. Like, what we owe y'all? We don't really owe y'all shit, bro.
I'm not from Africa at all. I never been there. I don't have one relative that ever spoke highly of Africa. Never said they got an African grandmother. I don't know one relative in my entire family who ever said we're African. And most FBAs have the same story. I've never heard an FBA story where they were teaching each other they're Africa. I mean, they're African. They're somebody from Africa. If we do all our genealogies, not one person lands in Africa. But somehow we're African.
And then what were y'all doing for the 400 years we was enslaved, bro? Like, y'all civilization should be farther along. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, they were look, bro, they were African. The minute they sold people who lived there, the minute they sold them, they sold their birthright. They sold their Africanness. Once they left, once they got sold for the land, they were saying like, yo, you don't belong here. When they sold them, that was their way of saying you don't belong here. You're not one of us. Go with the white man. He did, and that's what happened. They went with the white man.
The Arabics first, though. They sold us to the Arabics first, and then to the white man.
Yeah, you talking about the Ottoman Empire, all that type of stuff.
Yeah.
Well, you can't say us.
Not us. Right.
That's not us. Like they're I don't know where they end up. Yeah, because I don't know where. I know. So you could say they just like Caribbeans, like they're part of the diaspora. They were part of the same ships, so they're not us. Like they were one with us at one point. And then they had the ethnogenesis. They became their own people, so they're not even us. So like they are themselves.
I mean, they still selling niggas into slavery like right now. We act like slavery doesn't exist when they literally selling black people to the Arabs. That's not true.
No, ain't nobody black in Africa, bro. They all Africans.
I mean, and then secondly, other Africans Arabs right now.
Yeah, but
doing it right today.
That's different. No, but that's different. That ain't slavery. See, chattel slavery became the new definition of slavery. So what they were called, that's why they call it different things now. Indentured servitude, they call it religion. So now, please go get a video right now and share your screen. I want to see this slavery, and I guarantee you, it's some shit that's like cultural. It's some shit that they agreed on. That ain't chattel slavery. They're not slave raiders kidnapping people, rounding up. That ain't happening. These are people that are part of a society where they committed a sin and the punishment was slavery. Some shit like that they got going on. No, chattel slavery redefined what slavery was. So you got chattel slavery and you got other shit that happened where people were sold for whatever reason that was, but it wasn't chattel slavery. Now, watch this. I studied the Ottoman Empire and the Arabs buying, first of all, little to no, like the numbers ain't even comparable. But for what happened during chattel slavery and the Arab, the numbers ain't nowhere near. They sold 15 million. How many do you think was sold during the Ottoman? And then the Ottoman Empire was in fragments. It wasn't like one, like when they did us, that was centuries straight. It didn't stop.
Please enlighten us, brother. You spend knowledge, you know what I'm saying? So you saying that the chattel slavery had more slaves in that
15 million, and it was straight, and it didn't stop until 1808.
Yeah.
So that means centuries straight, they got out 15 million. It was a high demand. I don't high demand. Hey, a matter of fact, yo, I got something that is dope. I'm gonna share it when I get home, or maybe tomorrow, if it's not too late. I got something where I can show you right. Hey, yo, family, this is so deep because I told you guys, it's Africa's fault that there is a big, brother, I've been saying this for a long time. It's Africa's fault that they've been colonized. So I don't want to hear no pity shit. Oh, we've been colonized. It's your fault, dumbass. And I don't want to, and it's also their fault that we've been enslaved. So it's their fault they've been colonized, and it's their fault we've been enslaved. They're the reason why there's a big, bad whitey man. So I got a chart that shows you in 1570, right when the slave trading was starting, who were the strongest kingdoms in the world. And whitey man was, none of them were top five. It was the Ming Dynasty, Chinese. It was the Ottoman Empire #2, and some. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It was a Muslim thing. I can't think of it. But Ottoman Empire #3. It was everybody but whitey man. Whitey man was bottom. And yo, guess what? The Ming Dynasty at 1507, their GDP was 4 million. There was an Arab nation that had like 3 million, and then the Ottoman Empire was like, it was like 1 million, something like that. White folks was down there at 500,000 down. So people who were ruling the world had the most money, the strongest economy, were non-white people before the slave trade. When the slave trade started popping, you see the numbers change. You see the Ming go from 1 to 2 to 3. You see the Ottoman Empire drop. You see another dynasty creeps up and ahead. Then you see white people, France, get stronger. So they was number 7. Now they're number 4. Now they're number 3. Now Britain #1. The chart is so dope. It shows you how when the more they were trading slaves, and the more we were building their economies up with tobacco, rice, and cotton, you see the change of power. So remember, the strongest they were like $3.7 million. When white folks got in there, and was around 1870, where they were ready for the Berlin Conference, where they became the superhuman beings, nobody could beat them, bro. All of the white nations was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1870, family. The white nations that was the bottom of the list, bottom 10, were top 5, all of them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So our labor literally made white people an indestructible force.
Yeah,
they became
superpowers. Global superpower.
Yeah, because they had 300 years of free labor 24/7 around the clock.
Then we taught them mathematics, science, and technology, right? And
wait. Before we even do that, before we do that, I'm talking about. What year was that? Like 780 some bullshit. Yeah, they were not a strong powerhouse. I'm talking about, they were weak, and they couldn't beat nobody from the Middle East or Africa.
From the time we enlightened them until the time we were enslaved, that we've been building them for thousands of years to what they are
brother, you keep saying we like you speak Creole. I don't know nothing about that.
I feel
okay, my people had nothing to do.
Mindset, bro.
Yeah. My people had nothing to do with some bullshit like that. My people thorough as hell. We would never teach white man how to rule us. All right, that's some Yakub shit you talking. We ain't do none of that. Okay, we ain't get them nothing. No. Yes, you had some people who taught them were most likely the same people who sold us. Like they got this obsession, infatuation for white people. I don't know what it's about, but they want to see white people, like they want to serve white people. Hey man, these people are weak, but we're going to teach them to be strong because we want to serve this white man. Yeah, whatever they wanted to do, man. My family had nothing to do with my ancestry, my genealogy.
I think a lot of black people want this messiah figure to lead them, right? And they don't want them in their subconscious. They don't want that person to look like them, right? And they want that person to lead them, or those people to lead them. No, I ain't
who
talking about
talking
us. I'm saying some people, some African
Yeah,
people.
no. Okay, yeah. You said black people. Yeah, you mean Africans?
Yeah, I'm gonna make sure I get my term. I'm bad about that. Reference all us as black
All
people.
right.
But yeah, but you
All
want me
right.
I should only use black for the black Americans here, the African FBA. I'll make sure I do that.
I mean, because they're. I mean, when we say African, like there's no confusion what we're talking about, right? When we say, hey, man, Africans, they eat bushmeat. Is there any confusion with who we talking about? Do we think we're talking about black Americans, or are we talking about people? All right. Yeah. So, but when you say black, there should be no confusion there either. There should be clearly the people who built America and the people who are not from the continent, people who were sold and was told, hey, man, you got to fend for yourself. If you die, basically, like they had that Drago from Rocky mentality. Hey, man, we're selling them. If they die, they die. Like
Man,
they didn't give a damn.
We was a certain tribe, right? And they used a lot of Africans also to track the Jews.
I don't know anything, bro. I don't know anything about that. What you trying to spin over here? But bro, I don't acknowledge no tribe. I don't know what you trying to do, but I
I was
know
just trying to
nothing
lie you
about it.
on some facts, sir. That's all I was trying to do, bro. But if you don't want to talk about that on the show, I totally understand.
No, we can talk about. I'm just saying I don't know nothing about the tribe. Like I don't know nothing. I was never a tribe. I know nothing about that. All I know is that
They came and got a Pacific tribe. It's just like they knew we was tribal.
Listen,
It's still tribes in Africa, right?
Hey,
but
imagine
that.
No. I don't want to imagine none of that shit. That sounds like some Wakanda stuff. And I'm gonna play my video. So go wait. Hey, brother. Hey, bro. Go on mute. I'm gonna play my video. Cause I want to respond. It's a long 5-hour video. Go on mute, please. Let me finish this video. I ain't talking. None of that you talk about. I'm going right here.
The second fold onto the question, and then I think the answer is in this part. You know, the person handing out the money figures all that shit out. They ain't gonna just give anybody some bread just because they kind of look like they in the reparations line with some dark skin. So that's my last point. How do they figure that out?
That's the question. It'd be easy if you want to, but we already know what's going on. That's why I say I don't be trying to do all that. It's time for us to start doing some solutions.
That's the major contention, Smash. Everybody, we having a hard time figure out because even you made the argument. You like, I don't like how it becomes contentious between FBA Africans and foreign Africans or blacks, I should say. FBA blacks and foreign blacks, right? Because the contention, like, hey, you guys wasn't over here when we was doing slavery, but you are from the diaspora. You should get it from your country. If you was enslaved in your country, you shouldn't be able to get it from America. And I understand that argument. So the question is, that is the question. How do we disseminate the money and who gets it? I mean, yeah, how do we figure out
I
who
ain't never heard no African saying if and see, this is all fiction anyway. I've never heard no African said if they gave some reparations for slavery in America that they wanted some.
How long?
I ain't never heard
that.
No, that's
the reparations argument. Exactly. The reparation argument is a lot more complex.
So the y'all
you have to figure out at what point you want to charge America for the slavery. Because before 1776, it wasn't America, it was the British Empire. And then it goes even deeper than that with there being the Spanish Empire down in the South and in the Southeast, like Florida and that region to Alabama. And then you got from the Delta region of Mississippi, Louisiana on up, that was French territory at one point before the Louisiana Purchase. So it's not a simple argument to really have. To Smash's point, the delineation argument, if we want to, as Black Americans, come up with a name for ourselves, cool, I'm all for that. But to say that would be the only way to delineate doesn't make much sense. And the reason why I say that is because you may have some people that might be foundational Black American. We're just using the word in a colloquial sense, but they may have not been a descendant of slave. Because you have like when the first slaves that came from Angola and New York, they were indentured servants, so they necessarily weren't slaves, but they still was here during the antebellum period to the post antebellum to Civil War. I mean, post antebellum is after Civil War, till Reconstruction era to Civil Rights era. So if they were here but then they weren't enslaved, then how do you really charge or say that, well, they're not foundational or they're not descendant of slave? Like, it becomes too much of a mess.
So okay, well, hold up. How far back did you just go?
Well, I went back past 1776.
Okay, so you said it was a couple of people. Even deeper. Hold up. So you saying there's a couple of people. So you don't think if in that time period it wasn't no integration to where you could actually marry. So you don't think that those people, even though they might have been not dealing with some slavery, they married and procreated with somebody that was a slave?
No, for sure. But that would.
So like I'm saying, all these semantics, I don't be having time for this, bro.
No, what I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you, and I'm agreeing with you. What I'm saying is the conversation becomes too convoluted when you dial it down to, are we FBA or ADOs, and that determines whether or not you get reparations. Because there's also a push right now to give reparations to Black Americans who are descended from World War II veterans who never got the GI Bill when they came back home, and they missed out on this. And so, would you create a separate census for Black Americans that descendants of World War II veterans? Like, it doesn't really make sense, and you wouldn't have to do that to figure out who gets what.
So let me ask you guys this question. Say through the transatlantic slave trade, right? We know the same people came up through South America into the America, and they left slaves along the way. But these people now are not citizens of the United States; they're citizens of other countries. But they still was enslaved from the same people who created the United States. Do these people do these people have rights when we talk about reparations? Because they think they do. Because they got there through the transatlantic slave trade, and now America is handing out reparation. They like, hey, we're not a part of America, but we got here because of y'all.
Right.
I'm confused.
Well, again, that's still a harder thing to track because you have people, as we know, they would get seasoned in the Caribbean and brought to the U.S. That's what I'm saying. It's a convoluted conversation to have. If I'm getting seasoned and broken in the Caribbean and then brought to the Americas,
to it? Let's say we can track it and we know that these people became slaves through the transatlantic slave trade to the same people that made America America. Do you believe they are entitled to reparations from America?
If they
this is what I think, dude. Depending on what state, I mean, what country you from? Okay, go ahead.
So, in my opinion, it depends on what period you starting from, because it's not just America that will owe us reparations. It would be the French, it would be the Spanish, it would be if you live in South America, Portuguese, but specifically for us in North America, it would be the French, the Spaniards, and the British that would owe us reparations.
Okay.
So that's what I'm saying.
Let's be specific.
So if you're talking about, I'm getting there. You gotta let me get there. You gotta let me get there. So if you're talking about America,
know that I did qualify it. I did qualify it because I said the same people who made America is the same people who put me in South America. So I did qualify it. And you can pick which people that you want.
I think you would have a more equitable argument if you're saying specifically America. Because if you're saying that specifically American slavery post 1776, then no, they wouldn't necessarily they shouldn't get reparations for slavery post 1776.
But Brandon,
but if they wanted,
can we all agree that it's been taken to the state level right now, and it's up to the state? Is anybody?
It has, but it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be at the state level.
But it's not about. It's not about what should or could have. It's where is it at, and it's nothing we can do about that.
Nah, if it's at the state, that means we can still do something about it, but we got to be mindful that it shouldn't be there, because that's doing something about it.
Yeah, that's true. The reason why I say it shouldn't be there, because California wasn't no slave state. But that don't mean that my Mississippi family didn't go through nothing.
No, I think that the fact that it goes to the states, that is the Constitution working at like it should be.
But real quick, are we going back too far? What about Jim Crow and shit that's more recent?
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
All of that is lumped into one, though.
And one at a time, if we don't mind. The show is much better when we let each other talk.
All right, let me explain this because I want to let everybody understand that all of that is lumped into one. So what you just said about, what happened in Jim Crow and what he said about the GI Bill, they are lumping all of that and the slavery thing. They're lumping all of that into one. So
can somebody else answer the I would like to hear what you have to say about the proposition that I proposed, not the proposition, but the analogy that I gave, the example that I gave, Smash. I want to hear Smash and Pan-African James and some other people. Because that is the contention. Remember, we're talking about
Repeat the analogy.
So we're talking about we're talking about foundational.
They against them receiving reparations that's due to FBA, not just getting their reparations, right? They don't want them to get it when it's yours. Like, you feel me?
That's one aspect. That's one aspect.
Okay.
But the aspect of it that I'm talking about, there are people that we consider foreign that are Africans of the diaspora that got into South America by Spain, which helped create the United States. So are the people, the Black Africans, right, that are in South America, are they entitled to reparations because they was in the slave trade but just got stuck in South America or Central America or the Caribbean?
Well, it depends on who you pursue.
Hold on, Pan.
Let's do one at a time. I don't have are you still going, dude?
No, I was trying to tell James he got next.
Oh, go ahead, James. I ain't tripping. Go ahead, James.
No, that's what I was trying to explain when you had said it the first time. Each country is responsible for this enslavement of the people that they enslaved. So that's how it breaks down. So if Cuba enslaved some people, they responsible. If whatever happened in Haiti, they gonna be responsible. What they did with the French, see, they got a bad.
But hold on, though, that ain't gonna work. Because countries, let's just be clear, countries didn't enslave people. Countries had laws that allowed their civilians to enslave people. But where were the federal government slaves at? That's jail. You see what I'm saying?
Like, and here's the other issue with that, Smash, is because those people broke away from their country and created the United States. So you can't hold Spain responsible when the people that broke away from Spain, France, and Portugal created the United States.
But am I wrong, though, dude? Is it a point?
No, you're not wrong.
No, the question, America never had slaves. Americans who founded America. Well, the reason why I'm saying that is because this argument gets taken to some of these companies sometimes, and to the private sector, it's true that if you hear some gripes about things that happened in the past, they try to pursue some of the people, if I'm wrong, that were associated with the companies that survive off the legacy of slavery. Not necessarily just the government.
The country,
you're not wrong, Smash, but here's the idea. Whenever you go and ask for reparation, you asking the United States, America. That's who's getting sued in court on paperwork. So you right as in just people.
You asking them to judge.
Right.
If you're asking them to pay, it's gonna be a lawsuit, right? Eventually, and you're gonna sue the United States, or you're gonna sue the company that you can prove benefited off of this.
But you could sue
it's
both
going to be the government, the U.S. government is going to be responsible for giving whoever the reparations.
Okay, you're right. You're right. No, wait. I thought you was about to say something else. The U.S. government will be responsible for being sued for the laws that set Black people back.
Yes,
right, that's true.
They legalized it and then they made it illegal.
Okay, the laws that set people back will be your case for reparations against a government. But for the monetary that people made off slavery, I thought that would be a pursuit towards a different type of pursuit. I'm not trying to say I'm qualified in this conversation.
No, that's true too.
I'm just Black.
Both of those things are true, Smash.
You
can go in both directions. You can say, hey, the U.S. government enabled slavery through the laws, and then you can also sue companies that also enable, slavery. You can do both. You can sue the government, and you can sue companies that profited through slavery.
Well, let me ask, but
But only the feds can afford to pay for it anyway.
I know, and that ain't the department that you would sue. Like the department that you would have to sue don't even got no bread. What department, what branch of government do you sue for reparations?
You sue the government. The government has lawyers when you bring cases.
No, but you gotta write who you suing. If you suing the feds, you suing the feds.
It would be the attorney.
It would be FBA versus the United States of America as the corporation.
Okay, that straightened me out. I think that'll work, right?
Would be the attorney general.
I mean, you might not have to sue anybody. You just pass it through Congress. The problem is we've got a lot of racists in the government. Otherwise, like if it wasn't, it would just be common sense, and it would just be a given. So, like the angle I think is that we would snap back and become more liberal, unless Trump is a genius and runs the government well. I don't expect that, but I could be wrong.
But when Obama, but when Obama came into office, you had when he first came into office, you had the only opportunity, and they wasn't even talking about
Obama is an anti-black.
Somebody said slaves built the White House. The country had slaves. Now that's a question. Now, did the slaves who built the White House belong to the U.S. government?
Yes, of course they did.
I wonder how they got.
No, there was state property of. They're not the U.S. That's why I think.
This is wild.
That's why I think everything's going back to the state. But remember, the Jim Crow, was it redlining? The government allowed redlining. So there's, I mean, even though that's later, granted, but there's ways that I guess that's the reason why they lumping everything into one.
I don't know, man.
Well, of course, of course, the government would have had slave labor if it was legal. Of course, they did. They had presidents.
I don't know specifically if the government had slave labor.
I don't know
that whoever built. It may have been who actually built the White House themselves that had the labor and used it as the workforce. That makes more sense than ask the government itself, because we know that it wasn't until after the 13th Amendment that the state began to have slavery through the prison system.
But the issue,
I don't know if that really makes much sense.
But the issue
we know
is
for a fact that the presidents had slaves, so I'm assuming whoever built it would have used slave labor to build it. It wouldn't have been specifically appointed to the government.
All right, but you know what though? We being kind of like, I'm just not.
I want to say that
y'all know I don't speak up for no slave owner or nothing, but I'm saying though the way that we addressing it is kind of. So say when you build in the White House, is America even, well, if you could look on the documentation and say, yes, it was established as a nation, right?
Well,
it wasn't even no government in place. It was just white people who owned slaves. That's what I'm trying to say.
We the people, though.
Tell me it's not true. I need to learn.
It's we the people.
It was burned down in 1812. So.
But that's because they was trying to get America back under this tutelage, and it never happened.
This is what I'm trying to say, and I need to ask a question. What was the first branch of government in the United States of America?
Listen, but what you're saying?
I don't know. Probably the army.
I'm asking a simple question.
I think it would be some type of army or something. That's what I think.
No, like, what was the first branch? Was it Congress? I don't know. Was it what? What's the White House branch called? I mean,
I thought the Senate was added later, but everything else was there.
The White House would be executive.
So the executive branch was first, right?
I don't know if it was first. I couldn't say which.
Well, let's just propose for the question I'm about to ask, because it don't really matter. But we can propose that the executive branch was first. My question is, did that branch of the United States government have a budget and a tally of slaves? A budget for and a tally of its slaves that were owned by that branch of the government, not by some of the white dudes who helped set up America.
No, that branch of the government would not have, no branch of the government would have owned slaves itself, because it's representative of physical people. The physical people would own the slaves, not the actual branch of government.
See, I think the difference between us and every other nation is the Constitution.
I got you. So the reason why you would sue the government is because the infrastructure of the country was built off of that labor, like the economy.
No, the reason why you sue the government,
that free labor built the economy and built the wealth of the nation. That's the reason why you would sue the nation.
So you sue the government because there were laws in place to allow people to be slaves. That is what they sued the government for.
Right, because of the Constitution. Once again, I don't think people understand that it's the Constitution that freed us.
Right, but what we're saying is we're thinking narrow-mindedly about what country and what country, but there's never been a country in Africa governed by people who look like us that enslaved us. It was the British, the Spanish, and these colonial people. Those are who we should be going after instead of having this state-by-state, country-by-country argument, because it's a poor argument. The British enslaved us
that's not
in
possible.
Africa. Spanish, Portuguese, all of them did that. But we're not coming together to think about that. We're thinking.
Can you repeat your question, Smash? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I missed the question.
I don't know.
Go ahead and finish them.
It'd be so much misunderstanding.
Can you?
Like, if let's just say, who's the president right now? I don't even know. Let's just say Biden. We find out Hunter Biden in another country, they got some black slaves in Arabia. Do that mean the government got slaves?
I understand what you're saying, Smash, and the basis of the argument is not necessarily the government, and it should not be the government. It should be, if you're going after people who were enslaving you, we should be going after the colonizers, the U.S. government, and all of these other people who were involved in it as far as.
So I think your question is like
games, though. That's playing games.
So the question is like when they did the torture thing in Guantanamo Bay, not in America, something like that. Is that on the president? I'm trying to bring something modern time so we could deal with it.
We're not suing the government. We're trying to end the caste system. You see what I mean? And you're doing that politically. Why sue them? They know what they did. And when I say in the caste system, the costs, the economic costs, just from one aspect of slavery alone, is arguably beyond anything the U.S. could pay. So, and that's if you start from 1776. So we're not trying to get like, okay, we're going to sue them for X amount of damage. We know the damage is done. We know history. So we're trying to get an amount that would repair the damage as it is today for the future, not going back to try to correct the past. The past is done. Right. So that's what I mean. It doesn't make any sense to go after people who were pushing boats around in the 1600s.
But
because the only people that can correct the caste system it's not even people. It's a separate entity. It's the feds. It's our separate bank account. And
I
so
think
it's not the nation even itself.
I would agree with you that you don't sue, right? Because I think you got that part right. It's not about suing. What you do is, you propose a bill, and you say, America was implicit in slavery, right? America abolished slavery, and slavery still continued after that time where it became illegal. Before it was illegal, we probably don't have no ground standing, because you can't have any recourse, any benefits if something is not outlawed. So if it's not outlawed, you don't have any recourse of action. You don't have no action in the courts. But once they abolish it, and then we can prove that America enabled it or allowed it to happen, then we have recourse. You can propose a bill and say, look, slavery was abolished and these companies still was doing slavery. This person was still doing it. These companies still benefited from it.
But what you're proposing there is convoluted. There's several different legal remedies that you're talking about. If you can go after the government simply saying, we suffered under something that you now admit was wrong, so we think we should be compensated for our suffering. And then the private company is a different thing. And then we can simply go together and say, listen, the British enslave us here, 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 and here, and all of us can come together in those former colonies and bring lawsuits. Then we can go after the indigenous people. These are all different legal remedies.
What was you said I made it convoluted, but you didn't say what the issue was.
The issue is Black Americans and people and other people want compensation for slavery, right?
That's what we're talking about. Yes.
And all of them are not in the same country, but there was one particular group of people called the English who were implicit in all of those territories in enslavement. So if all these people get together, they can go after them on that level.
And they would still be a bottom caste because the English can't afford to pay for reparations for everybody they went after.
Man, so, and then you're talking about foreign people asking another country for reparations. I'm talking about American citizens asking America for reparations.
What I'm saying to you, due diligence, is that people who are talking about AOs and all these groups are being narrow-minded and wasting time, being divisive, when you could get together with other groups of people and go after the same that you want.
I don't want us to get
I don't
too far.
believe that you can walk it through. We can walk it through gum at the same time, though.
Who on the panel think we're gonna get some reparations? I want to hear that.
Hold on.
No, stop right. Let's stop right here.
We got that.
I want to hear on the panel. Who on the panel think we finna get some reparations? I want to hear.
I do.
Yes.
I hope that we do. I hope that we do.
Oh, Neil, that's Neil.
That's me, boss. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
no, I'm gonna say this. I got on earlier. I don't know if we get reparations. I hope we do.
Okay.
Let me say this. I got on earlier and I heard Brother Jonathan critiquing Tariq. I didn't get a chance to talk. I wanted to say, are we saying as FBA, just for want of a better term, Foundational Black Americans, that we would like to be acknowledged as a distinct tribe amongst all our tribes, our Caribbean brothers, African brothers with distinct cultural, or do we want to just be a free fall African Americans and say, okay, I'll be a Ghana, and have no unity? What's going on?
You have to ask Tariq Nasheed that question because that's his movement. We can't.
I would like to answer that question. I would like to.
So there they go. They're obsessed with Tariq Nasheed, man. Everything is ask Tariq Nasheed. He's the leader. Okay, I mean, damn. Should we say ask Jesse Jackson when we talk to these guys? Is that their leader? Jesse, are they for Push Coalition and all the things that Jesse Jackson was it Rainbow Coalition Push? Can we say anybody? That's we should. You know what? I'm gonna research everything that, not everything, but the significant things that Jesse Jackson was into. I'm gonna research that, and everybody who calls themselves African American, I'm gonna say, man, your Push Coalition ain't do shit. Yeah, they're gonna be mad as hell. But I want to show them, like, yo, that's what you're doing to us, man. You're saying because we agree with something that resonates with us, something we already thought about, something we already consider. Like I said, hey, bro, I got you know what? I got a couple Gmail accounts, right? One is Swazi Media. Another one is my boxing one. And I got a third one I used for like, you could say like more like ordering food, things like that, like bullshit. And I went to like send a notification to myself. And my email family is literally Black Liberation 444. That's another email of mine. My email is, and you guys can see how old emails are. It's just like double digits, man. Way before an ADOS. Yo, my email is blackliberation444@gmail.com. Yeah, I don't have the African emails. All my stuff is, I got an email Black Think Tank at Yahoo. BlackThinkTank@yahoo.com. I got Black Liberation. I got Sea Wisdom. That's my 5% name. I got Boxing Wizard. That's my boxing name for boxing. I got yeah. So then I got Black Think Tank at yahoo.com. I got Black Liberation. I was never into the African thing like that, man. I was always black. So what I'm saying is, so when somebody come up with a term, foundational Black Americans, that is right up my alley. You dig? That's not too far. I'm Black American. That term we already accepted. We already embraced it. Yeah, I was never one of those who said I'm African American. Okay, and I was always I'm black. Black people, white people. That's how I talk my entire life. Ain't nobody was on that African American stuff. And when I talk to my uncles who are older, they're like, ain't nobody call themselves African American. Say black. Or they might mess around and say Negro. Like, shut up, Negro. But we ain't never be like, yo, shut up, African. That ain't what we did. And they ain't so and even these African American guys, yeah, again, that dude Unc is the biggest hypocrite. He is caught yelling black African power. He's not yelling black African American power or African American African power. That dude got the word black in there. Now all of a sudden he don't use black at all. He swapped black. Now that the Egypt thing ain't work, he swapped black for African American. That's what he did. And when he speaks to FBAs, he calls us African American. But when he speaks to the diaspora, he calls them black. I told you guys, watch out for all of them. Watch how they consistently call us African American, but they call the folks from the Caribbean and Africa black. So they'll say the black immigrants. So that's why I say, hold on. So there's no more African immigrants. So that term is gone. So we're just going. So the erasure began. They stopped. It's an erasure plus a bait and switch. They're calling us African while calling Africans black, and they don't make them interchangeable. They don't call us black at all. Just watch their language, family. Go and watch some of their channels. See how their content's garbage, and watch how they call us. They don't call themselves and us African American, but when they refer to folks from the continent, they're going to call them black. See if I'm not accurate. Let's see if they do it.
Individuals as individuals who we are and be recognized as a group of one political movement in America as everybody else is in their countries. So my thing was, who's saying we shouldn't be our foundational Black Americans? And that because if that's the case,
this dude sound familiar.
Nah. Let's deal with why he came up with that acronym. He only came.
Okay, so now why he came up with it. Does it matter? I mean, well, I know what he came up with. I'm curious to what he says, but why does it matter? We like it. He could have Tariq could have been bored as hell, right? Like they're not getting around that because they're dumb. Tariq Nasheed could have been bored as hell. And he could have been trolling. Hey, we're Foundation Black Americans. Psych. And we can say, nah, I actually like that. That's how shit happens. When you bring an idea to the public, we have the right. You can get rid of it. Like, look, Kwame Ture was screaming Black Power, right? Shit, that's the 60s. 30 years later, he was screaming African American. He was arguing against being called black, which he's not anyway. But he was talking about Foundation Black Americans. Because this is when Jesse Jackson introduced African American. Kwame Ture, that coon sellout Tether, was in a round table discussion with FBA intellectuals arguing why we should not be called black but African American. That's what Kwame Ture was arguing. But the Foundation of Black America was like, nah, why? We don't want to change. We're black. Like, we have no ties to Africa. Same shit we saying now. This isn't 89. Same thing we saying now. I played hella debates where at the time Jesse Jackson introduced African American to replace black, I played numerous of debates of Black Americans saying, no, don't call us Africa. We're not African. We're black. So we were against that. So when they claim they're against FBA, we're like, okay, so what? Because you were against black. And we were against foundation. I mean, we were against Africans. So now you don't know why Tariq came up with that. But I bet these guys who criticize Tariq, they know more about Tariq Nasheed than all of us put together. These guys are the biggest fans, and they believe Tariq is their leader. They believe Tariq is their leader, right? Not ours. And that's why they know everything about this man. And y'all can lie and test him. Like, Tariq said this. They're like, no, he didn't. They know they know everything about Tariq Nasheed, where they will catch you in a lie if you try to lie for Tariq. They're like, nah. They study this man up and down. They worship him. but they hate him because he won't acknowledge Pan-African. They will love if Tariq Nasheed said, "Hey, I am the new leader of Pan-Africans." These guys would be zesty as fuck. Oh, Tariq, let me photograph. Oh, let me get a picture. They're mad, like Professor James Small. They're mad that he would not embrace Pan-African with all his influence. They wanted that to happen. He said, "No, I'm good. I'm gonna stand on 10." So now he's gonna explain to us why. Now, by the way, I comment to these clowns. I said, "Hey, would any one of you like to join my panel to discuss this topic?" Crickets, crickets, crickets. These guys. Oh, by the way, one of the guys did come through. His name was Pan-African James. Man, we lit that fool up. Y'all can go find that video. We lit that fool up. He sounded like a buffoon. I started first. Lex Vortex went next, and then X Architect. We lit that dude up. That dude had nothing for us. From this, and like I extracted him from this channel. I said, "Yo, pull up on my channel, man. Let's talk." His dumbass fell for the bait. Man, lit his dumbass up, bro. Pan-African James. I said, "Yeah, you got to change your name because this ass whipping is going to be tied to that name, bro."
But that acronym to try to take over Tone Talks and you that con.
Here's guy. Now this that fake division tactic. You know what? We can't beat him, so we're gonna cause infighting. He got that name because he wanted to take over Tone. Shut up. Shut up. Fake little ADOS FBA fight. Nah, there ain't no spaces where there's an FBA versus ADOS. Nothing. Yeah, I wish that was the case because they hate both of us. All right, both names. They hate both names. They felt like FBA is unnecessary, and they feel ADOS. Now, none of these guys that got critiqued for Tariq, none of them are fan of ADOS either, bro. None of them, zero. So that whole fake good cop, bad cop don't even work, or divide and conquer, because they don't like either term. They think both terms are unnecessary. They believe we should be African American. They believe ADOS is They believe ADOS is divisive and xenophobic as well. So nope, that's not gonna work. So he stole from ADOS. No. Try again. That didn't work.
So let's not deal with.
Okay.
What ADOS stands for, but he felt
that's
the
what it
need
was.
for that type of organization. Like maybe he didn't like the fact that the name say.
Let me skip past that.
But we are American citizens, and we're going after our government. You
Makes
need
sense.
to get it from your government.
Makes sense.
That's a big part of
Bro, but he's a grifter. Let's be honest. He just
okay. See, look. Hey, yo, the guy is arguing about FBA and what we're doing with our government. This guy came back to Tariq Nasheed. He's a grifter. Okay, fine. He's a grifter. He's whatever you want him to be. He's a charlatan. Whatever. He's a crook. He's a scammer. Whatever you want him to be. He's a tether. You know, they even said that. Okay, cool. He's a tether. Now what? We're still going after our government as American citizens. We're still FBA. Now what? Okay, you got Tariq out the way. We're still FBA. What's up? You see, nothing changes. They think by defaming, FBA name just disappear. Like, nah, yo, we still are FBA, man. We're still FBA. He's a grifter. All they do. Chief X weird ass when he called in over here, he said he wanted to debate FBA, and all he did was debate Tariq Nasheed. So that's when I finally got hit to that. I said, "Oh, these motherfuckers don't want to debate FBA." When they say that, they're really saying they want to just debate Tariq Nasheed. He's a grifter. He's a this. I'm like, yo, okay, whatever. Let's see if that's true. I'm still FBA, and we're still looking for reparations, and we're still delineating. What's that? Nothing changes.
Bro,
Hold on.
Opinion.
He was supposed to build a museum for black.
Yeah. Look at this guy. He was supposed to zesty said he was supposed to build a. Yo, look how weird these folks are. How obsessive they are with this man. Yo, my God. I ain't never see grown men. So he's supposed to look at this guy.
Hold on, one at a time.
Why are we talking about Tariq Nasheed?
My brother, what happened to?
Look, the guy just said it. Why are we talking about Tariq Nasheed? We should be talking about, the title is, the title, family, is FBA versus Pan-Africanism. That's the title. It's not Tariq Nasheed versus Pan-Africanism. So that again, family, that is some bullshit, because these people, had the title been Tariq Nasheed versus Pan-Africanism, they would have probably never called in. They'd be like, all right, well, let Tariq call in and defend himself, right? But the title says FBA versus Pan-Africanism, and then it says let's debate. Hit the link. That's what it says. Now, I would never join a panel with this many people, by the way, because I want to be able to get my shit off without somebody somebody who's FBA but don't really know how to argue the talking points, like kind of setting me back. That's why I don't do that. Yeah, he's like, no. I don't join panels with too many FBAs, because a lot of them are just learning. It's like, nah, bro. If you don't know how to defend and articulate the talking points, just be quiet and let me go. And if I'm struggling for a source, if I can't recall something, then you aided me, you help in, you help me out. But I don't want you out there making a fool of yourself. Then I got to defend you, and now we all over the place.
What happened to the museum with the money he got? What happened to it? That corner store he got. Let's deal with who he is.
Well, we can talk about that, because you can look up how much the museum costs. You can look up how much money he got.
Now you're trying to fight somebody. Listen, I'm just saying, listen.
Like that.
All I'm saying is
but
this.
You should allow people to defend him, though. What did you say in his defense about that thing?
It's just stupid. I just fast forward.
Reparations is concerned.
There we go. So it sounds like he asked to Tether, like, what's your problem with reparations?
It will be at the nucleus of any struggle that one wants to partake on. If we want to talk about reparations, for instance, we cannot win that struggle without us being organized. And
Wait. You heard, this dude, what type of language, what type of action is that? This dude said, he's including himself to us. We can't win a reparations claim without we being organized. So we're going to wait a gazillion. Now, Africa can't organize with themselves at all. The tribes are divisive as hell. They're xenophobic with each other. But we're not waiting on y'all. That's what I'm telling you. Like, y'all work out your own bullshit, man. Like, we accomplished way more as a collective than Africa as a whole ever did. We got together and fought nationally, protest nationally, boycotted nationally. We did that on a national level, the entire country. They never done that. They never extended their movement to another tribe and said, hey, let's get together and hold hands and sing, we shall overcome. These tribes never done that. They're like, shit, you go do that. I'm eating bushmeat. You go, and then the white man defeats that tribe and then beat them all one by one, because they're too weird to come together and be a strong force. That's how the British was able to subdue all those African tribes with South Africa. They went and fought with the Zulu tribe, right? Then they went and got the ops of the Zulu tribe to assassinate. They went and got the ops of the Zulu tribe to take out the Zulu tribe for good. And the ops were willing. They let the white man, who's supposed to be evil, the white team man, the colonizer, they let the colonizer easily gaslight them to go against Shaka Zulu and those guys to end that reign. That's how easy they were influenced to go against each other. It does not take much for these guys to fight with each other. As long as the white man put that, be like, go ahead, it's okay, go ahead. They own it. Let's listen to this foolishness. This guy said, "Till we organize." Right? Are you dumb?
And having a single voice in approaching it. I'm saying, as part of the solution, we have the old organizations that Black people used to rally themselves. Your Black Panther Party, your APRP, and these two movements that the likes of Kwame Ture contributed on, and also for
Kwame Ture is a sellout, bro. Stop. He sold us out with the African American stuff.
Helped a lot in organizing the Black community. It helped a lot in also organizing the Black voice. Now I'm saying, this is the
you hear this Tether? Yeah, this Tether just lied and said it took Kwame Ture to organize us. These dudes just be just talking. Kwame Ture, it took him to come amongst us to organize us. Kwame Ture. This guy joined us. We already organized. This guy joined us. This guy joined our civil rights movement, and he's saying we joined Kwame Ture.
First step that we need to do is to have an organization, not to speak as individuals or as certain blocks, and actually contributing in fracturizing and atomizing the black bodies. We have to find a way of unifying and be rallying under one organization or one movement in order for us to.
I think he's trying to say.
Yeah, this tether just said before Foundation Black Americans can figure out reparations, we got to organize with all of Africa. All of Africa can't organize with themselves, not even in fragments. They can't organize with themselves, but we got to organize with all of them before we demand reparations. This dude is out of his babbling mind.
Foundation website.
Listen, man, he's not talking about that. He's talking about unifying. I think he's talking about hold on, man. He's talking about unifying.
Oh, yo, I knew that voice was familiar. Yo, that's Pan-African James. The Zesty guy. I knew that voice sounded familiar. Yeah, that's Pan-African James.
Global scale, not y'all are still talking about just America.
Listen. I'm thinking he's talking about us coming together, forming a think tank, and every week coming out with a newsletter stating that what we about, we thinking about what's going on with us, and what should Congress do for black men, because all of us on here is black men trying to do stuff for our people.
And that's when I stop them. Nah, we all ain't black on here. Some of y'all are straight up immigrants. No, we're not gonna do the whole generic black guy stuff. That's not gonna happen.
You looked at the ADOS website, ADOS Foundation website, because I mean, if that was implemented alone, white supremacy doesn't exist. The caste system doesn't exist. Now, getting it implemented is a challenge. But as Pan-African James asked, I say reparations can happen. Especially, we'd be crazy to say it can't. There was a recent Foundation Ventures poll. If you look it up,
and only a tether would say it can't.
PDF, they asked like 4,000 Americans if they support reparations. 46% said no. But here's the thing: they asked strongly opposed, somewhat opposed, neutral. The majority was either neutral or support. And that's not a tiny sample size. Oh, check that. It was 2,575. That's still not a tiny sample size. So we're moving in the right direction in terms of public opinion, but politically there are definitely some obstacles, because I would say that damn near the entire, if not the entire Republican Party is anti-black racist, and a good portion of the Democrats.
Right. So we don't have nobody on. But yeah, we don't have nobody on either one of the sides that's going to give us reparation.
One good thing though is we cause them to lose.
Even if if the Democrats get everything, House and the Senate, we don't have enough in the House and the Senate is going to give reparation to black people. Even a black caucus, let's be honest.
I have no idea what this dude talking about. Like, all they want to do is keep finding ways where we won't get reparations. Like, that's their job. That's their job. See, that was never our mentality. Like, all of our fights, we've been against the odds. Okay. Remember, at one point we were just dreaming about being free from chains and plantations. And there was no evidence that an end was coming. But we were still hopeful. We had songs, we were dancing. We still were hopeful that day was coming, that we were going to be free from a plantation. And it did. And so our hope was against all odds. The 100 years of Jim Crow and all those lynchings and all that legal segregation, legal discrimination, that also seemed like that would never end. So once again, black folks come out there and defy the impossible again. We went out there, got on one accord, demanded, protest, boycott. It became wavy. internationally people start to like support it, and guess what? It happened. So that pessimistic mentality that sassy tether keep doing, that's not how FBAs think. Like, we don't think there's nothing we can't do when we come together. That's a tether mind state, because they came together and flopped. They had the West Indies Federation in the 1960s, and on the Caribbean. They had Africa had the Pan-African liberation in the 1960s, same time. Both of them flopped them within 4 years. So Africans and the Caribbean, they came together and flopped. This is why they're so pessimistic and don't believe union can actually happen, because they tried it and it flopped. They couldn't unite worth shit. 4 years and they gave up, and they split and they went back to being individuals. We don't know nothing about that. But we come together, man, solidarity, and we get stuff done. Things change. That's all we know. All we know is we come together, and that's why we kept saying, hey, family, if we get on coal and we do this, why do you think we have those talking points? Hey, man, if all of us donate this, if all of us support it, because we've done it before and it worked. So we know that all it needs is our participation, our collective participation, and whatever we want to do, it can work. That's why we're so optimistic, okay? Because it worked many times before. These guys have never done that. So that's why that galvanizing stuff, that language doesn't do nothing for them. They tried it, it flopped. They're like, that shit don't work. We don't think like that.
So one time I proposed the same question as Valley, right? And you know what people told me? Well, David, we have black organizations, and like you said, that good guy.
No, we don't have black think tanks.
Hold on. I agree with you, right? So I'm finna get to that point. What they told me was like, David, or dude, we have black organizations like the Black Caucus, like these black political organizations, these pseudo organizations that's not doing shit. And I don't know of them, right? And they was like, well, you must not be in the fold of things, in the political fold of things, because we had these organizations and they're doing stuff. But I'm like Belly and probably the rest of you guys, I don't see it.
I don't think you understand what's going on.
I don't see it. So I have the same gripe as you, because I brought that same gripe. I said we need a black nationalist movement to where we all just mess with each other business wise, economically wise, and also not necessarily worry about reparations, but just worry about building an economic
family. This guy is stuttering, bambling, stammering. This dude just these guys just be freestyling. Like, and it's like, all right, well, if you believe that, go lead the way. Okay, go do it. Go do it. They say if you build it, it will come. Go do it. If you believe that's what we need to do. See, because Yvette, Tone, Tariq, they ain't just talk. They went and did it. You dig? Jason Black, they went and did it. So, bro, stop with this. What we need to do. Everybody got the answers and won't, and they got no lost words. Everybody got the answer, but they got no proof of concept. That's the word I'm looking for. They have no success in their personal life, but they want to tell you how a lineage, 43 million, can level up. It's like, yo, let's start with you. You go do it, build it, and we'll come. Yvette, Tone, they did the ADOS thing. We came. Tariq did FBA. We came. You go build your bullshit. Your global organization, this think tank you talking about. Go do it. And how you have a think tank led by you? You dumb as hell. We definitely ain't coming.
In the industry and have our own industry that we deal with. I think what could be more powerful than begging for reparations is to us to corner a market.
You heard that? You heard that language? I told you. He said begging for reparations. Now we're begging. So I guess the West Indians are begging too with CARICOM. I'm telling you, yo, family, everything is about disrespecting us. This is why nobody tells the Caribbean, hey, you're not Jamaican, you're African. You're not Haitian, you're African. No, that's not around. That talking point, it don't exist. Nobody says you're not Yoruba, you're African. You're not Zimbabwean, you're the African. Nope. Everybody's allowed to call themselves everything but African. But FBAs, we have to say we're African. I was talking to a friend who I explained that to, and he was just all over the place. He got heated at me. He claimed I was making him feel dumb. It's like, no, I make you feel dumb. But he's also under the impression that there's nothing I can read or come across that he never came across himself. Like, so no matter what I ever read and came across, he believes he must say he came across it before too. Like, I have no advantage or research of this guy, right? And which is crazy because people who know me, they know I'm a researcher. People know him just for other things. But I'm known as the researcher in my circles. But somehow the non-researchers, they just weren't the same level somehow. But again, like we know that is people have personal issues, man. And they got to work that out. Wherever they want to be, somehow, some way, they don't feel like they've done it. Like something's missing. So they might have did other things in their life, but they feel like this one thing that I always wanted to do, or how I always wanted to be viewed. Maybe they wanted to be viewed as like an intellectual, somebody smart in the inner circles, and they just don't seem like that. They seem as a regular guy, right? And maybe that's the jealousy right there. Because in my inner circles, I'm definitely seen as the smart guy, the guy who researches, and that's my circles. I don't know about y'all's.
Can have some type of economic power. The what?
Nobody ever begs for reparations.
Right. Oh,
I mean,
fuck.
I was being sarcastic.
I mean, I wouldn't.
Wait, yeah, but why would you be sarcastic? Why would you see now? These guys are talking about think tanking, coming together, global solidarity. Why are you being sarcastic? Like, how is there room for sarcasm if the whole point for you guys to be talking is to have a global, solid think tank, and you're out here being sarcastic? That's not gonna work. Like you're antagonizing, you're gaslighting people to get a response, and you got the response. Oh, I'll just. So they're not gonna rock with you. Like you're poking the bear, and now the bear's like halfway up. Now you're like, oh, no, I was just being sarcastic. Yo, why not just have an honest conversation? No sarcasm, no this, no that. Just be honest, man. Just say what you got to say without being sarcastic. Can't do it. Because there's no genuine bone in these guys. That's why I say, man, Pan-Africanism, and these are all Pan-Africans, by the way. These guys are representing Pan-Africanism. The FBA guys are serious. They're not calling names. They're not calling them by a tether. They're serious. But the Pan-Africans can't match that type of seriousness.
Nobody's too proud to beg for 15 trillion, but we ain't gonna grovel.
I'm too proud to beg for it.
Yeah.
People from Israel still getting reparations.
Yeah, but sorry, brothers. If you look on the discourse of reparations, it is not a new thing. It is an old concept. The likes of Frederick Douglass were been fighting over the very same notion. It is the very same Natika call that the likes of Webb Du Bois and Garvey actually organized the Pan-Africanist movement.
Oh my God, this guy said Garvey.
1945, the last actual effective conference of the Pan-African movement,
oh my
Pan-African
God.
Congress. So, to me, is that it's either we're lacking in approach, or else we like that to wrestle with semantics about these things and be attached to these things. The downfall. And also, by the time this call had an effect and impact, we were more organized than we are today. And it is true. For instance, for me, where I'm sitting.
Bro, stop, man. We were more organized than we are today. So what that tell you? That tell you that the Pan-African is dead, is dying. If your Pan-Africans were more organized in he said 1945. If you were more organized in 1945, and almost, God, this fucking bus, man. And almost 100 years later, you're not further. You're backwards. That should tell you something. That should tell you that this ain't working. You guys are going backwards. FBAs, we're going forward. More people are being aware. Look at the night. And look, you know what's beautiful thing? That the tethers are help spreading FBA. So you got the Nigerian tether, ex-NFL player on Godfrey show. To the audience, they probably don't know what FBA is. But he go the tether. yeah, you FBAs, you're not better than us. FBA, I don't like it. So people are like, what's FBA? Foundational. They're like, let me look this up. Boop, 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 boop. And then they come across my channel. Yeah, this bus is killing me. It gets me every time, man. And then they come across my channel and other FBA channels. Thank you. So yeah, go ahead and keep promoting FBA and say you don't like it. And the more you do that, you're saying it in front of audiences that I can't reach, that other FBAs can't reach because they're into the tether shit. So, but thank you. So now you're saying it. Now people are going to want to know what it is and look it up. Thank you.
I don't see any Pan-African movement that is actually organizing the black bodies for any of the calls that you want to make. The first thing that we need to do in engaging in any struggle, by reparations, what is it that we mean by reparations? Because sometimes we look at reparations as if it's a call for money. And you guys who are based in the Americans will still go back to the old debate when we push and we are organized and push for reparation for the black bodies. Then we have the Arawak Indians who will actually also call and say that we had our own challenges. We were wiped out. There was an ethnic cleansing that had happened in our own race. And you guys came here, yes, as slaves and so forth. But let's start with us and then you. So that's why I'm saying we need to find an approach. What is it that we want as some sort of reparations? Can the two tribes or the two groupings?
What he keep calling us tribes? What is this tether talking about, man?
Groupings deliver that to us, or it needs us now to know that there's nothing that the system can deliver to us in the form of reparation than for us to be organized and fight. There's nothing else that we can do.
Valley, where you from?
I'm based in South Africa.
Is that where you live?
Yes, that's where I live. I was born and raised here.
Do you consider yourself black?
Well, I consider myself
Good question.
African. I will come with the dimension. I learned to actually accommodate the term blackness. However, the term black to me is that it was used as a tool or as a weapon to insult us and our own melanin. Hence, there's been a lot of protest about using.
Oh, I gotta clip this. I told you, these guys. I just said that. Hey, family, was that right? I just said that earlier. I said it's no way they would tag themselves to black because they view black as something disgusting, a derogatory word to represent people with no culture. I said that. I said they would not claim to be their people with the culture, but they're going to take on a title that comes with no culture. I said they would not do that. They would not do that. And then Dr. King also went further to explain how black is associated with ugly, pessimism, sadness, and this dude said exactly that. You got an African tell you how they view the word black. This is some of the main reasons why they this is some of the main reasons why they will never why they never took on the word black because of these things.
This term of us being black, but being black conscious, Biko put it nicely, that this is about ourselves also understanding, also taking the power from the enemy of giving us labels and being resistant in those labels because we'll be caught up in semantics. Yeah.
So do you consider yourself black or not?
Like I said, I consider myself as an African, but beyond that, yes, I consider myself as a black. Because even though I will say to you, I'm saying to you that I'm based in Africa, I remain landless. So if you have no land as a human being, you have no identity. Your identity have everything to do with the land.
So the reason why I'm asking you, because I was wondering about how.
Wait, it sound like he said, being black, you're tied to no land. because identities are tied to land. That sounds like what he just said. All right. I'm going to rewind that, but it sounds like he was tying blackness to people with no land.
You feel personally
being
self-black or not?
enemy of giving us labels and being resistant in those labels because we'll be caught up in semantics. Yeah.
So, do you consider yourself black or not?
Right. Said a whole bunch of nothing.
Like I said, I consider myself as an African, but beyond that, yes, I consider myself as a black. Because even though I will say to you, I'm saying to you that I'm based in Africa, I remain landless.
Landless.
So if you have no land as a human being,
if you have no land as a human being, remember they talking about us because they don't believe America is our land. What else?
You have no identity.
You have. I told you, family. They can't help but to associate blackness with lost and no culture, no identity. Yeah, hear it from these guys. What time frame is this? I could clip this. This is how this was the African original, not just African, African and Caribbean, but mainly African. This was the African original thought process when it comes to us calling ourselves black Americans. Anything but African. This is their original thought process. We don't have a land. We're claiming America. America's our land. Our land is their land because they sold us to whitey. So they know so this is their logic. They know where we come from because they sold us. But then they act like they don't know. Then they'll act like they're not familiar with the slave trade. We never sold you. You were kidnapped. What? Okay.
Your identity have everything to do with the land.
So the reason why I'm asking you, because I was wondering about how you feel personally about the connectedness between, because we talk to some Africans on the continent and they don't feel like they connected to what we call ourselves the black American here in America. So do you feel like we one in the same group? Because like we consider ourselves like Pan-Africans or African nationalists, and we want to reconnect with the continental Africans. But some
Hey yo, this guy needs to talk with his panties off and put some boxes on. Like he's talking to this guy like he's the fucking leader of Zamunda. Well, do you connect with us because so like he about to cry because some Africans they don't want to include us. What about you? Will you take us in? We need a home, brother. Will you make us honorary tethers?
I want to say something before you ask him that question because of how you posed the question.
Go ahead.
How many countries is in Africa? 52 or something?
54.
54?
54.
You said 52.
Well, I'm pretty sure
dumbass.
before you even get to Black Americans, you see yourself different than other Africans on the continent. So then us having this, well, if you don't feel, I'm not doing you like that, but I'm saying if we have the, do you see yourself like me thing when we already know there's 54 divisions on the continent, that's kind of crazy.
Well, that's
all I'm saying.
No, I get it, but I
brother,
wanted him to answer.
I told you.
You kind of ruined the.
No. He caught you, bro. You were glazing, like yo. He was Diddy oiling the African. Yo, like, do you see us as one of you, please? So the other Pan African had to be like, all right, dude, you are glazing too much. Like, I'm a Pan. Like, he's like, yo, they're all Pan Africans. Be like, yo, you gotta chill. You're glazing this man. You're oiling this man up too much, bro. And it's disgusting on this show. You got to stop him. Like, bro, it's 54 countries. Why would he see him? He don't even see himself as the other African country. Why would he see himself same as you? You're stupid ass. Like, come on, dude. That's why he said, yo, relax. Stop with this bullshit.
Point that I was going to make because I wasn't going to be like, do you see yourself with me and try to make it some type of woe is me? I try to make
you did.
The divisiveness type deal. I genuinely want to see how he feels. It's not about
It's a
me.
dumb question.
I'm trying to see where he's at.
But here he answered the question.
Was going to posit is that whenever we say Pan-African and whenever Africans say Pan-Africans, sometimes they think of Pan-African as like them and them on the continent and separate themselves from Americans and don't identify as black, and they be like black or something else. We not them, they not us. So I wanted to ask him that, but it's kind of ruined now.
Nah, it was stupid.
I'm not sad that it's ruined or anything.
Let me say something real
sorry,
quick.
my brother.
I think that he qualified that he.
Hey, yeah, sorry, my brother. Like you supposed to let him talk now. Sorry, my brother. Yeah, I could never stomach one of these dudes, man. Sorry, my brother. Sorry, my brother. So you can just cut in everybody. No. Sit your ass down, man. Sorry, my brother. Like, yo, they are worshiping this dude, bro. And I don't know what it is, man. With some FBAs, man, they are really worshiping Africans. I've been said this shit is a religion to these guys. Okay, I said Africans are the prophets, the messengers. No, Africans are the angels. Africa is heaven, and Pan-Africans are the prophets and messengers, and they are coming to save the lost Black Americans and bring us home to paradise. That's their religion. They worship these goddamn people.
When you talk about Pan-Africanism, because he's bringing up Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey, and he's bringing up Kwame and.
Wait, what does What does Frederick Douglass got to do with Pan-Africanism? Like, yeah, he was the furthest from Pan-Africanism. He was a proud American. He didn't rock with Martin Delany because Martin Delany was this psychotic Pan-Africanist. And Frederick, like, nah, you wildin', dude. Relax, bro. Ain't nobody going to Africa.
Cora and everybody else, Thomas and Cora and everybody else. So he understands what Pan-African is. It's a collective of people on the diaspora and on the continent. This is not, Pan-Africanism does not just mean in America. It does not just mean in Africa. It means all of us. Am I messing this up, Valley?
Yeah, you are.
No, you are not messing up. I wanted to clarify that in generally, Pan-Africanism does not speak to individuals that are based in Africa. It speaks about Africa within the continent of Africa and the Africans in the diaspora, which is anyone that you'll find anywhere in the world. So long that you are Black and you have a Black or an African ancestry. And fortunately, all of you, without seeing your faces, just hearing your voices, I can tell that none of you have a European ancestry. Your ancestors are here in Africa.
Wait, what? Yo, this guy, this is grooming. This African, he realized that these FBs are desperate for his approval. They are desperate for his validation. So he was moved to say, I can tell without looking at you guys that none of you got European ancestry. Yo, damn near every last Foundation Black American got European in them. Damn near every last one of us. What the hell is this guy talking about?
Africa. If you want to trace your roots, will you trace your roots back here in Africa? That is the very same movement, actually, that way.
Hey, bro, I don't know what you're talking about, but most of us got some roots to go right to Europe, bro. Most of us got some European roots, my guy. I don't know what the hell you talking about. We got some of us got some African, some of us got European.
Started by people that were in the diaspora. Pan-Africanism, it is not an ideology that was started by anyone in Africa. Actually, Africa, those leaders that were based in Africa, the likes of Kwame Nkrumah, they took it around 1945 from the likes of Webb Du Bois. Before that, they didn't have any contribution to the coining of Pan-Africanism. That's why, for instance, another debate that we'll have on the ideological lines is on the aspect that you say that you are a nationalist and then a Pan-Africanist, as if there's a difference between being a nationalist and being a Pan-Africanist. But remember that Pan-Africanism have three pillars in it, based on how what was espoused in the conference of 1945 by Webb Du Bois and Abu Nkrumah, was that we will have African nationalism as the first pillar. You will have scientific socialism as the second pillar, and the third pillar was going to be is the continental unity, because we don't necessarily. I hear that you brothers also talk about the 54 states that exist in Africa. The scrambling of Berlin, of Africa, have no effect in us being organized. That's why we try by all means to be organized. Recognizing this tremble and you want to use it as a tool to actually keep us divided, it does not actually work to our own advantage, but it works in against.
Yeah, I don't know how Mike can listen to this weak ass voice and believe it's a strong man that they should follow after. This dude sound weak as hell. Damn.
Us. I'll make a typical example. I was very happy when I see this channel on YouTube now. I was just scrolling on my YouTube and I saw Pan-Africanism live, and I just entered the dialogue and listened. Hence, I wanted to join the dialogue, because it doesn't matter who's having a conversation about Pan-Africanism. We have to be there and also sharpen our contradictions so that we have a single position when it comes to Pan-Africanism.
And I appreciate you coming through, Valley. Please come back.
I think you still answered your question too, dude.
Valley.
Yeah, so let me respond right quick because he did answer my question, but this is the reason why I posed it, and you made good points. Because there is, to me, this is the distinction between Pan-Africanism and Black nationalism, right? To me, typically, the Pan-African sees all of the Africans in the diaspora as the same. But whenever
Which
I
is stupid.
look at the reality, we have Africans up in the diaspora that separate themselves, right? We have our Hebrew brothers that don't want nothing to do with Africans. I look at some people in South America that are Africans of the diaspora that see themselves as a Guatemalan and don't want nothing to do with the African. I see people in all over the world that we know that are Africans of the diaspora. So I don't consider them my people because they don't want to be considered. And that's the problem that I have with Pan-Africanism, but that's not a problem of Pan-Africanism. That's really individual people's problem not knowing where they are. That's why
we know exactly where we are.
I only want to deal with the Black people who want to deal with me, and fuck everybody else. That's what I see.
All right, so go round up the damn Pan-Africans. It's like about a 200 of y'all. Ain't too many of y'all in this country. Go round up the Pan-Africans, man, and get together and go do your own thing, bro. Nobody in your way. Nobody stopping you.
I'd like to respond to that. I think that comes back to what the brother Veli was saying about leadership and organization at the end of the day. You know, we got a lot of young people, Africa in itself, they say, you know, at least a couple of years ago, they were saying something like Africa has the most young people in the world. And I think similar thing is true in the diaspora.
Oh, what's your point?
So leadership and organization becomes very important. What are the ways in which we should be approaching this situation better to be more effective? I think is the question.
Well, for me, I think that like I said, it's beautiful that Valley jumped in on the
conversation. This dude is sweet as hell.
Because for me, I don't think that us sitting around and bickering about reparations and stuff at a time like this is really conducive for what's really going on a global scale and the geopolitical scale right now.
Oh boy, they be saying words they swear are large.
Y'all know what's going on across the north, across the
Nah, we don't know. Teach us.
These people are kicking France out at a rapid rate.
No, they're not. They kick. They so-called kick. No, let me stop this guy. Family, I don't even know why they go this route. They're kicking people out in a fast rate. How are they, bro? They replaced one white man for another one. What are you talking about, man? Like, these dudes believe they can't do anything without white T-man involved. They kicked out one white T-man and said, "Hey, your other white T-man, I'll give you the job." That's all they did. They fired one white T-man and hired another to replace him. But that's your Pan-Africanism. Why did they lean on ECOWAS or the Sahel Alliance alone Why you need the white tee, man? You got the resources. Why the white tee, man? You dig? He got the white tee man helping him fight the blackie man or the African man.
So they're trying to get their stuff together. Now, what does that got to do with us and what we got going on? What it got to do with us? If Africa gets strong, if we acknowledging that we
all this if. Oh,
if our homeland is strong, that means we'll be strong.
Oh my God.
That's why I look to what
Dream Talk.
His contribution and why valuable it is, because he's taking us back through what the original mission was with Kwame Nkrumah and in the 1940s and 50s. We had a great solution to what we're dealing with, and none of this stuff has come to fruition. And we looking at 2024. We haven't gotten Africa together because when y'all don't understand, when Africa gets together, you got a strong homeland. They can dictate how the subjects outside of the homeland.
But do they need to be together to just say, hey, you got a bunch of people that you enslaved and then put through economic apartheid?
They don't care about that. You ain't learned that? Hold on. They don't care about that.
Well, then you think they're going to care once they're more united?
What is the stake that
when would they ever care?
Together?
Hold on, one at a time.
What we're really talking about is functional togetherness, right? We're not talking about necessarily holding hands or all the same room. We're talking about a functionality that is effective in reality, right?
Hey.
So we don't need everybody to necessarily be on the same exact page, but we need to iron out what the common interests are and how do we benefit from these things. For instance, when people argue about immigrants, black immigrants, I've yet to see anybody.
Here we go with this black immigrant. I tell you, man, everybody's black, but foundation Black Americans. They want to Africanize us while blackanize Africa. Stop, bro. They're not black immigrants, man. Black and immigrant is a contradiction. Black is synonymous with foundational. Immigrant is synonymous with non-foundational. Okay, there's not. You can't compare.
Talk about how
can't combine them.
Americans can benefit from black immigrants being in the U.S. all the while African Americans being the host population.
Told you. He just called us African American. Told you. They blackanize Africans and they Africanize us. We're African Americans. They're black immigrants. Yeah, they told us. When we say, hey, we're black, you're not black, you're African. But when they talk about themselves, they're black. They're black immigrants. Wait, you're not black, you're African. Hey, you know what? I'm going to start doing that. I'm going to start saying, you're not black, you're African. Nah, they're not black, they're African. Remember? What's wrong being they got African? Yo, I swear, I'm going to start using their talking point. When they start calling themselves black, I'm going to say, hey, no. You got African DNA. You're black. I'm gonna use the very argument they gave us to them. Like, no. Remember, you're African. You're African DNA. Why are you denying Africa? Now they're black. They're black immigrants. They're not African. They're black immigrants. We're the only Africans. Look at this. They're black immigrants. Look what we are.
Necessarily be on the same exact page, but we need to iron out what the common interests are and how do we benefit from these things. For instance, when people argue about immigrants, black immigrants, I've yet to see anybody talk about how African Americans can benefit from black immigrants being in the U.S. all the while African Americans being the host population. And I'm not going to fall necessarily for the argument that African Americans aren't in a position to do anything about that. I think if we organize, we are in a position to do something about that, right? So that's just one thing, and maybe other brothers can kind of add to what I just said.
But what I think.
Yep, I'm making me a low key documentary. Well, I guess you could say documentary, but I gotta block out the faces. I sue my ass.
What's missing here is that the South African brother made a point that Black Americans inspired the movement in Africa as well, because Pan-Africanism wasn't a thing until 1945 when Kwame Nkrumah saw Black Americans and said, let me incorporate it into the struggle. And that's what he's trying to tell you. So we're making arguments which are not really valid arguments as far as what political movement this and that. He's just simply saying, get together with your brothers on the continent, have a discussion, lay out what we want, put it in a document, and then we can move from there. The argument we're having is people saying, I think I'm a Black American, and I don't want nobody else coming over here joining to my struggle. But that's a silly point. That's a stupid, ridiculous point. Because you can't talk about slavery, because you can't talk about slavery, because you can't talk about slavery. Say we came from Africa and then exclude Africans out of the reparations.
What is, no. See, no. What do you mean we think we Black Americans?
There we go. You see? I told you. If you're saying you're African, then you cannot exclude Africans out of reparations. I told you, family, they're making us African and they're calling Africans Black. And before you know it, these stupid, goofy Pan-Africans, I'm African-American, I'm African-American. And the Africans saying they're Black, when reparations get approved, you'll see Africans getting it and Black Americans excluded because they are African-American. They're like, nah, this is for Black people. This is for Black Americans. This is for people who call themselves Black American. This ain't for Africans. That's what's going to happen to these fools.
We think we Black Americans.
Slavery. Say we came from Africa and then exclude Africans out of the reparations.
Told you.
Because you can't talk about slavery. Because you can't talk about slavery. Because you can't talk about slavery. Say we came from Africa and then exclude Africans out of the reparations.
What is, no. See, no. What do you mean we think we Black Americans? We think we Black Americans?
No,
I told you.
What you said, right?
But hold on. Hold on, Joy. Continental Africans
Maybe we go back.
For no money from no
joining to my political movement, this and that. He's just simply saying, get together with your brothers on the continent, have a discussion, lay out what we want, put it in a document, and then we can move from there. The argument we're having is people saying, I think I'm a Black American, and I don't want nobody else coming over.
You heard that? I think I'm a Black American.
We're here joining to my struggle. But that's a silly point. That's a stupid, ridiculous point. Because you can't talk about slavery. Because you can't talk about slavery. Because you can't talk about slavery. Say we came from Africa and then exclude Africans out of the reparations.
What is, no. See, no. What do you mean we think we Black Americans? We think we Black Americans?
No,
I what you said, right?
But hold on. Hold on, Joy. Continental Africans are not looking for no money from no slavery. They looking for hold on.
Yeah, they're the ones who sold us. How can you sell people, start the slave trade, and then want money from the slave trade? What?
No, they're not. They're looking for the money from the people who owe them, who colonized their country.
No, that's not true.
That Pan-African James, all this aggression he got, this zesty aggression he got over here, I'm shocked because he didn't do none of this when he came over here on my channel. He was a BITCH over here.
Earlier point, Joey. Earlier you said something. Earlier, Joey, you said something along the lines.
Listen, these Africans looking for money from them niggas right there in their face.
No, they not. We got somebody,
bro. They coming over here working.
They want money from us.
Hold on, excuse me. We got somebody on the continent right now. If he were to ask who owes him, he's going to say the Dutch, and I'm not leading.
Exactly.
The people who...
Wait. But you didn't ask him. You told him he gonna say this. Why'd you just ask him? And how the Dutch owe money? I mean, yo, these zesty dudes, these proximity tethers. What's up with them, man? That's why the brother who called in, Mr. Know-It-All, he kept trying to like talk about extending and with Pan-African. I'm good, bro. I mean, yeah, you can go ahead and do something with Pan-Africans. I'm good because they're gonna forever dismiss the dusty hand of Africa and how they contributed to the slave trade. They're gonna forever just act like it's okay. You know, it's not a big deal. That we can forget that. Forget, you know what I mean? Forgive them.
Who did what
It's
they did
right
to
there
South
in South
Africa?
Africa.
That is who he's looking for reparations from.
That's a
Now
lie.
let Bali, somebody that we have on from the continent, who would you want reparations from, Bali, if you were to get reparations for South Africa? Where you from?
He gonna say America with his dumb ass.
Hold on, you might.
Hey, bro,
Let
chill
me
out.
get you off of here.
What's up with that?
Let me get him off of here.
Chill out with all that, family, bro. You doing too much.
Don't even worry about it.
We definitely gonna get you up out of here with the disrespect. With the disrespect.
Yeah, whoever that
definitely
was, I
gonna
just
get
got them out the what's
arrow
called.
to
But
the
anyway, go ahead,
Sorry,
Bali.
brothers. Sorry. If we have to talk about reparations in my context, which is South Africa, remember that South Africa was colonized by the British, by the Netherlands.
But it was your fault. You would have never been caught. Yo, you thought by selling us, you thought your economies are going to boom, your kingdoms get large, and you can continue to rule over other African kingdoms. You built strong Zulu nations where you were very divisive, xenophobic, and the white man said, "Oh, that's all you did," and all this time went by. What we gave you, all right. Well, look what we got, and they came by over there and showed them what they got.
The Dutch, before then the Britain also came to this land. American empire infiltrated our land of lately by the time Mandela took over, which is post 1994. Prior that time, there was no American exploitation of our land. Currently, or if we want to begin to talk about reparations, we have to first seek reparations to Britain, which actually was the one that took a lot of our resources to this day. Uh, I'm 100% if we all follow the global dialogue. The late Queen Elizabeth, she died with allegations that the big diamond that is found on her own the crown was taken from our own land, and he took it to that side. And currently, Britain is known as a barren land, but there's not even a single state in the continent that have the kind of reserves of gold as Britain, and even in on the aspect of diamond. So these Western countries came to Africa, took our resources, took our land. To this day, if you ask me, who owns the means of productions in Africa or here in South Africa, it is dominantly the minorities, which is the white regime. So it have nothing to do with.
Yeah, and that's what we can't respect. How are the minority ruling over the majority? Like, where's the warrior spirit that said, "Hell no, you got to kill us all. We ain't gonna let a handful of white men dominate all of these Africans."
Or the other things that the people are talking about. And when we talk about America, black bodies that you find in government have no influence. They are just carrying mandate of these two dominant organizations. Let's not be deceived by what is currently happening when you see some blacks leading. That's the very same actual thing that had happened during the time Obama was leading. Everyone was pacified, think that Obama is going to contribute and actually is going to foster or push forward the agenda of reparations, and everyone else was left and only wake up when Trump took over governance that nothing had happened for the 8 years that this man was in office, because he necessarily does not represent us
Black
or
people.
our interests. He represents the interest of the white minority. That's
Agreed.
why, for instance, on the
We approached Obama about reparations, and he told us where we could. He told us where we could kiss it. Now that is political advancement, because what would be worse is to not even get an answer from him and not to know where he stood. So like I'm saying, we've made more political advancement as far as having an agenda and trying to push it in the last like 10 years than in the last like I'd say
50
you'd
for
have to go
sure.
back. No, you'd have to go back to the 60s. Yeah, so
I'm agreeing
yes,
with you. I agree
we'd
with you.
have to go back to the 60s because we, for whatever reason, and part of it is the country is racist enough to where people don't think it's realistic. Like that's something in that in in in
That was James's
that
point.
poll. Yeah, that poll said the same thing. Even though the majority of the people said they weren't against it, the majority of the people still had the impression that it's not realistic. But this is crazy when you consider like how many things the government does that isn't popular with its people. Supporting Israel right now is an example. You can go back just 20 years with legalized marijuana or gay marriage, and it was less popular than reparations is now. So there's the reason why I think we had that period where we just didn't go anywhere politically and didn't have any direction is that it's being gun shy. You just can't go from being institutionalized on the law bottom cast to okay,
I
we're
think it was
none of this stuff
co-opted by
happened. There's
Black
no
Lives
reparations.
Matter. That's what
Well,
I
I
think
mean
happened.
that
Black
didn't
Lives Matter
occur.
co-opted the real type of
Yeah,
But
but
hold on real
that's
quick. I want to
recent though.
interject
That's like
something.
the last
If y'all don't
7
mind, let
years.
me interject something because you know what, real quick, I just think I caught something that my wife got, and I just got the chills sitting here and shit. So I'm laying in the bed. I'm gonna just let James host for the rest of the show. But I was about to ask y'all a question about maybe we putting too much. I agree with the organization, but the question is, how organized was the civil rights movement that got us what it got? It was organized and far more than us, but it wasn't like a bunch of fruitful organizations. It was based on churches and people just coming together in order to say, look, we hopping on the bus and we all, it was more, let me just say, it seems to be more unified than organized. If you are talking about in the sense we need all of these grand organizations, because I don't speak against being organized. I think everything you said is a wonderful contribution. But I'm begging the question, do you see some of that organization, see, in the civil rights movement or lack, was it lacking it or what?
Man,
It was organized enough to get 2 million
I'm
people.
right with you, but I think one major place where I see a difference in what people were doing in the '60s and now is when I jump on these panels or when I listen to a lot of these panels, people are complaining at a lot of their constituency. And I'm not saying that didn't happen in the '60s, but I think in the '60s and '50s and later on, people were a lot more engaged in creating roles for their constituents, right? So you had the Panthers who had the 10-point program. Most people who were part of it knew those simple things that kind of organized how people thought about the organization. They had meetings and things like that. But I think the internet is kind of serving as much as it's serving as something that's helping us, it's also serving as something that's a distraction.
So what I want to add to the conversation is that in the 50s and 60s, not only did they organize, but they also mobilized, right? You had people that demonstrated and protested and did sit-ins and then boycotted stuff. And I think that that's what we really missing, putting pressure on the government in order to do stuff, because we sit on here, not us specifically, but just people on the internet, we talk real big, but we ain't putting no pressure on them. We had people in the 50s and the 60s that was outside getting ate up by dogs, getting hit on the head by batons, getting water hosed, getting their houses burned down because they was demonstrating. They walked to the Capitol, do the Million Man March, and actually putting pressure and being like, hey, we want this done. And I think that's what we need to do. And we got close to it until we got sidetracked on the George Floyd thing. But then we got laws passed concerning the police and stuff like that because pressure. So I think that's got to be a part of organizations. I hate just hearing people just talk. And we ain't outside putting pressure like, yeah, we here, we really want this. Then it just becomes just talk.
How old are you, dude?
41.
All right, well, you sound perfect to be the new president of the black line of the ADL. You know what I'm saying? How they got an ADL? I'm saying we are at the ages. I'm 50, right? I really sound like I could be introducing them. I mean, you know, I'm probably even, it could be brought by a man in his 30s or 20s. But my point is the organizations we already have for that have already been co-opted. And we are at the age where we should be presenting these type of things to the world and not really waiting for nobody else to do it. Meaning, like, since we know that the NAACP got Asian and Jewish people on the board, right? And we already know that how that works. Just how that works. Unless it's black people on the board of the ADL, then we probably know that we could probably bring forward. I'm not saying you exactly, but I'm hoping to inspire those like us who got that on their shoulders. Like, yeah, let's do it. Let's start and when I said the ADL, that's the Anti-Defamation League, which ain't nothing but an organization that's out here making sure that don't nobody take advantage of Jewish people. And it seems like they might even go further than that in their regard. But do that. I hope that didn't sound abrasive. I'm just saying that we are at the point where we's the ones.
Agreed. And I think a lot of youngsters, they don't really know nothing about demonstration like that. That era was right before our era, at least my era. So just us talking about it is putting it in people's minds and stuff like that. And then I actually went out and demonstrated with the youth whenever the George Floyd thing happened. I actually marched to the Capitol, demonstrated, chased the police around. I got footage of it. So I don't be just talking. Like I'm about that life when it comes to like being out there and putting pressure on stuff. You know what I mean? So I think that's what's missing with the youth.
I agree, a more targeted approach. And I remember 42 saying something about you know, people aren't it's not that people aren't complaining or something like that, but I think when people say that, I think it's more of a question of the approach and the method that people are using. When people are going arguing for for reparations, are they going up there with a strategic with a strategic plan um that is almost, I want to say, refutable or incontrovertible, you know what I mean, which is likely impossible.
Well,
to that level though.
I could kind of answer like it depends on the state, because what's happening a lot, like with ADOS on the state level, is you're going up against gatekeepers who want to pass some stuff that might help a little bit but won't really dent the caste system, and then they'll be able to say, hey, vote for us, we did reparations. And then at the same time you got that dude Bloom who was responsible for limiting and in some ways removing, like I think it's more of a limitation with affirmative action. He's now going after reparations. So it's that sort of battle right there. And it's I think the better argument, especially where I'm at in Seattle, is to basically try to push it back to the federal level. But also, if you can do something like California did that required federal funding, like California, if that reparations bill would have passed, that would have been big as not as being an example for the national level, and really uplifting black people all across the West Coast. Really, it wouldn't have just, it would have bled out of California, because I got a whole bunch of family in California. Like I'm talking, they would have got, if that went down, they would have like 40 million. But then it's a $1 trillion price tag that a state can't pay. So the state is going to the federal government. And then I think that's why Gavin Newsom sent a thing to the local black caucus over there to block it, sent them a message. Because one, they can't pay it without going to the feds. And then I think the Democratic Party is scared to push reparations. And they aren't admitting that they lost the black vote. Like they're talking about all the reasons they lost except for that in Gaza. And
Right.
that's a sign to
So
me
right there,
that they don't want
is
to move.
kind of the thing where I think people are getting the impression that that it's like that we're not we're always taking no for a response, and maybe that's part of the lag that people are thinking is happening in that movement.
Yeah, it's even tougher than that, because Like, yeah, if it gets all the way to the government and to the governor and he vetoes it on the local level, then then that is what it is. But it didn't even go to that point. So, and I don't know exactly why. I'm just kind of making an educated guess because I was
He
paying
said he don't
attention
know why.
to their values. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why
Man.
Gavin Newsom, because Gavin Newsom could have said, "Hey, we sent this up," and then Kamala's saying she's going to sign it, and now you, if they actually would have done this earlier and made it part of their agenda instead of that, their black agenda was a joke. So if they actually gave us a reason to vote, then it only takes a sliver for like Georgia and Wisconsin. So that could have been the thing. I mean, I think Georgia and Wisconsin she still loses, but Pennsylvania was close too. So to me it's about what they value, and until we can really say they value ending the caste system, then they're just an enemy like the Republicans, and we
Well,
need
hold on.
either better Democrats or we need to actually have better candidates, and that's the hard part because
Hold on, 240. You
yeah,
keep talking about a caste system like this is India. Why do you keep saying that?
because economically you can't have that big of a wealth divide and it not be a caste, and you can't have. That's why I don't like the term black community, because you have only you have only type of money that where people can afford in aggregate to live in ghettos, to live in low income neighborhoods. And then when you have a whole bunch of people who descend from economic apartheid living in low income neighborhoods, and then other people who don't, you have green lineage versus red lineage, that's a caste. And that's going to go
So
down to
let
the next
me
generation. Can
Man,
I please
let
ask
me just
Veli
say
a
I
question
see.
real quick? Because I got to bounce. I just wanted to ask Veli a question off topic. Why do South Africans roll their R's? What language are they getting that from? And I can stick around for
Zulu.
about 10 minutes.
Zulu.
Zulu, really?
Yes,
That's,
Zulu is
that's
one of
good
the
to know. I was hoping you weren't going to say a European language because I think
Zulu is one of the languages
Egyptians probably rolled their R's.
Let
Zulu.
Valley
Well,
answer.
he could answer
South
better than me.
Africa,
So there's more than one.
no, South Africa have 11 official languages, and there are only two Western languages in those, which is Afrikaans and English are amongst those, but 9 of those languages are African languages.
Which ones roll the
And
R's?
pardon?
Which ones roll your R's though? That's what I'm curious about because I hear Julius Malema, he always rolls his R's.
That's probably when he's just speaking English.
No.
No, the majority of us, we speak English when we try to communicate because we have different dialects. If you are using our vernacular, at some point we might not be able to converse because, for instance, I'm from the Xhosa tribe, the others are from the Zulu tribe. The Malema that you are talking about is from the Pedi tribe. Then you have others that are coming from the Tsonga, the Venda. So there's just a lot of dimensions. So
But
the
do they
question,
roll their R's in their native languages?
no. The only time when a person will use their native language is when you are speaking to your own tribe, which is difficult, more especially if you are addressing a large mass of people to use your own language. So we all normally opt to use English as we are using English now. For instance, it's only when we are on our Pan-African and Pan-Africanist circles wherein we begin to have a debate that let's elevate Swahili as a universal African language that we can use as an African continent to communicate. Whilst we are still using the Western languages to communicate as African people, it still means then part of us will remain oppressed. So those are actually
See, you
some of
just
the
did it when you
damage.
said oppressed.
Some
You
of
hear what I'm
yes,
talking about?
some.
Man, why is you? That's crazy.
I'm
So
just
Yeah.
curious because
so you got to
like
hang
I
up.
wonder why would
But
it's
he
not a
just
hang up.
explained.
This is more of a linguistic curiosity because I've wondered this for a while, but I don't really get to ask anybody the
Okay.
question.
Yeah.
Is why is it when
Remember,
they're speaking English they roll their R's?
sorry, brother, when you're talking, that's why I was saying to you. I arrived in this debate where people were talking about nationalism as if it's something that is opposed to Pan-Africanism. Remember, one of the key pillars or values of Pan-Africanism is that African nationalism, which speaks to our identity as African people. That not identity have to do with language, It have to do with culture and how we do and also communicate or relate to each other. So those are the most important tenets of Pan-Africanism.
You don't understand the question.
Yeah, he understand it. Y'all don't understand what he's saying.
No, he
Yes,
has
he
not
did.
answered the question one time.
He did. He did answer the question.
Yeah, y'all don't
No, he
understand
didn't.
what he's saying. That's
He
what
did. The question was about rolling on. But what he's trying to explain to you is that when you are dealing with other people, you don't speak your language because of the fact that the language are so multiplicitous. He doesn't want to address the question about rolling R because he probably finds that might be a bit of a foolish question in the way that you're asking the question. What you really want to say is the question you should really be asking him is about the clicks and the different sounds in his language, but that's not what you're asking. You're asking him why, when he speaks English, is he making that sound? So you're asking him the wrong question, and he's answering the question based on how he sees what you're asking him. You're not asking him the right question.
Yeah, I think that we gotta be a lot
he's
more
asking
careful.
the question. He's answering the question appropriately based on what you're asking. That is what he's doing.
If rolling the R's just only comes from Africana, which is
no, that has nothing to do with native language. He speaks English is probably not his first language.
That's
the question.
That's what 42 is asking though, Joey.
That's the question.
That's really it, because like I don't hear it obviously with everybody who speaks English as a second or third language, but I do hear it with South Africans.
Right.
I think they don't.
That has nothing to do with his native language.
Languages down there that roll their R's.
No, right. But the way he speaks in English has nothing to do with that question that you're asking. English is probably not his first language, so he just speaks that way probably because English is not his first language. That has nothing to do with his native language.
Even when you listen to Mexican
that isn't what I'm asking.
Let's just move to a different point because
that's crazy.
It's not landing.
Right, but I think that we need to have these type of dialogues, but we got to be a little bit more respectful when we have these type of dialogues with our brothers from the continent, especially when they being respectful to us. You know, I had to kick somebody off for whatever type of, I don't know what that was. But I don't like that. This is the more respect. We got to be more respectful to each other when we just having a dialogue, especially when we having a dialogue with our brothers and sisters.
I'm gonna start calling you No Nonsense James, man. You been on here lately, bro.
You know, because that's just really what it is. And see, especially when you don't understand what somebody is saying, and I'm listening right to what he's saying. You're dealing with somebody who's dealing with some Pan-Africanism, and he's telling you that Pan-Africanism and nationalism is one and the same based on the inception of what the people who founded it said.
Yeah, I don't think they are opposed.
See what I'm saying? That's just as cut as dry as you can get it.
I didn't mean to come off if they was like
yeah, I'm just saying when you really just simplify what he said, he gave you a source of what they said and what was documented as it being the second thing that they said was African nationalism after Pan-Africanism. So after you hear something like that, it ain't even nothing that we could be arguing. But what I'm saying is, man, we have to stop as African men and warriors. We got to stop thinking from a submissive position and start thinking from like moving forward. Even if we ain't gonna get no reparations, what we gonna do?
So let me talk to that though, James.
Like if we ain't finna get no reparations, what
That's
we
what
gonna
I
do?
was saying earlier. Instead of complaining, I see these.
That's what I'm on. I'm like, so what we gonna do?
Let me make a point. Let me make a point towards that.
That's what I'm on.
So I think that, okay, so here's where I'm at with reparations. I hope that we get it, right? And I will even be willing to fight for it, vote for it, or whatever, but I don't want to do too much more than that. Like I'm down with putting some pressure on them, but I really think it's a carrot, right? I think it's a carrot that they dangle in front of us, and they've been dangling for a long time. It come up, they don't talk about it. It's really just blacks amongst us talking about it. It get pushed around in the political world just a tad bit, but not taken seriously about nobody in politics. So I don't take it seriously when we had a black president in office and he didn't take it seriously, right? So that just gives me, more qualm to not even worry about it. So my issue was just us dealing with each other on an everyday level. And I think industry, economics,
This
and
game is really
and education is what we need to be focused on rather than asking these people for reparations. If we're not gonna really put no pressure on them, then it ain't gonna happen. But other than that, we just need to be dealing and building with each other.
Right.
So
Yeah,
I add
but
to that, we could even simplify it and look at it this way. African Americans or even diasporic Africans, if you want to look at it, have two major fights: maintaining and thriving domestically and building relations globally. Right?
Bingo.
So the reparations thing, that's the domestic fight, right? And it can also spill over into the international thing because, as Joey was saying, we should be organized with other uh reparation struggles globally so that they're not used against one another to make it to cause us to fail, how it has been done in the past. Um, but I think if we simplify it like that, I think it becomes a little bit more simple to look at, and we can approach things from that perspective.
but here's another interesting point that we neglected to mention. When we say reparation, if we're just asking for money, therein lies the problem. We're not talking about land. We're not talking about profits from these
No,
museums.
nobody on this panel is just. Everybody on this panel knows that reparations is not just about money. So we don't have to
Hold
go
on,
down
dude.
that train of thought.
Hold on, dude. What I'm saying is the argument now about reparations, at least in the U.S., is money. It's not about
No, it's not.
land.
No, it's not. That's not true, Joey.
Prove me wrong there.
Go
I
to
mean,
ADOS
man, we
Foundation.
don't even need
You
to.
go to the
Let me
website.
ask
You
y'all
go to
this.
Friedman's
Let me
website.
ask, hold on. Let me ask y'all
What
this.
else am I
Hold
It's
on,
not just
Joy.
money.
Hold on, Joy and Dude. Hold on. Let me just ask y'all this. How many times have y'all went to the Billy dealership to go buy a car and look at one? You do enjoy it. Answer that question. How many times have y'all went down to the Bentley dealership to look at a car?
Never.
Like you finna buy one.
Never.
Never.
I can't afford no
Never.
So
Bentley.
why is y'all talking about some stuff that ain't finna never happen in your lifetime? Don't even be worried about that. You need to be worried about how we finna get to be number one as a people. That's the mission. Don't worry
James,
about it. Like we lost. Just check this out. We lost a lot of people in slavery. We
How you
lost
gonna
a
be
lot
number
of people.
one if you can't afford a Bentley?
It ain't nothing that they can get at that point. And knowing that you was enslaved, it ain't nothing after that they could even give me man. Just imagine we went back and talked to our ancestors and they was listening to what we talking about. Have y'all ever thought about that?
can I ask you a question?
No, answer that question. What do you think
I did.
some of the people that
I
got
answered
hung in trees, like the people that got killed, like George, you think they really care about a monetary thing at this point?
Whenever I
It's
gave my
bigger
whole
than
spiel
money.
about
So I don't
reparations, and I
It's
understand
bigger
why
said,
than
we
money,
just
but the
keep
money's still
like
a
it's
part
like
of
we
it, though,
just
James.
waste. It's like a cowardice type of conversation to me, really.
James,
That we
I don't know
really
how you
we
pinned that
wasted
on me
time talking
whenever
about.
I
Hold on.
just gave
That
my
we
spiel
wasting
about
time talking
reparations.
about
Crazy because I
reparations
kind of agree
when
with
we
James,
could be
but I
doing a
don't.
lot more. We really need to be
Let
talking
me
about
ask him a
planning
question after
the
he gets
future.
through with his rhetoric right quick, man.
Now it's rhetoric when you start
I
talking
just want to
about something
respond.
that's real.
I want to respond to
But
what you're
I'm just
saying. You just
saying,
keep,
you saying that
okay,
what
well,
I'm
say
saying
what you
is
got.
rhetoric when y'all
Okay.
over here talking about reparations.
Okay, can I respond to anything that you say?
That's crazy. Go ahead, man. I'm mute now.
So I said when I talked about reparations, I said it was a carrot. Do you know what that means, James?
let me just say, dude, everything ain't no argument. I'm not fixing to argue
Can
with you
you
about
can you
reparations.
answer the
Listen what I'm
question or
saying,
not?
though. I'm not fixing
No,
to even
no, no,
argue
no.
with you.
You
Yeah, I
asked me
heard
a
what you
question.
said, but what I'm trying to get you, I'm saying we need to move past just even talking about that. Because you
But
ain't never
any-
went
but-
to the, you answered that question real clean and quick when I asked you how you been to the Bentley dealership.
I know, but James, just
But the
hear me
same
out.
thing
So
with
let,
this
since you
reparations,
don't
man,
want to
we could
answer
be,
the
don't
question,
you
let me
think
explain.
that we should really
Goodness,
be
bro.
talking about something else that we could really be doing?
Can I explain it to you instead of you just talking over me?
Go ahead, man. But I'm not
So
gonna
the
go back
reason
and forth on this, okay?
I don't want to go back and forth. What I'm trying to explain to you, James, is that you misunderstood what I said. I said reparations is a carrot. Now let me, since you don't understand what that means, let me explain it to you. So you know how you take a carrot and put it on a stick and hover it over a donkey, and the donkey will ride your ass anywhere across the world, thinking you finna get this carrot. So I agree with you, Cindy, but what the hell are you talking about? So don't put that on me. That was
I
the
didn't
whole
put it
point.
on you.
So
I'm talking
you
about
did. You asked
everybody.
me that
I'm
question
not talking about
specifically.
you,
You
dude.
said,
Listen, okay, let
David,
me clarify.
Joey.
Let me
So you didn't
clarify.
understand.
I'm
who's the
talking about
donkey?
everybody on
Goodness.
the panel that's sitting up here fantasizing about reparations. That's who I'm talking to. I'm more on the line of let's look at history, look at what happened to us throughout history, and then try to use that history with some wisdom that we got
If
from
you
it
look at
to try
history,
to
we
fix
we
what's.
went through a lot worse in getting reparations, and we overcame that. If we can get out of slavery and end economic apartheid, we can get reparations. I mean, if you look at history like that.
But I'm just saying, but what about trying to fix some of the stuff that we still see that's plaguing our whole situation that can make it all better right now?
But see, James, I think that's where you're going wrong because it's
You
part
don't
of.
think, you see, that's what I'm saying. Y'all talking from a defeatist type of
No.
temperament.
I'm
No,
not talking from a defeatist mindset. This is how I look at it, right?
Okay.
While we're here in this country,
the
we
local
have
struggle.
to make sure that the population that is here is well maintained, well taken care of, food, clothing, shelter. And the argument for reparations is that the 400 years that the dominant society has had over us is what's creating the gap and the disparity between us. So reparations, like 42 is saying, is supposed to solve the race caste system.
Hold up, stop.
Wait, let me just say this. Let me just say this though. Let me just say this real
I
quick.
don't know that they owe us. Is that what you're saying?
Say what?
Like you saying this as if I don't know they owe us. I
No.
didn't say that I didn't know that they
I'm
owe
not
us.
saying that. I'm not saying that, James. I'm not saying
Okay,
that at
go
all.
ahead.
But I will say that and this goes into what your gripe is, James, and where I kind of agree with you with. Framing it from the perspective of ending the race caste system in America, although is a righteous and maybe noble angle, I think within that you have to be realistic and understand what you're asking the power system when you're saying that.
For sure.
You're asking for the permanent consumer class of ex-slaves to be either replaced or for the system to be changed completely.
To put them on par also economically.
You feel me? So that's what you're really asking. So when you go in there and you and people are asking this as if they're asking for a box of Frito-Lays, it really makes me look at people a little weird. Because don't you think that these people are looking at you like, motherfucker, you don't think I know that you asking me for the keys to the kingdom?
Right. No, that's a good point.
So when I hear people say that, oh, well, they told us that, we got to come back next year and, such and such block this. Has that nigga been investigated? Has he been audited? What measures have been taken to make sure to put pressure on this individual so that they can do nothing but focus on the solutions that you have proposed?
The California governor?
Yeah, the California governor, the Pope, whoever it might be. That's the type of attitude that I think people need to have. if they really
here's
are serious about this conversation of
here's
reparations.
here's the thing, Zoo. I agree with you wholeheartedly that I think that it's crazy for us to ask people to put themselves, the people that run the country in a that that could put themselves in a situation that could jeopardize their own power, because that's essentially what you're asking for when you ask for reparations, right? So, but let me say this: I will never discourage anybody from trying to get it. I'm gonna never go to somebody that's trying to get reparations and say, "What the fuck are you trying to do that for?" I just say, "I'm not gonna go out there and beg for it." That's what I say. I'll be sarcastic when I say that. But if it ever happens, I bet you I'm gonna stick my hand out and ask for some. You know what I'm saying? But I'm a realist like you. I feel like that's the realist position. To whenever we want the reparations on the scale that we want it from, we asking the people the power to kind of pull themselves down and pull us up. And I just think that that's unrealistic. You know, it's a power dynamic that they trying to uphold and keep. So,
Power,
but
power,
I
power
think that it's
unites
crazy
at
for us
mental
for
powers.
one. I think that it's crazy for another black person to discourage another black person from trying to get it, though. I would never do that.
And I
I
do
was
think
on.
that that is a good strategic vantage point to have in the United States
What you mean?
in terms of being politically involved in the United States. The more that gains momentum, if people are successful, then the better off your bargaining is.
Agreed.
That's how I look at it.
Right, but then at the end of the day, the people in power, the argument that they're making has nothing to do with the argument that you're making. The argument that they're making is simply they don't want to give you reparations, and they're happy when you start to talk about money and the arguments that you're making, because it gives them an opportunity not to give you the money, because if they give you the money simply for saying this is back wages.
Joey, it's not reparations without money.
Hold on, let me finish. Hold on. Let me
So
finish what I'm saying.
that's
Right?
all right.
And
Well,
I'll
let me
let you
finish what
go
I'm
after
saying.
him, 40, and then I want to respond to you after you go, Joey.
Let me finish what I'm saying, right? If we're simply saying money at this point in time, because it looks like they're just simply talking about back wages at this point, which is a monetary issue. They're not talking about pain and suffering. They're not talking about land. They're not talking about those things at this point in time, right?
But
Whether
we
we're
could be.
saying that,
We could be. I don't think those things
hold on.
are really defined, though, Joey.
But
Man,
hold
ain't
on.
nobody talking about nothing.
Hold on.
That's what I keep trying to get y'all to understand.
Then why you doing that, boy?
Because this is what's going on. Ain't nobody talking about nothing. That's what's going on. And see, if you really a realist, you will understand that they ain't giving you nothing. These people they know only thing they know is taken by force. So if you ain't understand, if you ain't paying attention to what's going on right there in Palestine, this stuff is going on right now. They taking land in Syria hold up. Right as we speak, they taking land in Syria right now. They just taking land
off the bat,
and they dropping bombs on these people. They're supposed to be a sovereign country. They taking land and they gapping it up between Turkey, who else? Turkey, Israel, and maybe somebody else, but they gapping up that country right now as we speak. And that's the only way you're going to get some territory, and that's the only thing Europeans or anybody understand. So y'all talking about, they finna give y'all some land. Man, like, what is wrong with y'all?
Yeah.
Can I finish?
I'm not saying that they going to give us some land.
Can I finish?
We are the
saying that
they.
they're going to give us some land,
y'all don't even know.
And Joey keep referring to money and only money.
We are the they.
You have to kind of delineate, from that pattern of speaking. Because the argument is not just receiving money from these people.
So let me ask you a question, too.
But let me just make this point, though. Let me just make this point before you say that. I think it's important to note that it's not just about money, because they cannot pay you back for what the fuck happened to us, bro. You know what I'm saying? That can never happen. So the idea is to start making amends as a motion towards harmonious relationships, right?
But I understand what you're saying, but the point I'm making to you is very simple. All of what everybody's saying is true. But if I'm bringing a case against these people for slavery, right?
and I don't let exactly what I want. The only thing, according to the law, that they could say is, I can give you money for back wages. I can give you money for pain and suffering. I can give you money for this and money for that. That's the way the law works. It's not about what I think.
That's not totally true though, Joey, because
Of course it is.
there are many hands involved in all of this, right?
Right.
Companies involved, they're parts of government. So
Well,
you know what I'm
all
saying?
boils down
Like
to
education is a big part, right?
Joey, I wouldn't
that
How
boils down
people
to money.
live is a big part.
Hey, let me ask y'all.
Nah.
Is Jesus,
But
hold
it
on, let
all
me ask
boils
y'all.
down to
Hold on, let me
money.
ask y'all a question real quick. Is Jesus real?
Hell,
I don't know where that comes from. But
I'm just saying this one that we might well be talking about.
The reason
Nah,
why
We probably gonna start talking about Jesus or the Bible or something, man. Y'all out of
So
control.
Joy, check it out. You said that the people that's supposed to be giving us the reparations.
All right, hold on. Hold on. I'm trying to do two videos at the same time. I got a funny okay. I got a funny skit I'm doing for my other channel. All right, hold on. All right. Oh my God. You got weird people. Hold on, family. Hold on. One second. Shit. All right. So let me share. Hold on. Let me go back. So yeah, the dude Pan-African James, I hate when people like these guys, they're so thirsty to debate religion. You know, you just gotta wait for that topic. But if the topic is FBA, you gotta deal with the topic. Like, yeah, you can't topic shift. You gotta deal with, what's there. All right, hold on. Let me share my screen. Can't topic shift. So they talk about reparations, and it just, dang, where's the damn Zoom thing? It's tether babble. Like nobody has a real defense for our position. Hold on.
Did I hear you correctly when you said that?
What excuse did? What excuse?
I said that because essentially it will be it will essentially put us on par with them, and they don't want to disrupt the power dynamic.
That's not what they're saying. No, you're saying that.
I agreed. I agreed. I know that. I know. Let me explain to you. I just wanted to make sure that we was on the same page. And I agree with you that they are not saying that, but you got to think to yourself, why would they want us to know that? Of course, we're talking about politics. They're not going to say that. They're going to make any other excuse, but you don't tell they don't tell a person that's being oppressed that if I do this to you and grant you this, it's going to help lift you out of your oppression. It's going to put you on par. You're going to disrupt the power struggle. No person in power is going to say that.
Okay, I agree with you. I agree with you that they may not say that. But what I'm saying
is that the reality? That's what I want to pose to you. Is that the reality, Joey?
It may not. No, it may not. It may not. It may not necessarily. I wouldn't want to agree or disagree with that. I don't think that it would that the FBA for the reparations we're asking for that will put us on par with them or that will make us superior. I don't necessarily agree with that, but I see your point. But the point that I'm making is
Let me give you
Reparations,
an
when
example.
you go into court, it is no hold on. It is a legal issue. And they only have certain legal remedies that they can pursue depending on what you're asking for. So we can say all that we want to say, but they're saying to you, based on what you're telling us, we're going to tell you your only legal remedy is we're going to give you back pay. That's it. It
They
doesn't
can't
matter what
afford
you
any
say.
of that stuff, though. That's
And that is the point.
that's the
And that
that's
is
the
the
thing.
point.
But they can afford to destroy a caste system.
Well, that's
No, they
not true.
can't.
Are y'all
Wait, wait, wait,
familiar
wait.
with
Let
the
me let me
president?
let me
Are you guys familiar with the
let me
president
go
of
over the
Venezuela?
numbers a little bit.
Are you familiar with what the president of Venezuela just did for his country? Anybody?
Listen, the
Are you
president of
familiar
No, I
with
don't
that?
even know who the president.
Now you know this shit old. This dude is using the president of Venezuela who got taken out of he got abducted out of his bed, and they're using him as a reference point. This is sad.
In Venezuela is
listen,
right now.
listen. And guess
Are you
what?
familiar with that, Joey?
And guess what?
They're
I'm going to
talking
tell you
about
something.
Maduro.
Listen, I live in Trinidad and Tobago, and I could tell you Venezuela is in a mess right now because two men are fighting to see who's president. Because one man was elected, they had a problem with that. Another man ran up into the parliament and said, I am president now. And I have about 15, 20,000 Venezuelans in this country because of that. I could tell you that firsthand. We are very close to Venezuela. So don't be
So
fooled by what you're hearing.
I'm talking about
They're in a mess right
economically,
now.
though. How is the country looking
He can't do
economically? I know there's
anything.
a lot of
He can't do
turmoil in the
anything.
country with the president. It's going to be that whenever because he's coming in, he's disrupting the mafia that's down there, the corruption. He
No,
fired
he's
like
not.
80%. He's
No,
not?
brother. No.
Okay. Well, that's what
Don't be
he
fooled.
himself
I'm
said.
living.
So
He
so
can say
I
what
have
he
to go
wants.
off of
I'm
what
living.
Joey says rather than the president of Venezuela himself.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you
Right, pull
something.
that up.
I'm living in Trinidad and Tobago. The country's in turmoil. He can say what he wants to say. Every
I,
day,
I,
they fight in this country to get Venezuelans out because they find too many of them are coming here. They have some coming here committing crime. So what the Venezuelan dollars were zero. So whatever he's saying makes no sense. He can't do nothing.
Joey
He can't help nobody.
sound like Donald Trump. Look.
that's crazy. You saying
But
that
he
whatever
can't.
he's saying don't make no sense, but
Goddamn
didn't address
He has
anything that
no
he said.
economic power to do that. He can't do anything.
man.
He
That's
can't.
absolutely
Sorry,
not
brothers.
true.
I can tell you, he can't do nothing.
can I make
He definitely can't do
contribution on
nothing.
the discourse of Venezuelan people?
What'd you say, Valley?
President, yes, I'm saying, can I make a contribution on the question of Venezuela? Because that is
Go.
actually the typical way of the Western nations in oppressing, and you learn about Mandela.
Yeah, that tether's going to blame the Western nation no matter what. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, he wanted to tag on our reparations so bad.
And
Can I ask a question?
yes.
Did you have another question, Patah?
I just was going to ask him about the does he promote the borderless, like having the visas or not your passport to be able to travel across the borders freely, and then his idea of what's going on in Israel and Palestine, and that's it.
Well, any oppressed individual or people are supposed in the world to be aligned with the struggle of the Palestinian people, not the pseudo state of Israel. The pseudo state of Israel is just another big base of United States in its dominance. It is
Thank you.
controlling the Middle East through that. Another aspect of your question, what was it?
He was asking about the passports. Do you agree with the dismissing of the passport, or do you think it's a bad thing or a good thing to have the passports?
Yes, in 2014, we had a movement that was growing of Africa without borders. The call for Africa without borders, according to us, is that Africa is one and it must remain as one. We should move freely within Africa without being tamed for passports and everything. When there were xenophobia attacks here in Azania, when I was still leading the student movement that during that time, that was 2016, 2017, we held many marches against what we termed as Afrophobia, because we were just being spied by the businessmen against our own African brothers. Even today, the ANC, the crime that the ANC is doing, they want to purge our brothers from running spaza shops here. Whilst when we were still under apartheid, we went to other countries like Tanzania, we were given land. Recently, I was sharing a document that was showing one of our stalwart that we were given land in Tanzania to actually make our own village, do farming, so for self-reliance.
Hold up. You said in Tanzania?
Yes, in Tanzania.
So was it John Magufuli? Was that during his term?
Pardon?
During Magafuli's term? Is that what you're saying?
No, it happened during the era of Nyerere.
Okay.
Whilst we're still in exile when we're having our
okay. You talking about what before in the 80s?
During that time, yeah. Okay. So there was a land that we were given to create our own village in Tanzania. So if we have that kind of history, we can never agree with an aspect of passports and visas amongst African countries, which is currently the case. Actually, it's very hard to move within Africa than you could actually move from here to the Western countries.
Okay, so you have to forgive me if you already answered this question, because I'm not familiar with all of the leaders and the political organizations in Africa or South Africa. But
no problem.
I was wondering, what is the general South African perspective of the BRICS organization, and what is their role, and what are they bringing? And is that a positive thing to the people? Is that some political BS? Is it big? Like, what is your take on the BRICS organization? If you haven't already answered it.
Well, for us, BRICS offers a chance or an alternative from your World Bank and your IMF oppression. However, the ANC government is not fully taking advantage of the BRICS organization. I will make a typical example. BRICS is contributing to the growth of China. It is contributing to the growth of Russia and of India. Other countries are not necessarily taking advantage of that. You can even see President Lula. I used to love President Lula, but his second term in governance, I think he's captured somewhere. He is no longer the man that used to speak for the people and do things for the people like he used to do. He's also one of the individuals that are compromising the BRICS organization.
Otherwise, in South America specifically, let me finish. In South America, I mean, not South America, but South Africa, whenever the BRICS thing is being proposed, like, what are they saying they're going to do specifically for South Africa or for the rest of Africa? Like, what is the rhetoric? Like, what is the purpose of South Africa being in the BRICS? What are they telling you guys? Like, what is it supposed to be doing for you guys, like, specifically? Have they laid out any agenda on, because South Africa is part of the BRICS, but what are they saying that they are going to do?
Necessarily, we have been part of BRICS, I think 2009, if I'm not mistaken, during the time Zuma became president. He's in his first term. So the only thing that the ANC government is doing in BRICS is one, it is to seek investment. That is actually, it's seeking to be colonized by other means. There's no much deeper agenda that they are doing. For instance, now, as I was saying, that most of the state entities, BRICS will work well for any organization or any nation that is more on growing its state enterprises. A nation that wants to control its own means of production. But that is not the quest of the ANC. The ANC wants other countries to come and do and do the so-called investment. By extension, they are simply saying that come and exploit our people, come and exploit our land. We are just going to take crumbs from you. They are not doing.
Africans are accepted in in South Africa?
Pardon?
Can African Americans move to South Africa with no problem?
Yeah.
They can move to South Africa, but there is that principle that you have to be here for 5 years, not unless you can prove on your side that you have finances. Those who have their own monies that are not going to depend on state, they can
That's right.
get
You're not coming out of
permanent
the bag,
residence with ease.
brother. You got to come with
The same
money.
deal, for instance, that they do
All that
with
brother
your
talk
rugby
ends
and
when
soccer
your
players
pockets ain't
when they
full.
move to these countries. So there's that, but for a person like me who's actually depending on being employed, who's have no reserves of monies, who will go to any other country and be deemed as if I'm going to be dependent on government if I don't get employment, I'll have to find work. After finding work, have a work permit, use that work permit for 5 years. After 5 years, then I can apply for permanent residence. Then I become naturalized.
That sounds like what Tariq Nasheed says. You got to bring a bag, and you can go where you want in Africa.
That's
But
exactly what he said.
I think that
I gotta go, y'all. So I just wanted to thank you for
Peace,
having me
Patah.
on here.
Got to bring that bag.
when you're young,
No, it's me. It's 40.
All right, peace, 40.
all right. I think when you're young, you can move to those places because you can work. But when you're older, you have your investments should be in place to be able to maintain. But yeah, thanks for the answers, and I'm finished.
All right, yeah, but yeah, Vale, I would have asked, like, what do you think? Since I mean, because I understand what you're saying about the position in BRICS, but you know, I think that's because the isolation. Like, if Africa was as big as, see, because you put it in opposition to
You go to
India,
romanticizing the
which is what
zesty
they got
guy.
1 billion population, and then you put it in opposition with was it Russia or China? But all of them, you know what I'm saying? They have a very large landmass, and then you know, South Africa is just the tip of the whole continent. So if I think if we had everything, if we were all considered as one like they are, we would be a lot more powerful, right?
Look, brother, if you are engaging and having a relationship with countries like your China, Russia, those countries, they control their own means of production. Let me take you back during the era of Mao. When Mao fought with Stalin, was on the question that he said to Stalin, I want to build my own nuclear power. I want to have my own arsenal here.
Yeah,
I want to be able to produce my own things without relying on you. And Stalin said, no, I'm here as your big brother. We are fine. So long I have arms on my side, I have nuclear. I will protect you when you are being attacked. And Mao looked elsewhere, which is he started relations with America. That's when Kissinger began to visit China, and that shift during that time of Mao was a question that we we cannot be friends and you want me to depend on you or rely on you. If we are friends, capacitate me so that I become independent. Most people, they take what do you call it, communism as a demonic ideology. Yet it was the communist countries that upskilled many other countries and make sure that they are independent. They are able to do their own things.
Oh shit.
So South Africa in BRICS, it's supposed to say to China, China, you know how to do steel, right? Show me, how do I make my own industries and manufacture the very same steel here?
Oh my
I'm
God.
having
You better
gold
AI,
here,
you better chat
and
GPT
it's a
that.
lot of gold in as much as they've been exploited by the West, but I can still dig and find gold underground.
The West.
Show me,
China's the
how
good guy.
do I
Russia the good guy.
purify
The
this
West is the
gold
bad guy.
and have my own
Hold
factories
on,
that
Valley. Let me, cause that is, now you just blew my mind. Cause I don't know if you're being literal or you just being sarcastic, because you cannot tell me that Africans in South Africa, with as much education as they have, with even the people that go to the America and come back and with your own university, is that y'all don't have the know-how in order to,
Right.
make
As
manufacture
lazy
skills.
thinking.
Is that
As
what you're
lazy.
saying?
I know that damn late.
Yeah,
country,
it's deeper than
the
that. It's
companies,
also the machinery and the technology.
Yeah, that's what he's
the
talking
company,
about, the whole industry of
Can
being
he
able to do.
answer, please? Can he answer for himself,
yeah,
please?
the companies that are doing still here,
Yeah, that zesty dude. That's my African boyfriend. You know.
are Chinese companies currently. It used to be Western companies, and most of those Western companies they left. You can even Google some of the steel companies. You will see that their origins are not South African-based companies. Secondly, uh, for gold, there's not even a single refinery for gold here. Even for diamond, there's not even a single one. You have to go outside. When it comes back, we buy it expensively. For instance, I'm 100% that you buy gold cheaper than I could ever do, whilst I'm in a land where there's a lot of gold. I don't even own any diamond-based item because to buy a diamond is as if it is something that is have been imported from Britain to here or Switzerland, because the companies that are selling jewelry companies, the big jewelry companies here, are Stans, and the American Swiss. Stans is a British company. American Swiss, it's in the name. It is an
So,
American collaboration in
Valley,
Switzerland.
I want to
Yes.
be critical of you for a moment because you were critical of us, but I don't want you to take offense of it, right?
No, no, no.
So,
I won't.
so what the propaganda that we get over here, and even some people that are knowledgeable about Africa, would say that a lot of you guys' problem is corruption in y'all's own government. You know what I'm saying, for selling out to this
Right.
white corporation and these other white governments
Right.
because y'all can't get y'all things together. So it's not necessarily the know-how or you know what I mean, these factories, and y'all don't have the
Right. He trying to
technology
act like
because you
Africa's
definitely
all
have the
together.
know-how, you know, and you definitely have the natural resources and the resources, but it's just the overwhelming corruption and also colonization. Would that be a fair assessment, or am
Well,
I
they can't be
wrong?
caught out in 2026, my guy.
It
It's
is
just
a fair
corruption.
assessment. However, citizens are conditioned by what government is doing. I'll make a typical example. If I want to open
Here you go
a gold
explaining.
or a diamond refinery, then I need to apply for a patent. Who owns patents?
Oh, stop it.
West.
Man, get
Want to
the
tell
fuck
you
out of here.
something else. During the time of
Yo.
COVID, that is
Oh my
the
God. All
microcosm
right,
of
dude.
the crisis that we are having, an old problem for us.
Yo, this dude is just doing the most splaining, tether babbling ever, yo. And it's back to the West. You can't do a patch. What are you talking about? You can patent stuff, man. China don't care about the West patents. They be doing copyright and trademark violation. Like, stop it, my guy. You're a foreign nation. You don't need to be held by an American patent. They got that to do with you. How can an American person sue you, man? Let me move on. Talking about some
So it
stupid.
means even if you have no house, so long there's no will, if there's no political will, then most of the things cannot happen.
Yeah, now you want to talk about playing the victim? Oh, you FBA, you play the victim. This is whining. Oh, you buying about reparations? This is whining. This is playing the victim. That's all they do is blame the whitey man for all of their failures, and they got a lot. They blame the whitey man for all of their failures, and they have a lot. Listen to this splaining.
So,
Valley, whenever you say the government, would you
Oh,
say that this is the colonizers or the
oh
native
my
people?
God. Well, the government, that was stupid. The colonizers was never the government for Africa. Africa has their own government. They got their own military, bro. They got their own federal government, man. When you say the government, are you talking about Africa or are you talking about Some dumb shit.
The current native people that are in government are collaborators with the colonizers. And for instance, if you read the book of Nkwame Nkrumah, he talks about neo-colonialism and neo-imperialism. So in as much as you don't see the old way to say, indeed you can feel visible see how people are being oppressed, but the systems that are in place, they make people not being able to free themselves and to actually do things the way that they want to do.
Agreed.
If you go,
what do you think about what's going on in the northern Sahel then, the valley? Is that real, or what do you think that is?
That one is real. However, for now, I'm saying that it's still the early days. In as much as some will say then they have over 2 years now, the Sahel having that unit, but those three nations are isolated in Africa, and as they are isolated, there are many attempts to infiltrate those people by the West, more particularly by France.
Right.
So,
but you know, Chad and Senegal also requested that the French League remove their military this week or last week as well, right? So that means.
But the fellow from Senegal, everyone was happy when he was elected because he portrayed himself as a peasant.
And then he went to France.
And everyone else was happy for him and think that is going to be join the Sahel countries. But what he have done, he visited the Sahel countries, have agreement with them. Then after that, he was summoned in France. When he came back from France, he was a different person. That's what happens actually to all these radical guys. There's a guy who was asking about Malema. Malema had a very radical rhetoric, and you might think that there's something that he could do until he goes and visit Britain. When he comes back, he comes and blow a trumpet for ANC people and the ANC government.
No, that's
man. I love Malema though, but I mean I hate it, but it's interesting to talk to you, Volley, man, because we need that type of perspective from a global perspective. I mean, we always talk from an American perspective, and just to have a respectful dialogue. I mean, that's a beautiful thing. I know it's late where you at, so I don't know if you're getting up out of here, but Brother Reggie just showed in, so we want to show another elder respect.
Peace, Reg.
Oh, he's an elder now?
Thank you so much. I have a horrible coughing cold.
So you shouldn't come on a lot. Now, this guy is about to make everybody bow down, and he's the Grand Wizard. And this is a paralegal. This is a / self-published author, writes articles. Like these guys these guys can do it all. Work is terrible, but these guys do it all.
What I do want to add to this conversation about South Africa is the fact that Africa ignores us, and we have been played by Southern Africa and some of the other places. We have been played by them. We've supported Nelson Mandela and Winnie Mandela, right? We supported the movements. But the issue is, what have we gotten back? We talk about Pan-Africanism, but sometimes it's not to those Africans in America. It doesn't benefit us. The problem largely with Africa is that Africa doesn't keep its borders closed and its resources closed. At the same time, my brother Veli wants to talk about gold and diamonds and stuff. The success is to not participate in the process, right? Close your borders, right? And struggle to keep your tribal lands, right?
Nationalize.
Right? Or just leave the minerals in it. Just leave it in there, right? But the minute that you start participating in it is the problem where you're going to lose the land. And so the structure of Pan-Africanism is, and then I need to know, okay, the people of Southern Africa, what is their support for other African countries, right? So I'm not listening to that because it doesn't benefit. It does. How does it benefit my people here in America who have suffered, right? So if you want to look at it from your vantage point, that's fine. Your politics, that's fine. But we Africans here received nothing from our struggles in Southern Africa, right? During the Mandela period. What did we receive?
I don't think that he came on here and asked.
I didn't ask that. I have a right to.
Why does Zesty dude keep defending this this African like he can't defend himself? Yo, all day long he's been protected. Yo, this Zesty, that's his boyfriend? That's his king? Yo, this is disgusting, yo. This is crazy, and this is disgusting, yo. This dude keeps defending this guy. Stepping in. No, that's my boo. My boo. Usher and shit. What the hell going on here? Wait, how old is this? This 1 year ago. Okay. Brother Reggie sound like, you know, he be flip flopping too. Damn, Brother Reggie. Okay, you kind of saying what we're saying. I gotta clip this.
Speak just like everybody else.
Okay, well, I'm just
That
saying,
valley speak
I
for
didn't hear
itself,
him
James.
say anything about South Africa.
I'm not blaming Veli. I'm just opening up the conversation about participating, calling things Pan-African, participating in Pan-Africanism, and then receiving nothing. That could be Ghana, right? That could be Ivory Coast. That could be Senegal. That could be Guinea, right?
Yeah. You know, Brother Reg, what you are saying.
Family. Oh my God. I got Brother Reggie. Yeah. Now he's all. I'm telling you, family, these folks, they're not getting paid a lot of money, right? They might be getting their phone bill paid, but something is going on, family. How they be switching sides, yo? This dude sound like us now. This guy sound. I'm gonna do it from the beginning. This guy sounds like us. So we're saying what he was saying, and we're divisive, xenophobic, FBA stupid. And here he is, right there.
Actually, you might think that you are.
So those Southern Africa and some of the other
guys. There's a guy who was asking about Malays and blow a trumpet for
you out of control. You out of
No, that's
man. I love Malema though, but I mean he talk from American perspective.
Peace, Reg.
Yeah, thank you so much. I have
Let's take it back from the top.
Coughing cold. What I do want to add to this conversation about South Africa is the fact that Africa ignores us, and we have been played by Southern Africa and some of the other places. We have been played by them. We've supported Nelson Mandela and Winnie Mandela, right? We supported the movements. But the issue is what have we gotten back? We talk about Pan-Africanism, but sometimes it's not to those Africans in America. It doesn't benefit us. The problem largely with Africa is that Africa doesn't keep its borders closed and its resources closed. At the same time, my brother Veli wants to talk about gold and diamonds and stuff, The issue, the success is to not participate in the process, right? Close your borders, right? And struggle to keep your tribal lands, right?
Nationalize.
Right? Or just leave the minerals in it. Just leave it in there, right? But the minute that you start participating in it is the problem where you're going to lose the land. And so the structure of Pan-Africanism is, and then I need to know, okay, the people of Southern Africa, what is their support for other African countries, right? So I'm not listening to that because it doesn't benefit. It does. How does it benefit my people here in America who have suffered, right? So if you want to look at it from your vantage point, that's fine. Fine, your politics, that's fine. But we Africans here received nothing from our struggles in Southern Africa, right? During the Mandela period. What did we receive?
I don't think that he came on here and asked.
I didn't ask that. I have a right to speak just like everybody else.
Okay, well, I'm just
Let
saying,
Valley speak
I
for
didn't hear
himself,
him
James.
say anything about South Africa.
I'm not blaming Veli. I'm just opening up the conversation about participating, calling things Pan-African, participating in Pan-Africanism, and then receiving nothing. That could be Ghana, right? That could be
I got
Ivory Coast. That could be Senegal. That could be Guinea, right?
Yeah. You know, Brother Reg, what you are saying, actually, you might think that you are contradicting some of the statements that I've alluded on here. I'm saying the African governments that we're currently having are puppet governments, and they are puppet governments, they are controlled by the West.
Hey, family, I'm definitely going to clip that. Yeah, you let all these guys talk long enough. They all sound like FBA. Okay, all of them got a FBA argument in them somewhere. You just got to find it. And I'm getting lucky coming across all of their stuff. We got Dr. Mayat debating Unc, saying, Unc, you don't see why African American is a dual, it has dual usage. It is not exclusively for just Foundation Black Americans. It's vague, it's ambiguous, and immigrants can hijack it. You don't see that, Unc? She said, I agree. We need a name just exclusively for Black Americans. She don't want FBA because of Tariq, but she's in hidden colors. Her daddy been condemning hidden colors, trying to debunk it, and he calls it pseudo. So when I be like, well, damn, bro, is all the pseudos on there? I'm like, yeah, but Dr. Mayat's there. Oh yeah, well, she a grown woman. She could, yeah, but you just said it was pseudo. So is it pseudo? So is she pseudo? Oh no, okay, then it ain't pseudo then, huh? If it's pseudo and she's on there, how the hell is she not pseudo? But he's a weird guy. Everybody's pseudo, that stupid stuff that he be doing. Then I got Professor Elder James going in on Africans. He said, yo, they're dumb, blind, deaf, backwards. They come to America and they parasite on Black Americans, and then they attack Black Americans because they're afraid of the white man. I'm just getting them all on here. I got what's that dude name? Kyle, Deontay, Kyle, whatever his name is. I got him. Your FBA man. We ain't gonna do this. All lives matter. We ain't gonna all lives matter. Black history. Black history for Foundation Black American. Then we got the guy switching sides. I mean, you know what I'm gonna do? I got to do both. What is that? What happened down there? Yeah, I'm gonna try to. It's gonna be a little hard, but I'm gonna find videos where they're anti FBA and then when they're for FBA.
If we are saying that we agree on that aspect that we are having puppet governments, it simply means then that there's nothing that you are going to contribute to benefit for your sacrifice, for your support for these organizations that are currently in leadership of these countries, because they are not listening to you. Which government in Africa have ever said that I'm going to the diaspora to meet up with some of the Africans there and engage them? Those are the first crop of presidents, the Nkrumah, your Sekou.
It's happened, but it's been quickly shut down.
Pardon?
I was saying that it's happened, but it's been quickly shut down.
Yeah. So for instance, any country in the world, not just here in Africa, any country that contradicts the Western agenda is met with carnage by the West. Currently,
Yeah, all this tether did was just babble, 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 and the West, the West, the West, the West. I mean, they believe white people are just indestructible. Nobody can war with them. And Black Americans ain't just kicked their ass in the Civil War. Like they really just believe this stuff. I mean, this is sickening for us to listen to when we know the real. Like, dude, you gotta stop glazing the white man. The West, just glazing. Dude, stop, bro. White people ain't that damn superior, man, but they believe he is. They do,
Trump
not
is
us.
saying all these BRICS countries, whatever agenda that they are having, if they continue with this thing that they are going to trade and have their own currency to trade and not use the dollar, he is going to give them 100% sanctions. Sanctions are what have made Venezuela the pixie that it is today. If sanctions are what have made DRC the pixie that it is today. All these things are systematized.
Shut up. You had a choice. You just said they warned them. Hey, if you take that dollar, that brick dollar, we're gonna sanction you. They warned them, so they did because they had a goal. They believe, hey man, this gonna come with a price. F it. It's gonna come with a price. We'll pay the price, but we need to do this brick thing. It's now or never, right? That's them opposing the West, as they call it. Now now you felt the strength for trying to you felt it. Now what you gonna do? Cower and just regret, or you gonna keep going forward until your mission is complete? Bunch of cowards keep justifying quitting.
Systematic problems that we are having. We cannot, even here, whilst we are in the very same continent, we cannot speak in the same voice. That's why I was saying I've been in many of these debates about reparations and so forth about Pan-Africanism. The first point that we always have a dispute about how do we then define Pan-Africanism, or what becomes Pan-Africanism for us. What is the priority or our primary objective for us to move forward? And there's always a deadlock in these circles of African people. To me, if I'm making a contribution to any debate, it is not about what I'm going to benefit. It is a question of am I making any significant contribution to the discourse of those individuals? That is why the likes of Che Guevara will go around Africa arming African countries. Africa didn't get its liberation from the sky. It got it from the kind of support that it received from the Caribbeans, from the other revolutionary countries that understood the carnage that the West was.
Yeah, this dude's a piece of shit. This is what we mean by tethers. Over exaggerating Africa. The white man's the devil. Africa just so innocent. Africa's not. The dude was like, yeah, but aren't y'all governments corrupt? He ain't speak to that. He downplayed it, dismissed it. Africa just so innocent. The white man, Yeah, somebody should ask, somebody should mention, yeah, but y'all sold us. And get him to respond to that.
Unleashing
I know,
throughout the
Brother Bele.
That's kind of going back.
Yeah, Brother Bele. I received some of the best education.
You see, so everybody like, dude, you're talking in circles, bro. You're tethered babbling. That's pretty much what they were saying. Like, all right, dude, you're saying the same thing over and over and over, man. Okay, you got this victimhood mentality. You got to stop.
From some of the best scholars, Black scholars in the United States, directly.
Yeah.
Dr. John Henry Clark. I attended his classes. Dr. Leonard Jeffries. I have been in more than 50 protests involving Africa and Pan-Africanism, right? I recently was part of the protests of France out of Africa, and the last protest actually was dealing with in front of the Kenyan consulate near the UN, right?
Yeah.
So I am not theoretician. I'm boots on the ground, right? I've met Thomas Sankara. When he visited City College, right? Certainly a number of tribal leaders, but that doesn't count. I did an activity for Colonel Rollins, certainly before he died, right? And so I hear what you. I don't disagree with what you're saying, but and so I didn't get into this to benefit myself, right? I got into this to benefit our people. But when I start to hear excuses, right, that pushes us away from what we can do. I simply said in the beginning, the problem with Africa is that Africa opens up its lands and its borders, right? But there are tribal rights, there's indigenous rights. Close those lands, close those borders, right? The exploitation is not worth it. The exploitation is not worth it. It's like, didn't we learn from Mansa Musa, right? So he brings gold to the.
Even from Traore, I think now they're saying that Burkina Faso or Mali is the first African nation to be debt free. So that's within 2 years versus the 60 past years of independence that these African countries have been enjoying. But that's just to underline your point, Brother Reggie.
Yeah, but that's yes. Well, thank you. They artificially create debt. They put in a president that signs another agreement, right? And so it could go back to square one. But thank you for that, and I'll look that up. So the question isn't. We're talking about Pan-Africanism, and so we should be talking about some of the issues and problems of Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism to the African, right, means keep the fifth or sixth sector out. That's us. We're not in the accords and the agreements of the recent construction of the United Nations groups with Africa. We're not part of that. That's Africans who kicked us out. That's Africans who said that basically we have to settle our own situation. Black Americans in the Caribbean, we're not part of that. Even Haiti, of all places, but yet at the same time, Kenya wants to go into Haiti to help Haiti and don't even speak the same language. But we can't be part of the talks. Africa has a problem, and Africa, I do think we can always help Africa learn some lessons by history, by articulating them, right? But Africa's done nothing for Cuba. If it wasn't for Cuba, Southern Africa would not be close to be free, right?
Brother Reggie, did you hear my gripe against Pan-Africanism?
No, I just got on.
Okay.
I don't understand how the gripe against Pan-Africanism. That was
Pan-Africanism does need an update, right? So yeah, go ahead.
So I really appreciate that,
Pat. Tell you all That's crazy that we just heard him talk about, and it's all documented history. I know Reggie knows this. And
Hey yo, this sweet dude got a thing for that African tether, man. I mean, that's crazy, bro. That is crazy.
then Dr. Clark is a Pan African, from what I understood. So, and I see Reggie with a red, black, and green moniker right here. So I'm kind of confused on how is it attack on Pan Africanism when that's the source. That's the source.
You know how Reggie get down.
Fam, you see that? They can critique FBA all day long, and they don't see that as an attack. You critique Pan-Africanism. Look, victim. Oh, you're attacking us. You're attacking Pan-Africanism. So we can't give. I'm telling you, man. They don't allow no critique. Africa is perfect. It's sacred. Don't say anything about it if you're not romanticizing it and lying about how great it is.
But hold on, though. But no. But I'm kind of hearing under. This is what I'm hearing,
believers.
Because
We become like
do like okay, and if I'm tripping, then dude didn't say you hear what my gripe is with, and he was like, "No, I wasn't here to hear that." But what I'm saying is like,
so let me
expound. Is not about anything. I don't understand how we are divided on what Pan-Africanism is when that's about us being together.
It's not so much Pan-African, James. What Pan-African?
That's about us being together and doing what? When you say us, who's the us? There is no us. Africa's not together. Together with who? A tribe? One out of 1,000 tribes? You're not doing nothing with that.
But what should be the functionality of Pan-Africanism?
But when you go back through the history of why we in the situation we in, which is what Bali was talking about, it's always been some type of destruction or some type of way to keep us in dysfunction.
No, you're in your position because you sold us. You contributed to the largest. You contributed to the largest brain drain in known history, and you played a huge role in the largest human trafficking case in known history. That's what happened. Those two actions is what led to everybody's fall and Europe's rise. Africa's to blame. That's a fact.
Nobody is attacking Pan-Africanism.
What Reggie just talked about why we not included off in the Pan-African situation, but before the Pan-African Union formed, they had to split up into two. So this fragmentation of what the original thought was, or what Nkrumah and them had, got co-opted from the beginning with the African Union, right? Am I making that up?
No, you're not.
Nobody.
That's why I'm saying we can't confuse the African Union with Pan-Africanism. Those are two different things.
We already have historical data why we in this situation. Why we gotta argue with each other about something we already know why it's messed up? Let's work on fixing.
Let somebody answer the question.
I'm just saying, let's work on fixing it instead of talking about
you got some unmitigated ball. You got
that I'm telling you, family, look at this dude. Don't point out any of the problems in Africa. Just fix them. These sweet dudes, man.
Unmitigated ball. Reggie. I am 59 years old. I met Dr. Clark when I was 20 years old. Right? I mean, and he was 70 years old. I spent a lifetime with these people. And the issue is dealing objectively with the problems. I'm not a believer in anything. It's not a damn religion, right? No. It's not that. We can critique it to make it better. Any sensible groups of people critique. Dr. Clark talks about time and the importance. It's a clock. History is a clock. It tells you where you are. Mm-hmm. In this particular period, right, for the last maybe 8, 9, 10 years, there's been nothing really successful going on for the unity of Africa and African Americans and the Caribbean. That's the history.
It's not an attack on you or Pan-Africanism for people to express their grievances against it. That don't mean we attacking them.
Oh, I gotta clip that. Yeah, wait, he knows better. Again, this is some sweet stuff he into.
But we should be allowed to sit on this platform and say, hey,
But hold
Pan
on though,
Africanism,
hold on.
hold
But
on,
none of
James. Ain't
Yeah,
nobody
yeah,
nah,
talk
but
over
now,
you.
now
Every
this
time I
what I'm
try to talk,
saying
you
though.
try to talk over me
Okay,
though.
go ahead, go ahead.
So it's not an attack to be able to express your grievances. You don't have to get all bent out of shape and make it seem like somebody's talking bad about it. We are allowed to express our grievances about it. That is not a negative thing. That is part of how you grow. So if we have issues with it, we should be able to discuss it and put it on the table. That's not to say we attacking it or we against it, but we can talk about the things that we disagree with about it.
Right. But okay, so name a Pan African in the last 15 years that's supposed to have been doing something around here. Name.
Reggie.
Reggie said not a Pan African from what he's saying.
Reggie said he was involved in protests. He bent boots on the ground. He was a part of the movement, and he was giving his gripes about us not getting nothing back. So he was a part of it, and he feels bitter about it now because you get nothing in return for helping other people across the water, which was part of my grief.
Why don't somebody ask Pan African James what does he personally expect to get out of helping Africa?
Too, whenever we put this Pan-African label on all of the black people of the diaspora, but a lot of them are really not are not Pan-African like that. Just because you are a black person in the diaspora don't mean you Pan-African, but Pan-Africans tend to look at that like that, and people take advantage of people like that. Like I said, there's people in Guatemala that's been part of the transatlantic slave trade that are part of Africans in the diaspora, but do not consider themselves Africans. But we steady want to help these people and think they want to help us. They don't want to have nothing to do with us. There's people in Africa that are African and part of our struggle, but don't want nothing to do with us and aren't Pan Africans.
Well, they don't represent, from my experience, the majority. And what we have
Yeah.
to come to, and I think what Reggie is trying to get us to, is a point of finding our own agency, right? There, all these problems that we're talking about are actually opportunities to be acted on. The fact that we keep on arguing about shit like immigrants, the shit, the problems that you hear about people in the Gambia, people getting murdered, even this stuff with the AU, that's grounds for people who are calling themselves Pan Africanists to get active. And I think what Reggie is communicating is that he doesn't recognize himself in the stuff that he's seeing today. And he can correct me.
Okay.
I can be crystal clear about my situation.
Can I come, brothers? Well, I've been raising my hands. I think what Brother Reggie is talking about, for instance, I'm only 39, 35 years old. I was born in 1989. And when he talks about Sangara, Sangara was assassinated in 1987, way before I was born. However, we took it upon ourselves that we are going to join all the Pan-Africanist circles. I, I have lost count. I don't know how many Pan-African struggles that I've joined. I will be lying to you if I will say that there are two. I don't keep count of that. But what is most important? We should understand why there's even individuals that they necessarily don't recognize themselves as Africans, why they don't recognize themselves as Pan-Africanist. Pan-African.
Look at this. It comes back to that family. It comes back. Yeah, he ignored all of helping helping out Africa and not getting much back out of it. He's ignoring all that. He comes back to why are people afraid to call themselves African? Dude, you don't call yourself African. You say you're from your homeland and your tribe.
As an ideology was seen long time ago, because even those who have founded this ancestor Garvey and Du Bois, their quest was the unification of African people. They were striving for unity of Africa. There's no capitalist country in the world that will ever allowed the unification or unity of Africa or of Africans in any action that we are making. It is systematic that we are divided in on view on how on the approach that we're supposed to take on our struggle. It is deliberate. Those individuals in the Caribbean that don't identify with even with the literature of the likes of Walter Rodney, it's supposed to be telling you something that
I'm
these.
saying though that at a certain point, and sorry to cut you, it doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter. What is the agenda that people like ourselves need to have to see to put things in place to make things happen? And I think
Yes.
a lot of times what people are talking about is that on the African side of things, that conversation starts to become a little bit quiet. And also on the diaspora side, if you contextualize it, because our countries could be um, metaphorically our neighborhoods, which are
Yeah.
which are increasingly gentrified, right, and marginalized, right. So it's a lot of the same issues. So like Brother Reggie was saying, we need to be very tactical and we need to be very clear. If we're confused, we need to be very clear across the board. What are our common? Fuck who doesn't like anything, who does identify, right? Half of the people, most of the people that we're talking about are identifying as this, as that. I'm not gonna qualify them as followers, right? But it's also an offshoot of bad leadership, flat out. No matter how you
Right,
want to look at it,
right.
because the
And he keeps
leadership is
ignoring
supposed to be
accountability,
educating the masses
looking inward.
into what it is
Fair.
they're supposed to be doing, the values they're supposed to be having, right? And the things they're supposed to be considering, and the options that they have to act on, right? So
Yeah.
that's the conversation needs to go, in my opinion.
I would like to add. So this is a this is a lesson to people who quote Dr. John Henry Clark. This is a lesson. His last book wasn't on Pan-Africanism. It wasn't. His last book was entitled African World Revolution, Africans at the Crossroads. He has sections, yes?
No. I'm listening. I'm saying.
He has, well, so he has sections on Pan-Africanism, but it's commentary. Pan-Africanism, Dr. Clark admits that it's an idea and it's a dream. But he says there's something deeper that Africans have to go through. They have to go through, in Egypt, they call a Wahemasut, right? A rebirth, a renaissance of thinking. Dr. John Henry Clark directly says, right? They say there is a need for a Pan-African mission that will transcend national borders, cultural and religious differences, and political preferences, right? The Africans living in, so then he says, if Africans everywhere stop being consumers of the products of other people and began to produce everything we need from toilet paper to locomotives, over half of the Africans of the world would be employed furnishing goods and services for each other. In doing this, we would not only radically change our economic status, we would radically change the economic direction of the world. We need to remember that for most of the time of our existence on this earth, we did not know about Europeans. We fed ourselves in, we clothed and housed ourselves. We need to adjust to the new condition in the world, regain our confidence in ourselves and confidence with this new confidence that if we have changed the world. The Chinese went through this process with their the Boxer Rebellion, right? They pushed off the Britain and was reborn again. Africa has to control its borders, right? Control its borders. Stop letting people in its borders. Stop letting resources leave its borders, right? Stop letting people leave. to go to Europe and things. They need to import people who can help them, but they should stop leaving. Right? That is, if you listen to what I said about Dr. Clark and what I'm saying, expanding means that I actually read and studied his work. Dr. Clark's book is not on Pan-Africanism. It's not.
Can I come, Brother Reg?
Yes.
You know, Brother Reggie wants to talk for an hour.
I also have a privilege of reading some of Dr. Clark's documents. I will tell you,
The back and forth glazing is just too much.
Someone who was conducting research from a remote area, not necessarily being confronted by the concrete material conditions of Africa. And I will put it to you like this. It's not as easy as you are putting it that we must close our border. The issue is not necessarily the borders. Borders across the world are porous. But if you check in the Western world, it's not affecting their economy, the issue of their borders. But to us, it is as if it's affecting our economy. This is a systematized problem for all African for all African countries. African countries, even a child will understand that we need to do something. But whatever that we want to do, there's a system that is put in place that disables us from doing anything. I'm not sure whether you were already in this forum when I was speaking about. You will always have issues of patents, of trade, marks, copyrights, and many other.
No, I heard that. I heard that. And I want to stop you right there. When you actually start talking about patents and stuff like that, I laughed. I really laughed because those are in.
I did too.
How can I say those are not real. Patents are not real. They're not real. They seem to be. It's like the IMF loans, right?
It's intellectual property. It's abstract.
These things are not real. Most of they stole all of our intellectual property, right? Preventing us. And so now but my solution was, and let me say something else to you, Bele. I traveled with Dr. Clark to Africa. Right? I traveled with him in 1986 to Africa, right? I saw what he saw, and I was his escort, along with Dr. John Clark, right? And and in that time period, he was teaching Dr. Leonard Jeffries his point of view, and I was their escort. So I was a fly on the wall. So I was there when Ghana had dirt roads, right? When it wasn't even close to being modern. Everything was taxi on a dirt road, right? So you can't, I respect you, but I'm a little older than you, right? And I'm just not anybody. So I saw Ghana be industrialized. And Ghana for the West is very strategic for them. It's English speaking, right? And it's around its borders or Islamic countries, right? And America needs it for its bases in Africa, and it's kind of cultivated that leadership over the years. But the issue, one of the beautiful things about that is that a lot of the land is tribal land, not government land, right? And the people who come from to become presidents need the popular, and the populace usually from the ethnic tribe. It's gotten better, but from the ethnic tribe, right? That these people come from. So I will listen more to you, Belly, but patents are lies. They are invisible, not invisible, but they are immaterial, right? You're gonna sue somebody for what's on their land? If you believe that, then we are all slaves.
He's talking about the technology. He's talking about the technology in order to get the equipment.
But that's also
Look,
part of the mentality that I was talking about earlier. You know what I mean? Like there has to be a certain kind of sense of urgency and a certain kind of sense of of readiness to deal with certain adverse consequences that will surely issue from conflict with the West. Earlier we were talking about I think it was Venezuela, Venezuelans fleeing to a neighboring country, and that potentially being a marker of government failure. Um, but I think we have to be careful because say if any country in West Africa right now cuts all ties with the West, it's going to get ugly before it gets pretty. Like
Indeed.
you can
That
trust that,
already happened, I
and
thought.
it's going to be used against that government, and that's probably what governments like Senegal are contending with, along with Chad. Although it's not the best situation perhaps for the AES, but I'm pretty sure if Senegal and Chad were both to be like, fuck everything, let's
I
go
think
straight full out AES, it would turn things up about 15, 20 notches.
I want to share something right quick. Um, People tend to look at nationalism like it's something negative because whenever we as black people look at nationalism, we always look at it that from being oppressed, right? We look at it from people imposing their values on us. So I always take nationalism and do it for pro Africans, right? So I want to read the definition of nationalism right quick and then give a little commentary. Nationalism: identification with one's own nation and support for its interests, especially to the exclusion or detriment of the of interest to other nations. So I think that's why I prefer to call myself a black nationalist rather than a Pan-African. And I don't think they're opposed, but traditionally how I see Pan-African, and y'all may see it a different way, is that Pan-Africanism is too damn friendly. I'm not interested in being nobody's friend that don't want to be friends with me. And like Reggie said, you have to nationalize, kick people out of your shit, do the same thing that Cuba did, the same thing that Haiti did. If you're not doing that, then you really not talking about doing for yourself. You know what I mean? It has to be that whenever we having these discussions and we not talking about moving out the people that's oppressing you, then you're really not talking about nothing. Then you're talking about willing and dealing with them. And it's never been, never such in history where you able to will and deal yourself out of oppression. That's not, that's not feasible.
Well, I don't know. I think we might be moving in light speed or something. Because from what I know, it looked like they just got their independence around 1950 or 60.
But are they independent? Are they still
Well, okay. And
dependent?
see, that's what we're dealing with right now. They
That's
really
so I
didn't.
want you
They
to answer
hold
that
on,
question.
hold on.
No, answer the
They
question.
really didn't
Are
get
they?
their independence.
Okay then.
And it
Ain't no
also,
lightning. That's snail
dude,
speed.
chill out. But it also didn't go the way that what they thought it was gonna go. Because everything that we're talking about, this Pan-Africanist dream, it was supposed to go that way. Was the colonial borders was gonna be erased right then and there. You see what I'm saying? That's how it was going to go. That diaspora, the Reggie's complaint about the diaspora being included, I'm pretty sure Kwame and Nkrumah, who got this from America, wasn't talking about excluding the diaspora.
He turned over in his grave, right?
Just like Bali is saying, the puppet hands in the background came in, killed those leaders, did a whole bunch of stuff, caused fear, as well as kill the leaders over here in the 60s. And you know what I'm saying? We act like we forgetting this history to why we in the situation we in now. And that's what I don't be appreciating. Y'all act like we just some chumps and like this is just what we now these people are doing stuff to us. And I don't like that y'all not acknowledging that these people are willing to kill to stay in the position that they in, because that's what they did. And they will continue to do. This ain't just nothing, no intellectual conversation that we're having. It's actually a dangerous conversation.
I've been in far more dangerous conversations, right? So I will like to add is that when we're talking about South Africa, there's a picture that I took of Dr. Clark and Bishop Tutu, right? on the other side, I have a picture with him and me, right? But there is a picture with him and Bishop Tutu, so I have met him too. The conversation is really not dangerous as you might think because there's no leadership and there's no plan. It's just chit chat.
Yeah.
And then it's unfocused chit chat. No disrespect to anybody, but I've been with a bunch of revolutionaries, right? So what I would say is that we can figure out some of our disagreements and find some agreements in some of the things that we actually have to say instead of making it so romantic with Africa.
Agreed.
Well, you got Trump in office right now, right? And
Yeah.
he said something a minute ago. I mean, just the other day, he said that he wants to get the National Guard or something to that effect to deal with the radical people in America. What do y'all think about that? And wonder who he's talking about.
Well, he's not. He's talking, right? And so a lot of that stuff is rhetoric to his base. We do have some rights, we do have some laws, right? But the fact of the matter is, we have failed. Our Black lawyers, they get these law degrees, and they don't cross the line, to work together, right? Like the former NAACP, they don't volunteer their time. They don't help. They don't help in our cases. And what I know about law is frightening, because law is really just pay to play, right? You need a lawyer, right? For the most purposes, because most of us are not capable of doing it ourselves, and you're at the whim of the lawyers and their deals in the courts what they will advocate for you and what they won't advocate for you, and so the real fact of the matter is that this is the biggest fly trap ever, right? If not, you're gonna wind up in court. Your children are gonna wind up in court, right? Your nieces and your nephews, right? Most of your income is gonna go to bail, and if not, you're gonna have a tragic situation where either you're murdered or you're injured, and you're faced, right?
I'm just saying, this is doom and gloom, huh, Reggie? I'm just saying.
No, yeah, but that's the struggle.
To keep it
but
real,
you gotta
then.
understand that other groups of people had doom and gloom too, but
Right.
they struggled through it. We have to figure out what is the difference between the African and some of these other groups of people that it was doom and gloom for, and they struggled through, right?
So,
Say what?
oh no, I was waiting on you to finish. I was going to respond to James's question, but you're not finished. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
All groups, all humans go through this process of doom and gloom. There was no more worse doom and gloom than the earlier Homo sapiens sapiens, right? They had everything against them. Numbers, climate, right? Other groups of people, animals, everything. But they pulled together. And then later on the road, people like the Irish and the Jewish groups and Italian groups, small groups, gain power. Why? Because they saw themselves against the world. We don't do that. We see our petty differences, our ethnic differences in the continent of Africa, our language differences, our relationship to which European, the French, the German, right? The British, right? The American. We see those as privileges. I know. I've been there. I smell it. Right? Who we are associated with, who's gonna give us a better deal. We have to think about the better deal. The deal for us. Right? For us. And so, but the other groups of people, they don't think like that. The early Greeks and with the city-states, you gotta study history. Once you study history, then you can study Black history or African history. Study history. Then you understand. Then you can understand how the world works, and you can help the African. But if you're going to be romanticizing, like when we on these YouTube shows, people don't have critical analysis. They talking without any methodology, without any skills, without any history, without even being to these places, talking to these places, right? Listening to these places. But we got opinions that they're not well founded, because tomorrow we're gonna watch the Knicks games or the Lakers games. We are distracted. Now, I know because I've heard these lessons from my greats, and so not that they were always right, but they gave us the tools to even slowly correct them. So we own land as a people. The largest amount of real estate in the world, Africans sit on it. But my brother says it's not as simple as closing the borders. Well, China closed its borders. Even Cuba closed its borders, right? Right? Russia's borders is closed. Closing borders and protecting borders is as ancient as Nile Valley history, right? That is an essential lesson. Prove me wrong.
No, you made great points. And to speak to your question, James, and to piggyback off of what Reggie said, he is definitely talking to his people, and that's what he's supposed to do.
Yeah, it sounds like Brother Reggie is pro-ICE.
Because Trump also said he's going to do away with the diversity stuff. He also said he wants to close the borders. He also said he want to put tariffs on certain people who ain't doing good business or doing what he wanted to do. He also said he want to bring American companies back to America. And what that sounds like to me, James, is white nationalism, right? And so I'm not mad at him. Does it affect me in a negative way? Yes, but he's doing what he's supposed to be doing for his people. So I don't get bent out of shape. I try to act accordingly and bring it to my people the same way. We supposed to be doing the same shit.
But hold on, dude. That's what I'm on. I'm not against that. I'm
not arguing
so
against
I'm
you.
I'm like,
I'm answering your point. This is not against you, James.
Yeah, I know. But what I'm saying is I'm thinking like, okay, I'm listening to what Trump's saying, and I'm like, man, Africa needs to be on the same page. You know what I'm saying? And if they want to do some tariffs, they need to shut everything down, like Reggie said. We got all the
this dude's sweet as hell, yeah.
And a matter of fact, just last week, the Dominican Republic of Congo sued Apple for conflict minerals. So see, I be seeing that they really trying to do something. We just don't seem like we paying attention, because what's going on in the Sahel, I heard Body like, man, I don't know. He like, and I understand his skepticism because it's a young situation. But man, to me, that's inspiring, because I never would have thought I would have seen them kick France out of nut. And y'all know France's economy has collapsed, right? So has Germany, I think, and Italy. So we gotta, and Dr. Clark, Reggie's teacher, told us that.
Somebody would try to join when I'm trying to get off. Hold on. I didn't know it was damn late, yo. Suburban, okay. Yeah, Suburban, what's up, man?
Man,
I know it was damn late.
These guys is wildin'. This man just said Trump wants to. He said bringing jobs to America is bad for Black people.
Right. Yeah. I'm just listening to these bastards go.
What in the fuck, bro? Are they trying to get a terroristic charge thrown on them? These guys are talking crazy. Bro. They want us to get, bro, this is a setup. And then you got these guys going around talking about we the Fed, bro.
Bro,
what?
I always said these guys are, I got videos of a dashiki like KKK hood. I'm saying Pan-Africanism is white supremacy.
Yo, I can't believe this shit is wild as hell. Like, bro, You can go to Africa right now. The nigga from the TP next door is willing to chop your shit off with a machete. So like, but they're trying to like instigate this that they're trying to instill this fake unity. Like if you go to Africa, these motherfuckers are walking around holding hands and skipping through the tulips and shit.
Right. If you let that African tether tell it, Africa's ready. They're ready right now to take over the world.
Yo, like I'm like, yo, and then it's like they're really basically telling us, like, they're not telling Jamaicans to do none of this shit. They're not telling no other country men to do this shit, but they are literally trying to, they're trying to trick us off the streets, bro.
Yeah, and that's why I proudly say I'm pro-American, I'm pro-ICE, I'm pro all the things they're trying to trick us out of. I without no regret, like, nope, that's me. That's me. I'm
Man, that shit is
pro-ICE.
wild. Like, man, bro, like you showing more loyalty to foreign, and no wonder these guys are like, I'm starting to see the thinking, bro. Like they really honestly, this is why these guys are on this Democratic kick, and this is why, you know what I'm saying? Not to say that the Republicans are better, but this is why they're on that shit, because they are really, really, really about that shit. They really want Africa here. Like, there's no way.
Right. Yeah, bruh. It's like, what do they get out of it? Like, are they getting their cell phones paid? You know, they ain't got no serious money because they bums. But I'm like, are they getting their cell phones paid? Like, what are they directly getting out of?
I don't think these
making us
niggas
Africa?
Ain't getting they're not getting shit. That's the sad part.
So why would they go all out to lose all morale, all integrity, be known as an idiot everywhere they go? Because the average American, look, you can try to convince three people. Yeah, because the average American, the average Black American that knows nothing about FBA will never concede to what he just said. If he brings his dumb ass down south, bro,
none of that
like,
shit.
man, you don't get that bullshit out of here.
Fam, the one nigga say, he said, oh, that was Reggie. Reggie said he act like first of all, I don't like how they try to pose like, first of all, we get money over here, my nigga.
Right.
So you think we don't got bread to pay a lawyer? You a broke ass nigga. You broke, my nigga.
My man's projecting.
You're broke. You the one on fucking YouTube asking for $1 in Snapchat. I mean, in the chat, in the fucking super chat. This nigga asking for $1,
please,
$2. Oh, come on, bro.
I'm checking my Cash App. I don't see anything in there. Come on, guys, please.
Bro, this shit is sad, bro. Like, it's almost like, man. And then they acting like victim mindsets in the begging. Nah, nigga, we want what's old. We want what's old. Right. We don't got no problem playing the long game. You feel me? Like,
but then that be begging. Then that be, the colonizer. Oh my God, the colonizer. Yeah. Ho. Stop whining. Stop crying. You're not being colonized in 2026, but the colonizer left. Once they became independent in the 1960s, their colonizer went bye-bye. They have not had a colonizer in 60 years.
Bro. Come on, bro. Like, you from Jersey, bro. I know how I go up there. I have people from up there, Newark, Irvington, East EO. I know what's going on out there. You know what I'm saying? Bro, niggas in the shy, you will catch a nigga with 100, 200,000 in a bag in a hood.
Right.
Get the fuck out of here with that broke shit, bro. Like, y'all, this ain't about broke. This ain't about none of that shit, man. Even when they start talking about the prison and all this kind of shit, them niggas went to prison because they was getting money.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? We not just getting picked on out here and all this other kind of shit. Like, bro, and the shit is starting to get irritating because Now it's like now we're in the middle and we're taking fire from all sides, bro.
Oh yeah. They all got their guns aimed at us. All
I
of
just
them.
had the time the two niggas out in the chat for talking crazy. Like, yo, come on, bro. Like, y'all just say whatever. And it's like, this shit gotta, bro. This shit is crazy, bro.
Then they won't click the link. It's like, dude, you know you can just click the link.
Won't click the link. So now you gotta get timed out.
You're like what they think I'm gonna do?
Man.
Like the worst I can do is cuss them out. Oh wow. But I'm not gonna do it. I'm just saying, like, what you think I can actually do if you call in? The worst I could do is mute you, cuss you out. Like, nothing can get worse than that. So I'm gonna have I'm gonna let you guys talk, man. Okay, you guys don't got to be afraid to dialogue, man. You ain't got to troll in the chat. You could just call in and voice your opinion like suburbanists.
Man, you got Show Enough in the goddamn comments talking crazy. A nigga dressed like Show Enough is talking crazy.
He got the fake FBA glow. He got the red bullshit.
Bro, come on, bro. Like, this shit is, bro, sometimes this should be overload and be too much, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, yo, because it's like, it just come on, start using some common sense sometimes. Bro, you might as well have just stayed in the church. Like, you could have just dealt with that. You could have stayed there, and you don't have to go off into these other all crazy ass, even more ridiculous tangents. Like, just go to church, my nigga. You don't got to do all this other shit because now you making it worse. Man,
right?
Oh my God, bro. That's it, bro. I can't believe what I'm hearing.
Hey, man.
These guys consider themselves to be smart. These guys are claiming
but what about Brother Reggie, like, kind of trying to sound like us, like giving Africa and the Pan-Africanism hard, criticism.
Yo, he clearly stole that. He got those topics from over here, bro. Like, for sure. I'm
gonna definitely put him in the intro. I'm gonna have him. And now I got damn near all of them. All of them at some point sounded like us. So it's like, yo, can you explain this right here? How you just said we helped out Africa and we got nothing back. And Reggie, can you explain that? Like, there's no way to get around that. It's like, dude, that's what we're saying, and you guys are calling us xenophobic.
Yeah, man. These guys, we gonna have to keep a close eye on these motherfuckers, bro. A close eye,
bro.
Because the back door is wide open. Pause.
Oh yeah. Now it definitely is. And all I want them to do is just call in.
Yeah, they not gonna do that though. Like, that's and because they're, here's the thing. The guys that they consider to be their top researchers are getting fried on a daily basis.
And turn out to be their heart, like Brother Reggie with his like Black City Plan is garbage. And then with him critiquing our reparations thing with his fake legal advice, it's garbage. Like, yo, I debunked this guy all point for point. So like, their researchers are terrible. They're bad researchers. They look up Queen Nzinga and concluded she's good. Like, yeah,
bro.
How the hell you look up Queen Nzinga and conclude she's good?
But you hit the nail on the head, right? These guys don't even believe in classical education. So a lot of these niggas ain't never even sat in a classroom and had to learn how to do research, how to write bibliographies, how to write a source material. You see what I'm saying? They don't know none of that shit.
Yeah.
Ask them niggas, they don't know what the ALA is. They don't know this shit, man. Ask him to write a bibliography and see what he say. Talking about he was a paralegal. I can listen to the nigga Reggie and tell that he's not.
Oh man, my man, fucking straight pseudo babble, making up stuff wrong. Everything he says about wrong, garbage. I fact checked everything. Was stupid.
Yeah, but you can tell they never had no type of. There's no order. They don't have no order. They don't. So, and I say that to say this. You can tell like they never been to, like, there's no classical college. There's no masonry though. the Nation of Islam. Like these niggas are not there. Where's your yeah, where's your formal like
right now
you
they're not joining no organizations that demand
anything
discipline and
yes
they ain't doing that. They ain't doing that.
Yeah, you
because
can tell,
why?
bro.
You know why? Because they all want to be the leaders. That's why. They don't want to be led. They all believe they are the leaders. And that's why they hate Tariq Nasheed so much. Because they see him as a leader and in their way. Right? That's how they see him. He don't even see himself like he don't even see himself like that. But they see him as all see him as he's the leader and he gotta get out the way. And they really believe if he gets abducted tomorrow, all of a sudden we're gonna follow Reggie. this retarded guy. We just Reggie, where should we go next?
Yeah, bro.
Like
that's heavy, man. That's heavy. That's heavy. That's heavy. All right, bro. I'm gonna let you get back to your thing because you cooking, man.
Yes, sir.
You cooking.
I want to find a way to get one of these damn loudmouth Pan-Africans on here, man.
All right, I'm gonna drop, bro.
All right, yes, sir. All right, let me finish the video. Well, I ain't gonna finish, but I'm gonna play a little more than we out. I'll play the rest tomorrow.
So we gotta understand that and gotta understand where we at right now, man. Because if Africa is getting in shape, that's really what we need to be trying to figure out what we're gonna do. Is what we gonna do if they get their stuff together. How does that work for us? Because really, I don't think with our small population here in America, we only 13%. We can't afford to try to fragment ourselves from a billion people, as Dr. Clark would say. Like that does not make any sense.
We get in the best position possible in this nation. While Africa is doing that, if we're not volunteering over there and we're not building up the economy over there, we could be positioning ourselves, getting into these ports, getting into these businesses, getting into these state positions that help.
Man, we need to be right back on the same cultural situation, marrying back into Africa or them marrying here, and because that's how you get back into a.
Hey, I got a question. I just want to come ask real quick from the discourse I'm hearing. I want to, and I got the straight chills. I had to go change clothes and get into bed, bro. This shit crazy. But from the discourse I'm hearing, I want to ask Reggie, are you a Pan-African? And you got the floor to answer however you will. I'm about to mute back out and go listen.
Yeah, I'm a Black nationalist. I have and I'm also a Black city advocate. Those are my priorities. Pan-Africanism. I am I have beliefs in the need for Pan-Africanism, but I see it more like Dr. Giap said with federations, right? That regions could regional federations should happen first before a whole Pan-African. So regional has much to do with the particular resources in a particular area, and having small groups of countries in that area work together instead of assessing or looking at the whole continent at one time.
I agree with you, Brother Reggie, and to add to what you're saying, not to cut you off, excuse me, because I also, like you, feel like Pan-Africanism is more of an ideal, right? It's romanticized. It's the highest ideal of what we want, and we can strive for it, but it's really just an ideal, and it's not. There's no, it doesn't exist nowhere on the planet to where all of one race is all united like that, and we can strive towards that. There's nothing wrong with it, but it's more romantic than anything. Like you gotta you just got to do more. It's more romanticized. Would you agree with that, Reggie?
I always my bad.
Man. No, well, Luke, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying that in all these conversations, usually I try to get people to define what they mean by terms like same, together, we are one. Like, what does that mean? You know what I mean? We have to talk
Well,
about things in a functional way.
yeah. Well, I would say the reason why we come to Smash Rockwell's great page, and he takes us through great lessons, and he always shows this map, and he shows the gnomes, the Sapats, right? Sapats are little states, little cities, little states, little territories, and but they struggled. They decided to struggle, even though they had their own gods or whatever you call it, netures, right? City netures, town netures, and sometimes their own particular cultures. Uh, they uh, they they unified, and this structure lasted for at least 2,500 years. I would like to say 33,000, but I'm not. I'm going to say that it lasted for at least 2,500 years and still until it starts to change. But at the same time, when they became imperialistic, it was really just to maybe sometimes for trade goods or sometimes to offset invasions to see it before it comes. And so that was our first federation. It was a federation along the Nile Valley. And Diab talks about river federations. But we have one that was successful. So it's not something that we haven't done.
Facts.
And Europeans are not in that region. They're not there. They're not along the Nile Valley. They're not there. Right? We put them there, but they're not there. Do you understand? They're not there until you get to, you know, Southern Africa, Zimbabwe, right? Zimbabwe, right? They're not there. They're not there for the major stretches, but you have agents of them within those countries, right? That finagle, but they're not there. So it's something problematic. So smash in short, I believe in federations, and what we study is a federation, and it linked up to other populations. When something became what we call Tawi civilizations, it did connect up to the Sudan, Nubia, and then the Sudan, right? And then there was branches to Chad and then Ethiopia, right? There were branches out. They didn't try to take over the whole continent of Africa because it was just too much for them, right? It would take too much resources, right? So there's my I'm sorry, my voice is really messed up because I'm struggling not to cough. But that's why we study. That's why I study what you study, right? That's how I come up with things like the Black City Plan and understand the blackness, what they unified against. They made something sacred, something that the European hates. They made blackness sacred in a number of ways, but not the damn soil. That's a lie. But the people, the cattle, the gods, right? Pots, and other things that they venerated. But the European was not there. His struggle was to put himself there, right? For years, the African was isolate there. He didn't let those people put themselves there. So if you study with Smash Studies, then you understand what I'm trying to say in my I would say talk. And it can be done because it was done, and other people learned from us. The Greeks did the city-states. Those were gnomes that they unified. They just did what we did, and we have forgotten. We come up with all these other excuses, right? Oh, we can't, how can I say, we can't close our border. That's not true, right? Ancient Egyptians had gates. That's it, you see the gates? Yeah, you ain't coming in unless we want you to come in. That's a fundamental factor of politics. But once you let in the virus, There you go. I'll stop.
Yeah, Brother Red, you know, when you talk about closing borders, here in South Africa, for instance, that notion is only used to close out our African brothers. The West, they come in with their flights. Currently, you can go and check. There's an article about the Arabians built. The Arabs have built an airport in Limpopo and a resort in Limpopo where their own tourists they go and visit there. And these are the things that are actually hidden from the public. These things are systematic. And I've also tried to read in the chat. I see that people are also talking about it, the patents being plastic and things that necessarily don't block these underdeveloped countries from producing things on their own. The reality is that they are blocked by these global laws because the capitalist system have created a phenomenon that we are all equal, all these nations are equal, and if the other nation have created something, then it must be the one that actually give authority to the
I
other
know
one.
I disagree. China has broken every patent for every nation. Please stop
Sorry,
that.
sorry, Brother Reg. I also understand the plight of China. I've actually argued the case of China before and how Mao fought with Stalin to get his power back of being able to produce on their own. When it comes to Africa, if you're saying that you have traveled to Africa, you have to tell me that which country in Africa that has a power to fight the global powers, because US have its base here. That base is not here to guide against devil fighting us. It is actually here to guide the interest of the West. The bases of the West that exist in each and every other country, they are not just there as furniture, they are there to guard their interest. Part of their interest, it is to keep people marginalized. I'm not I'm not saying that there's no need for us to be self-reliant to do these things, but I'm saying there are bottlenecks in actually trying to apply these things and actually to get going and have our own systems and have our own wealth, try to have our
The
own
difference
to drive our
between
own
you and
economy.
me is that I've actually met men that actually have tried, like Thomas Sankara, right? And people like this. Sir,
Sangara in
don't
his
interrupt me, sir.
Brother Reg. Sorry,
Don't
sorry,
interrupt me.
Brother Reg.
If you're gonna interrupt me, then I'm gonna let you
No,
interrupt me, but you better say something profound.
you disrupted, Brother Reg, you disrupted me. I was responding to you, and then you disrupted me, and then when you don't want me to
No,
interject.
you got it wrong. Smash asked me a question, and other people and so I didn't you got it all, you got it twisted, as we say in New York, in the Bronx. You got it twisted. So go ahead. I didn't interrupt you. This is go ahead.
You know, I was deliberate a long time ago. It's just that I cannot keep on heckling each other. I give yourselves respect so that you say whatever that you want to say, so that when I get an opportunity, I come and rebut any things that have been said that is wrong, or make a contribution and lament on some of the things. But I'm trying to paint a picture for you. When you keep on referencing Sangara, Burkina Faso was very progressive during the time of Sangara, that 3 years of Sangara in leadership. But because his development and the agenda, and if you listen to his speeches and read his writings, he began now to talk more the same way as Nkrumah, to talk about the unity of Africa and Africa to work as one. Once he began to actually speak about that agenda, they killed him. And everyone else want to talk about him being betrayed by his friend. His friend was just used as a puppet. And the only people that continue to exploit Burkina Faso was France, which actually was chased out by Traore recently. Again, I'm saying to you, not all these countries have the courage to do that. It is not. It is not by chance that South Africa was only liberated in 1994. It was systematic because they knew that there's a lot that they will benefit from this land. But even so, when Mandela took over, their only question, even if you can read the speeches by Botha of 1985, Botha said he does not have a problem of giving power to blacks to black people, but the question is, what is it that they are going to get? It is a question of give and take. What is it that when they give away power, what is it that they are going to take on their side as the white regime? Hence, today the ANC talks about that 1994 was merely about the transfer of power, not about economic emancipation. These problem, why you still want to say people are still are segregating between political power and economic power, it is because systematically you're just leading and the business or the capitalists continue to do whatever that they want to do and maintain the government that is going to toe their line. As in when then one militants take over and want to speak about revolution and the change of everything and come up with a rhetoric that they don't agree with, those leaders are changed from the position of power. They are being demonized. And after that, it's easier to control the masses through the mass media because we have shied away from the old tradition. How Africa was liberated post 1945, it was through mass education. More than anything else, it was through mass education. It was not through us as few individuals closing ourselves in a closet and talk about these problems that are affecting Africa, but it was to make sure that even people are aware of that. Now, I'm saying to you and to everyone here that the problem of Africa and any other country within Africa, it is simple about the system that have been created in the globe. You become a member of the UN, there are laws that are there that actually will constrain you not to be able to grow as a country, to continue depending on those things. As I've said before, I should be long asleep, but I've said we need to start a new approach. In order for us to be organized, we need to begin now to say, these are the kind of material that we need to read, because it won't assist us to paraphrase how much I have read any of these ancestors if I cannot give the very same material to other people to read, so that we are able to have a solid voice and have a solid approach. It does not assist us that we have met some of these ancestors. Currently, we are all stuck in a system wherein we cannot do anything close to what they have achieved during their time. And for anyone now, there are many drawbacks. Those drawbacks are owed to one thing, that the secular or the white system does not care who you are. If you stand in on its way, they are going to kill you. We don't have that kind of arms. In the old days, those other countries that were underprivileged, who have freed themselves and opposed to the West, they will arm these African countries. Today, no one is willing to do that. Instead, what you will see, like now currently, what have happened in Syria, the Syrian war, the overthrow or the coup d'etat of Assad is manufactured by the Americans. It is nothing to do with the people of Syria. So these things are systematic. If ever we don't see that in that length, ultimately we won't arrive to the solution that we need to
What does
arrive
that have
at.
to do with Africa, and how are you factoring the AES and what's going on in the Sahel?
No, he's going to keep talking. Don't ask him any more questions. So I let him speak, right? And so it's respectfully, you didn't give us any answers, right? You didn't even give us any examples of your commentary. You did not, right? Anything that's succinct. So let me give you some. On the issue of closing borders for political revolutionary reasons, right? Because I don't know why you did that with Thomas Sankara. Mozambique, right? If you studied the Mozambique revolution, the Frelimo movement, they closed Mozambique's border with Rhodesia.
Burkina Faso, that's one of the things that happened, right? Thomas Sankara closed the Burkina Faso's borders with its 5 neighboring countries, right? As a precautionary, but to seal the identity of Burkina Faso from this former Upper Volta. Algeria, during the struggle for independence, Algeria's borders was effectively closed, right? For their struggle of independence, right? As part of a violent repulsion of European rule. Angola, following independence, Angola's borders was affected by civil war, which limited movement effectively closed some of the borders areas, but this was internal. Tanzania, not a complete closure. Tanzania's Ujamaa policy of African socialism led to stricter border controls and limited movement. Ethiopia, also strict borders. Libya, strict under Gaddafi, strict borders, right? So I'm not Guinea under Sekou Touré, right? It closed its own borders with neighboring countries, Senegal and Ivory Coast, right? Due to ideological differences and accusations of subversion by pro-Western regimes. Yep. This is normal, basic politics of revolution, right? What you're talking about is some laissez-faire, non-revolutionary political movement, right? Because what you're saying, I'm listening to what you're saying, and I could be patient, but to say that these borders can't be closed and they have been closed, right? In the recent future, the recent period, says that in the future they cannot be closed, to me does not make any sense, right? And it is necessary all areas, all states close their borders for particular reasons, right? To consolidate power, to get sometimes a national identity, right? To retrain their generations of people, right? We have a situation where everything that we do as a people, we look to the European. We have to close our borders to renew ourselves and have a renaissance. If our borders are open and airplanes are flying in, right? Goods are being taken out or cross lines by trucks, we're whores. Where is that the Africans survived for thousands of years just depending on themselves, right? And the only way that can change is an invading force, right? Where we close our borders and it is invaded. Well, that's another problem. But Malcolm X says the price of freedom is death, right? He said revolution is about land, right? There's many other things that many of our other great people said, but they was right. Dr. Clark talks about not Pan-Africanism as much, but an African world revolution. So you might have read the books, some of you, right? Fine. It gives us a chance to reread it and to see not who is the best student, but who can kind of articulate what Dr. Clark was saying. But Pan-Africanism is not a main theme inside that book. That's a fallacy. He's talking about failures and different types of constructs of Pan-Africanism. He talks about the socialist, communist type Pan-Africanist, right? He talks about different periods, and it was formed in the Caribbean by Padmore. It wasn't formed in Africa. Pan-Africanism is foreign to Africa. It's a foreign word. It was created by Caribbean scholars. So if it wasn't even formed in Africa, then it was formed in the right place for people who are of the diaspora to deal with the crisis in the Caribbean, in the Americas, and in Africa. It was the Pan-African conferences that that helped begin the independence of Africa. And and guess what? It happened in the United States and happened in Britain, right? Well, largely in Europe, right? But the fact of the matter is, Africa has never repaid the diaspora for their gift. We don't look, my great teachers, yes, Dr. Jeffries would leave the room and Professor Small would leave the room and shake their head. They won't necessarily agree with me, right? But how could you integrate into a country when you ain't got no representative in the government, in the courts? These suckers wear white wigs. Goddamn white wigs in many of their courts. Use British jurisprudence.
What does that tell you, brother?
Yeah, I'm wondering why they do that, Reggie.
You have to hire, I'm telling you the problems. You have to hire, I forgot the name of the counselor, and that person wears a goddamn white wig too, right? And that is, and they have not changed that shit. And so you can't represent yourself. You have to hire a barrister or whatever. I think that's the fucking word. So mess me with that shit. And you know what? Y'all can talk. I'm not feeling well, and that's contributing to my issue. But you better come up with some damn solutions instead of just talking about what we can do and what we can't do, right? And talk more about what we can do instead of the goddamn fears, because those men paid,
that's what I was saying,
and their families paid with their goddamn lives. They paid with their lives. Do you understand what it means to see people, meet people, see their beauty, and see them die and struggle because you actually know them, met them in your lifetime? Yo, get out the goddamn books, get in the streets, right? And if you want to disagree with me, well, we can put our bios and we can go back and show you where you have boots on the ground, where you actually fucking risked your life for an idea and then find out that there's problems with the idea. I was Ilambe Brav's pallbearer. Look him up. Look up Ilambe Brav, right? Look him up. He was the architect of the Black American involvement in Southern Africa in this crisis. He was the one who got Winnie Mandela here, right? He was, right? Look him up. And Google Mabry and Google Ilambe Brav. So we have a disagreement, a small one, but I love you, Veli. But I'm older. I can substantiate my points with resources and references, and with my own blood and life. I can. Everybody who knows me knows the things that I've done and knows who I am. I am a Black nationalist. I am I believe in Black cities as a structure to kind of close out borders and work with other Black cities or majority cities, not exclusively, but in our own interest. And I am a Pan-Africanist in the idea, but I see the problems with Pan-Africanism and I critique it. So I got to get some rest. I'll just listen. I'm going to sign off and just freaking listen. Thank you for your time.
No, I wanted, before you leave, Brother Reg, I wanted to come to the examples that you brought up. For those countries who have closed their borders, where are they now economically?
War. It's simple. War is an act of war. War is a protracted struggle, but the exercise was the right exercise. But to integrate
and to depend on other countries, if that's what you're leading to, that basically solicits us as prostitutes and whores. So the other countries, you can't go into Libya. Where are they now? The North African countries, Algeria, Tunisia, right? Egypt, right? Where are they now? Miss me with that. I'm out of here.
Yeah,
There's something different with African people, that African people can't do what other people did, what we did in the first place. Miss me with questions like that.
All right, Reggie. I just watched Libya get bombed about in 2010 to a state of disarray that they're in today. They were actually one of the leading countries economically before they removed Gaddafi, which the West, like Valley keeps pointing out, caused. Now we got an active slave trade right in Libya due to this particular Western maneuver in the country. And it actually helped to destabilize what we see in the Sahel today. So but
I hear what you're saying.
I think everybody needs to go check out Dr. Clark, Pan-Africanism of Paris, and see what he was talking about. Because that's one thing I love about documentation and recording. You can listen to the people what they was talking about for themselves. And that's no shot to Brother Reggie, but that's what Dr. Clark was on. He said Pan-Africanism of Paris. And whether it was the former of his argument or the minor point of his argument, he does have a lecture, unless I'm making this up. I think we could all look it up, but that's what Dr. Clark said. He said Pan-Africanism of Paris, and then Valley just added on that in 49 or whatever he said about Kwame Nkrumah, when they made the laws, they started out with Pan-Africanism, and then they said that nationalism was one and the same, or was the second thing that they were going to enact as far as the Pan-Africanism. So I don't see, like, it's saying, like I say, man, a lot of this stuff saying like people just be wanting to just be on here to argue and make themselves sound like they great or something. But this ain't what this is. We really need to be really listening to what's going on. Nothing that Valley says should be anything that we should be against or argue. I don't understand how that's happening. Anything that I said about Pan-Africanism, if we talking about unifying with our mother continent, how is that wrong? What's wrong with that? Why wouldn't you want to do that? And if we got some differences because of linguistics or because of our speech, Bali just said we can use this as a weapon, because now we talking to somebody from South Africa that speaks a totally different language, but he can speak English, so now we can understand him. Now we can communicate. But we ain't even taking a chance to use this type of technology in the way we want to. We really over here bickering like some you-know-what. And I don't like that, because we really need to be trying to figure out what we gonna do with independence of what they gonna do. It don't got nothing to do as a man. It don't got nothing to do with what they gonna do. When you start talking as a man, you don't be sitting over talking about, oh, what they gonna give us. When you become a man, you start talking about what I'm either gonna take or what I'm gonna do. And that's how this works. That's how
you're not just gonna take shit. But hold on, bro. Because you're not just gonna run in the American government and take nothing from these niggas, bro. You gonna go in there with a strategic plan, and you're not gonna put the rest of the African American population's life in jeopardy, right?
What are you talking about? Hold on, slow down.
It's not a question of just going in there, guns blazing. I see Muntu in the chat talking about shooting shit up and all that kind of shit.
Nah,
but nigga, this is the United States. You do that shit, these niggas got smart weapons. Your ass hitting the ground real quick. You heard? So we have to be smart. Any type of entity in this motherfucker that is warring for its own interest is doing that on paper. It's doing that in any way that it can. It's not picking and choosing and say, I want to do this because it sounds cool. It's saying, I'm going to do this because this is going to have this effect. 1 + 1 = motherfucking 2, nigga. That's it.
So I want to say that I'm gonna get in and I'm gonna get out real quick, because I understand both sides as far as Reggie and Valley is concerned. You know, Reggie's point was, you got to be active. You know, it's a revolution, and you got to be active. But I don't think Valley was speaking against that point. You know, Reggie was just more aggressive. You
No,
know,
but hold on. It's a point
hold
though.
on,
It's a point though that but you're missing though that
what?
I think that is going over people's heads because
But you didn't
one of
let
the
me
gripes that
expound. But I'm gonna let you make your comment. But you didn't allow me to expound because I was just stating each position, but I didn't expound. But go ahead, Zoo.
so one of the things that one of the gripes that Reggie has is that it seems that when Veli is talking, he keeps reverting back to this position of, well, they got this over us. We can't really do this. We can't really do that. But the conversation is really, what are the solutions that we can implement, right? If not us personally, then us as a type of people, right? That call ourselves Pan-Africanists. And I think that's actually what Pan-African James is also questioning as well. So
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. That's where I was going to go. That's why I literally said I understand both sides. And
But check.
so
Go ahead,
hold
though.
on, just let me make the point. So I do understand both sides. And what Valley was like, look at those countries now. They did that, and look at them now. So to uh to support kind of Reggie on that aspect, you can't say a country that took it upon themselves to fight back against the oppressors, and then are now getting their ass kicked. That don't mean don't do that. Well, Reggie said that it was the right course of action. They might not be winning the war, but that's what you're supposed to do. You know what I mean? So they are not in really in opposition. It's just that, it's a hard discussion. Like, in order to get the things that we want, like, you got to be proactive. You know what I mean?
But
So that's
let
all
me
it
give
is.
some
It's
context,
really
dude.
not opposing views. It's just really complicated, and somebody might got to get hurt, and we might not win. But at the end of the day, somebody got to get moved. You know what I mean? So
like the
it's really
Libya
not opposition.
situation,
Hold
after
on,
that, all
real
those
quick.
presidents started saying, "Oh, we should have been there. We should have been
Hold
there for
on, Zoo.
Libya."
Hold on, Zoo. Let me say something. Because when you reference the time period of when they closed those borders, they wasn't closing those borders to because they was afraid of their neighboring countries. They were doing that because the West was trying to come into their country to kill them. That's why they closed their borders. But in the long run, it has been detrimental to them to keep those borders closed, and that's why they're revisiting and trying to reopen the borders to do trade with each other today. They seen that it was detrimental, just like we could sit up in America and say, "Man, it sure seemed like when we was and some people might not agree, but when we was still segregated, it seemed like we was more unified. Now that we all we in desegregation, we more seem like fragmented. You see what I'm saying? So sometimes you could look at something in history and say, man, that was a mistake. We need to reverse. Now, do y'all disagree that that's something that's not humans can do?
I mean, we was talking
Like they might have
specifically
said it was a
about
mistake to
Libya.
do
So
that.
let's stay right there. Do you believe that what Libya did was a mistake? Since you want to
Well,
talk
what
about somebody particular.
Libya didn't do anything as far as what they did as far as
time is zesty guy. I done dozed off, woke up, dozed off, woke up. Let me get rid of that zesty guy. All right, family. Tomorrow I'm gonna pull up my TikTok discussion I had. When I called those names, booty scratchers. When I said they were in black, oh, the host went crazy on me. You're not gonna miss this one. I'm gonna play it tomorrow, right? Probably early morning. All right, family. Peace, 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 peace.